Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome for this conference on South-South cooperation in international tax matters. Very happy to have all of you here. I'm Abdul from the South Center. And over the next 2 days, we'll be discussing events which are really at a seminal moment in international taxation. And we are very pleased to be co-organizing this conference with our partners, the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. And without further ado, I'll hand over the mic to the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, Dr. Derege Alemayehu, who incidentally, the Global Alliance for Tax Justice has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts to curtail illicit financial flows and promote the cause of peace. So, Derege, over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome again on behalf of the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. I'm very delighted that we were able to meet here. Actually, our wish was to hold this meeting in Sri Lanka, one of the defining countries of the global South, but things didn't go the way we wanted to, so we had to shift it here to hold this meeting before the end of the year. First, a few words about the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. We are a Southern-led global coalition. What does it mean? We are composed of tax justice networks in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Europe, and North America. If you look at the composition, it gives to the South a structural majority. We were created to speak on behalf of the South in our own voices, because in the past, even if it is poverty, even if it is about the South, those who spoke on our behalf were from the North. We were fed up with that, and we created the Global Alliance to be a structurally Southern-led global coalition. And we work on tax. Essentially, our primary objective is the change of international tax rules. And to make sure that the Southern voice is heard and Southern interests are respected in global tax rulemaking and standard setting. And from the start, we were trying to do two things. One was to promote a UN-based solution because it is the only institution with universal membership in which countries can negotiate on their own issues on an equal basis. And the second one was to expose the OECD-led process for two reasons. The first one is because it is not legitimate, it has no mandate to do rulemaking and standard setting globally. It is a membership organization of the Club of the Rich, which has no mandate at all. And the second one is to expose the inadequacies of its proposals, its reforms, showing that it is biased in favor of multinational corporations, in favor of rich countries. So it is the combination of these two that has been leading our campaign. So now, as the year is coming to an end, I speak here as a very happy person. We have been calling for a UN-based tax solution, thanks to the Africa Group and the solidarity of the G77 countries. The UN passed a resolution in which promises that the UN tax rulemaking and standard setting will come back to the UN. And actually, the vote is very interesting. When you look at the pattern of voting, you will see essentially the OECD is the G77, a G7-led organization. Even the G20 did not stand together. The majority of the G20, which were not G7, voted in favor of the Africa resolution. Those who voted against were only G77 countries, and some of them also abstained. And then more than half of Africa was not even in the inclusive framework. The whole of Africa voted for the UN resolution. This was also a vote of no confidence to the inclusive framework as a forum which can make rulemaking and standard setting. So when we started discussing with South Center to convene this meeting, we have done in several previously also such things. What is happening is when it comes to international process negotiations, it is usually the North which convenes dialogue or conversation about these things. The South-South dialogue, the South-South exchange of experience and knowledge is very limited. So it was an idea of bringing together countries which are involved in the different forums of international tax negotiations to see for themselves, to share experience and to find a common ground for which they can then stand together. So we have 2 days in which we can discuss, and we as civil society, we don't have an objective separate from member states. It is the same world where we are fighting for the well-being of our people in the continent. So there is no separating like revenue authorities want something, civil society wants another thing. That is why it is a convergence of a sort in which we can discuss how to take this forward. It is a step in the right direction has been taken. Personally, and as civil society, we think the success of the UN process depends on the failure of the OECD process. I'm not neutral. I wish the OECD failure. I wish the UN success. That is what I'm fighting for. I cannot hide that, but welcome to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dereje, for those important remarks. We'll now go to an opening statement by the Executive Director of the South Center. But before I get to that, just to give you a brief background, all of you know about the South Center. We're an intergovernmental think tank of developing countries. We have 55 member states, and all of you here are from South Center member states. And we are very, very happy to have His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Saleh Posi here from Tanzania. He's the ambassador of Tanzania, which is heading the G77 plus China in Geneva. It's a chair. And Tanzania has played a very important role in the creation of the South Center, along with Malaysia. These were two countries in particular which played a very big role. In 1986, the Prime Minister of Malaysia at the time said there should be a Commission of the South to think about how the international economic system can be reformed to be made better for the developing world. And the founding father of Tanzania at the time, the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, was chosen to head the South Commission, which then later on went on to become the South Center. And Julius Nyerere was the first head of the South Center. So we are really very happy to have His Excellency with us, and I have a few more words to say about Tanzania. But without further ado, let me play the video by our executive director, Dr. Carlos Correa. He couldn't be here, unfortunately. He's not in Geneva at the moment. Dr. Carlos Correa is from Argentina. He's a world famous authority on intellectual property. In fact, many of the provisions of the TRIPS agreement, which you may know have to, in the COVID pandemic, the TRIPS agreement became very popular about access to intellectual property. He has played a historic role in that. And Dr. Correa has been heading the South Center, and here is his welcoming remarks from his side.
Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, Excellencies, dear participants, dear speakers and panelists. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to this conference organized by the Global Alliance for Tax Justice and the South Center. The conference is taking place at a time of severe challenges for the global economy, and particularly for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Rising borrowing costs, tight global financial conditions, and high debt burdens are constraining the fiscal space of most developing countries. These conditions make domestic resource mobilization through tax collection more important than ever. The taxation of foreign multinational corporations in a digital economy, in particular the big tech companies, has now become imperative, both for providing much needed revenues and for leveling the playing field of domestic companies in our countries. The draft of a new multilateral convention for the taxation of the digital economy, known as Amount A, developed under the auspices of the OECD, is now publicly available. One of the main objectives of this conference is to evaluate whether the proposed convention will effectively address the interests of developing countries and discuss alternative policy solutions. A joint study that will be launched actually at this conference, produced by the South Center, the African Tax Administration Forum, and the West African Tax Administration Forum, shows that the OECD Convention is likely to generate minimal revenues for developing countries. This is not by accident. The rules have been negotiated in a forum lacking a statutory basis, transparency, and democratic decision-making, and which is only accountable to the G20 and OECD countries. In addition, the convention, if adopted, will come into effect only after it is ratified by a critical mass of developed countries. That this may not happen. Thus, developing countries should decide upon signing the convention, if at all, only after it has been ratified by the OECD members. In the light of the complexity, limitations, and the certainty about the entry into force of the proposed convention, alternative solutions need to be considered without delay by developing countries. Importantly, an alternative treaty-based solution to Amount A already exists in the form of Article 12B of the UN Model Tax Convention for Taxing Automated Digital Services. This article can be introduced on a bilateral basis into existing tax treaties. However, this may be a time and resource-intensive exercise. For this reason, the United Nations Tax Committee is working on a UN fast-track instrument that will allow to update multiple bilateral tax treaties simultaneously. This proposal needs the strong support of developing countries. Excellencies, dear participants, until treaty provisions are introduced, developing countries will continue to lose on much needed revenues. Therefore, they should rapidly introduce unilateral measures like digital service taxes. These measures are comparatively easy to implement and are already an important revenue generator for countries that have implemented them. To inform decision-making, the joint study I referred to contains country-level revenue estimates for Amount A and digital service taxes for the member states of the South Center and the African Union. This information will assist them to decide whether or not to sign the Amount A Convention. This conference will include 2 sessions on country experiences in implementing digital services taxes and on significant economic presence. This will allow participants to draw valuable lessons for other countries of the Global South. Finally, let me mention that on the 22nd of November, a historic resolution was adopted by the Second Committee of the UN General Assembly to begin negotiations on the terms of reference of the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. This marks the beginning of a titanic shift in the international tax system, away from the OECD-dominated architecture. We commend, in particular, the African Group in New York for their leadership in steering through this important resolution. This initiative means the support and united stance of developing countries. To initiate deliberation on this convention is another key objective of this conference. In closing, I would like to express our very sincere gratitude to our co-organizers, the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, and to all the distinguished speakers and panelists, as well, of course, all participants. I wish you an excellent deliberation and reiterate that the South Center stands ready to support developing countries on these critical matters. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really very pleased to now hand over the floor to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Saleh Possi, the Ambassador of Tanzania, the Chair of G77 plus China in Geneva. I'm a big fan of Tanzania. In fact, in the South Center, there's a big board which says Majonzi Tunayo Tanzania over a portrait of Julius Nyerere, which in Swahili means that Tanzania is in mourning. So he's really played, and this was after he passed away. So this was really, he's played a very, very big role in not just the creation of the South Center and in mobilizing the developing world, but also in the Pan-African movement, in the liberation struggles of many countries. I mean, in partnership with leaders like Kenneth Kaunda and so on, he's really played such a luminary role, and we've been honored to have him as the head of the South Center to conceive of the need to structurally bring about changes to the global economy, which includes the international tax system. So His Excellency is also a scholar of taxation, which amongst ambassadors, I can tell you is quite a valuable and unique feature to have. So he's also, I'm sure, looking forward to his more insightful and erudite comments on this conference. So without further ado, Excellency, I hand over the floor to you.
Thank you very much. All that what has been said about Tanzania and myself means huge pressure on me to say something. Although, to be honest, I don't think I'm a scholar of taxation. I'm a scholar of law, of course, tax being one of them. But whether or not I qualify to be a scholar of taxation, I'm not so sure. Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, Dr. Dereje Alemayehu. I don't know why I thought the person should be coming from Nigeria because of the surname, but then I was wrong. Excellencies and distinguished participants, indeed, I feel honored to deliver this inaugural address at this conference on South-South cooperation on tax matters. As I have only 1 month and a couple of days since my arrival in Geneva, this is also an opportunity to get to know new colleagues. I should also admit that as a Tanzanian, I feel that the center is somewhat special to me because of the work of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. By the way, Mwalimu is not a name. Mwalimu means a teacher, because Nyerere, before getting to politics, was a secondary school teacher. Of course, the former president of the United Republic of Tanzania was also the first chairman of the South-South Center. We all know that mobilization of domestic revenue in developing countries have been gaining increasing prominence in the policy debate, because several factors explain this, including the potential benefits of taxation for state building, independence from foreign aid, the fiscal aspects of trade liberalization, the financial and debt crises in the West, and the acute financial needs of developing countries, just to mention some. However, governments in developing countries face great challenges in mobilizing tax revenues, which result in a gap between what they could collect and what they actually collect. Among the obvious challenges faced by developing countries in matters related to taxation include, for example, tax avoidance by foreign investors, tax evasion by domestic actors, unfair tax competition systems, which incorporate harmful tax rules used by tax havens that enable tax avoidance and evasion, and international tax systems which place disproportionate restrictions on capital imposing countries' ability to tax foreign investors. But these challenges have existed long before the current global trends, whereby a couple of clicks on a computer or a smart device, funds could move across countries and continents and so are products and services in their physical or digital forms. While digital technology is there for all, theoretically though, I suppose, the reality is developing countries appear not to be equal beneficiaries of these model-born trends, and this is reflected in disproportionate small amount of their tax revenues from the lucrative international business in digital products and services. It should not, therefore, be a surprise that in local and international discussions on tax-related matters, the term tax justice is continuing to gain popularity. Generally, it could be argued that a just tax system should be designed to generate sufficient public revenue while ensuring that this revenue is fairly distributed and focused on rebalancing inequalities. However, if developing countries are to be successful in rebalancing inequalities through fair distribution of public revenue, it is important to address deficiencies which hinder more effective and just regime of international taxation. I believe this is the path that this conference seeks to direct us. It is a noble cause, as tax justice has become a growing strand of development debate and practice. South-South cooperation in international tax matters is a noble cause because for several years, there hasn't been a multilateral platform for international tax policy discussions. The OECD, and the UN Tax Committee are lacking an important multilateral component of inclusivity. Most developing countries have been participating in the global tax policy discussions, basically by responding to the invitations and agenda proposed by some multilateral institutions or countries, and thus their outcomes are more inclined to the needs of proponents. Moreover, both OECD and UN Tax Committee have not yet taken into account the contemporary tax framework, especially in incorporating rules or guidance related to digital economy taxation. Developing countries are facing the need for more revenues to deploy in 2030 development agenda related investments. The latest estimate by UNCTAD show the figures have almost doubled from USD or United States dollar 2.5 trillion per year to United States dollar 4 trillion needed to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030. In many occasions, developing countries have been called for to intensify domestic resource mobilization for sustainable development goals, and taxes remains one of the main sources of these finances, as recognized in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Products and services have a great potential to increase revenues in developing digital countries. However, as I have already mentioned, With the current international tax systems or rules, digital economy generates little revenue for developing countries. For example, as per the assessment carried out by the South Center from its 54 member states, the digital sector will generate only a maximum of United States dollars 5.5 billion using the proposed OECD solution against a maximum of United States dollars 11.4 billion using the United Nations solution stipulated under Article 12B of the United Nations Model of Tax Convention. In order to address the current challenges, developing countries led by the African Group at the UN in New York steered through a historic resolution in the United Nations General Assembly titled Promotion of Inclusive and Effective International Tax Cooperation at the United Nations, as adopted on the 30th December 2022. The group of 77 in China in New York strongly supported the initiative from the inception, negotiation, and adoption of the resolution. Subsequently, the African group in the UN at New York led an intergovernmental negotiation of a resolution calling for commencement of negotiation of a UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. The G77 in China also strongly supported throughout its negotiation, and last week, on 22nd November 2023, developing countries acted together, joined by other supporters, won by vote at the General Assembly, a truly historical event. The envisaged UN Tax Cooperation Framework Convention will not only replace tax rules, but rather complement and, where necessary, amend certain rules to become more inclusive and equitable, reflective of the broader interests of member states. As stated by the African Union after adoption of the resolution, for the first time in history, all developing countries will participate in agenda setting and the development of norms and international tax cooperation. This would create rules more beneficial for all countries, both developed and developing. The new framework should delve into exploring new avenues of tax cooperation for purposes of increasing financial resources for developing countries to be able to address inequalities, invest more in sectors like education, health, and agriculture, which are critical to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. As I conclude, I would like to underscore two things. First is the importance of this conference in developing a common understanding to developing countries on tax matters, especially on emerging new avenues such as digital products and services taxation, a critical area for countries to increase domestic resources mobilization for financing for development. Second, it's just a reminder for the ever-increasing importance of strengthening South-South cooperation. In the world where stronger economies are striving to stay united, we from developing countries must know that our survival is enshrined in our unity. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those erudite and illuminating remarks, which I'm sure have given all of us a lot to think about. And a lot of forceful support for the way forward. And as the chair of the G77 plus China, these comments and these remarks have been especially meaningful. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a group photo before we begin the conference. So I would request everyone to come here in front of the stage and the photographer to get ready. and we can take a photo with His Excellency and the other speakers while we're all here together. So please come in front of the stage. Yeah, we'll see if we can stay here. Enough space. Yeah, see. Yeah. No, now we go to session one. But now you do nothing. I but unfortunately, he was not in my seat. Yes, he's a good friend of mine actually. Dennis Kamis Wallim.
Ah, yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. We would like to introduce. I now request the speakers for the first panel to come to the stage, please, and bring their name cards with them. Yeah. Okay. So everyone, we are now going to, before we begin with the first panel, we are going to have a small round of introductions. Since we have designed this conference in such a way that there'll be a lot of interaction through breakout groups. So just to break the ice, and so everyone gets to know each other, we'll have a round of introductions. So starting from right to left and then continuing onwards, I would request everyone to take the mic and in a few seconds, just introduce yourself so everyone knows who you are. and also some sense of what your expectations on the conference would be. So starting from the right, from the first row, from Dr. Abiodun Adegboy, whom I know, but who's now going to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abiodun Adegboye. Firstly, I am here as a research consultant to the West African Tax Administration Forum. I support the scientific study being done by WATAF. And also I have a primary affiliation with the Obafemi Awolowo University. I'm an associate professor. My expectation, at the end of the day, I will expect go back to Nigeria to have, that we have a strong position. We'll be contributing from the scientific side to this discussion, that everybody will be convinced that the aim or the vision of the Global South can be realized regarding global tax agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lorenzo Uribe from Colombia, from the Colombian Ministry of Finance. Very happy to be here. I'm representing the PTLAC, the Platform for Taxation of Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe this is the first time we are participating in these kind of events, so we are very excited and we really look forward to strengthen the links between Latin America and the rest of the Global South, which I think was very much needed.
Hello, my name is Yabo Masha, and I am the director of the G24, the intergovernmental group of 24 countries. We're actually 29 members now. I'm very pleased to be part of this event as an organization that represents the interests of the Global South. We have actually had a very loud voice in the reform of international taxation. We do host a tax working group made up of members, representatives from members, Internal Revenue Service, and that has been a very strong resource for us in the work that we do in advocacy on tax issues. My expectations for this conference, I do hope to get a better feel of what our members want in the now that the resolution, the UN resolution is already on its way. So, and that will aid the work that we do, the advocacy that we do. And I hope that going forward, we will have, as the Global South, much better outcomes on international tax cooperation issues. Thank you.
Good morning, and my name is Patrick Nzana Olombo. I am acting head of economic policy and sustainable development at the African Union Commission. And it is truly a pleasure to be here to listen to the discussion and see the way forward in terms of what the Global South can do. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And I just want to say thanks to the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice for this invitation. It's my first time at the South Center. My name is Marlene Nemhard Parker. I am Deputy Commissioner General for Legal Support Service at Tax Administration Jamaica. I'm also co-chair of the BEPS Inclusive Framework. And I say that very quietly, and and a member of the UN Tax Committee. My expectations of the 2 days will that we will be able to have very stimulating discussions at what I see as a historic time in global tax landscape. And particularly as a developing country, I'm also here with my colleague from the Ministry of Finance, Ayon Cruikshank. And so for small developing countries, we are we are engaged in the process, but we are also concerned and about the changes that are taking place. And so we hope over the next 2 days, we'll be able to have constructive dialogue and stimulating discussions about the way forward for global tax.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Babatunde Oladapo. I'm the Executive Secretary of the West African Tax Administration. It is a forum of 15 tax administrations in West Africa. Yeah, I'm particularly delighted that we are getting the desired attention as tax administrators, because the conversation is all about our life and what we do as tax administration. And I want to say thank you for the support you have given us to get this far. And in terms of expectation, I'm looking forward to actually seeing us getting the required political will. That's a last mile effort to make sure that the recent gain we've recorded, we'll be able to put it into a tangible action plan that will help us to get our own fair share of tax revenue. So I'm delighted to be part of this conversation. I say thank you to the Global Alliance and the South Center for allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and colleagues. My name is Emmanuel Eze. I'm Senior Advisor, International Tax with African Tax Administration Forum. I'm looking forward to, in this program, having our members more enlightened on the policy options which they ought to take in the context of the ongoing discussion to have sustainable financing for sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kuldeep Sharma, Research Consultant Tax with the South Center. And as part of the host team, I welcome all dignitaries here. And I'm hoping to have a very fruitful and expert exchange of views in the next coming 2 days. As part of the overall objective of the conference, as the title suggests, solidarity amongst the developing countries is the key, and the passage of the UN resolution is a big milestone, and hopefully we will all work together in achieving our desired objective. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eliam Tweve, a minister plenipotential at the Permanent Mission of United Republic of Tanzania here in Geneva. This is a new file to me, and therefore my expectation from the conference is to get some insights and understanding on the international tax matters. This will help me engage better on tax issues, especially in UNCTAD, where I also participate as part of the G77 expert. Thank you.
Bonjour and good morning, everyone. My name is Dinesh Tapa. I'm based in France. I'm from Nepal, and I'm tax policy scholar. And looking forward to have an engaging conversation and learning opportunity here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prakash Podel. I am Chief Tax Officer in the last taxpayer office in Nepal. I have been serving the nation for last 21 years as a tax official. I'm expecting from this conference that we will conclude the proper way of taxing the non-resident companies in the growing digital business regime globally. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Ihwanuddin. I am representing Directorate General Tax of Indonesia. I am one of the members of the competent authority team of Indonesia in the context of international tax dispute prevention and resolution. And I am also Indonesia's delegate at the OECD, G20 OECD TFD project for Pillar 1. So I've seen Marlene in every meeting, also member of Indonesia in the FTM App Forum. In this introductory session, I will keep my introduction brief because I will also have a session as a panel later on. I just want to say thank you to the South Center and Global Alliance for Tax Justice for arranging this very interesting meeting. Thank you so much.
I am Farooq Tariq from Pakistan, but I represent here Asian People's Movement on Debt and Development, APMDD, which is an alliance of several Asian countries, civil society organization bringing together for climate justice, debt justice, tax justice, and building the movements around class issues and also. And from Pakistan, I am General Secretary of Pakistan Kisan Rabta Committee, a peasant-based organization in Pakistan bringing together 30 organizations which are fighting for land rights, food sovereignty, and we are also campaigning for tax justice in Pakistan. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Andrea Prieto. I work for the Colombian Tax Administration. I am based in Paris and I am responsible for following all the OECD tax matters. So I have been quite involved in the negotiations at the inclusive framework level. I'm also very passionate about taxes, so I'm very happy to be here. And I'm supposed to be there in Paris attending the OECD meetings, but we thought we couldn't miss this brilliant opportunity to sharing experience and spreading solidarity among us, especially after the adoption of the UN resolution. Thank you very much.
Good morning all. I'm Oni Oluwole Olushola, the Tax Controller, Non-Resident Persons Tax Office, Federal Inland Revenue, Nigeria. My expectation here, first, I'm happy to be here. And I want us to come out of this meeting stronger in unity with one voice. Another expectation is that I want to see and know more how to generate more revenue from our digital activities in Nigeria and how to make our SEP, significant economic presence, order better. And finally, to help other African countries with our experience in Nigeria. Thank you.
Good morning. Nixon Omondi from Kenya Revenue Authority. At Kenya Revenue Authority, I'm in charge of the taxation of the digital economy. I'm in the team that's responsible for collection of digital service tax and VAT on cross-border digital trade. I'm also involved in the implementation of the global minimum tax at KRA. I'm a member of the task force of the digital economy, Kenyan delegate. And I think this discussion, I don't think we can ever end it now. So I'm here to learn more on country practices. I know that India, Colombia, and Sri Lanka had reservations on the released Amount A, MLC. I think if they're here in person, I would like to get their view and how the discussions are progressing. Here we also, I think we'll also be sharing with Nigeria the significant economic presence, the nuances around it, and how we can make our taxation regimes much better, flexible, and responsive to change. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Evelyn Mwendo from the Tax Justice Network Africa. We're one of the members of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. I'm very excited to be here. My expectations is that this will increase solidarity, of course, and South-to-South cooperation, but I also really hope that it will also increase some solidarity among civil society organizations as well as tax administrations. And then I hope we can have another version of this to really discuss Pillar 2 as well. So looking forward to it.
A very good morning to everyone. His Excellency, speakers, panelists, and also colleagues. My name is Dr. Hazina Hussein. I am from Malaysia, representing the Indian Revenue Board of Malaysia. So my expectation from this event is to have a better comprehension on this very novel effort to address issue on digital economy. So we are looking forward to this event. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mona Barake. I'm Lebanese, but based in Paris. I'm representing today the EU Tax Observatory, which is a research center based at the Paris School of Economics.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Ahmedoun. I'm Moroccan, based in London. I'm a senior program officer with the Open Society Foundation's Fiscal Justice program, and I lead our work on taxation. So we're great admirers of the work of the South Center and GACHI and other organizations in the room here. I very much look forward to hearing the reflections of the member states on Amount A, on the OECD process, on the UN Tax Convention, and where they would like to see things head. So very excited to be here, and thanks again to the organizations to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ahmad Zafir bin Muhammad Lufi. I am from Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia. I'm here to learn about the overall outlook in terms of the Mount A from everyone here, and hoping to learn from everyone. Again, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Luis Moreno. I'm member of LatinDat and Fiscal Justice Network of Latin America and the Caribbean, member of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice. Thank you very much to South Center for this invitation to participate in this important event about the impacts of the digital economy. That is an important topic, a difficult topic to try to follow in all the senses. I think so more for the developing countries, and I hope to try to learn more and try to share about the experience in Latin America in our cases of that we as civil society organizations are working in the region. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here with you all. My name is Gabriel Casnazzi. I'm working in Public Service International, Global Trade Union Federation, and I'm responsible, among other things, to the tax area in Latin America. And here, I'm especially interested in listening for experts' perspective on the Pillar 1. And with this, we strategize next year actions as part of PSI and trade union movement in Latin America, and also have the opportunity to coordinate it with the trade union movement here in Europe. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay. My name is Chinwe Mwigwe. I'm from the Permanent Mission of Nigeria here in Geneva. I'm a minister counselor and I handle the economic cluster. That's why I'm here. My expectations from this is to learn more about this very general yet specific topic of Amount A and the whole gamut of international taxation matters and how it can work better for the global South. And of course, I'm covered by the many experts I see here from Nigeria. I'm happy to see my brothers and sisters. So I align with the expectations and I'm assured of a very fruitful and successful meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shari Vidut. I'm a policy analyst with the Ministry of Finance in the Seychelles. And I just want to first say that this is a great opportunity for us to enhance our knowledge on the digital economy, as well as its resulting two-pillar solution. And my expectation for this meeting is that we can actually better understand what other jurisdiction in the region is planning to do with respect to the MLC and also their views on its practical implementation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aon Cruikshank. I am the Senior International Trade Relations Director in Jamaica at the Ministry of Finance. I'm here at this conference, and the first thing that comes to mind is that it's an exciting time to be alive. International taxation, right, has become very important once more. And now is the time for us to voice our opinion. Now is the time for us to unite and to get tax policy right. And here I'm just calling for cooperation and for the experts in the room, right, to put your ideas together and let's see how best we can put together policies that will help the global economy to move forward. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Jamal Ibrahim, and I'm the Chief of Economic Governance and Public Finance at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa. I really look forward to this meeting because I've been to so many meetings, either with colleagues in Africa or on a north-south meetings. And I think over the last 10 years, I've only been to 2 meetings on the South-South Cooperation on International Taxation. One in 2014, and that was by Friedrich Ebert, and they brought together international, African and Latin American organizations and civil society from the 2 regions. And there was no follow-up to that one. So the second one, I think, it was by Global Alliance in Nairobi in around 2017. And also there was no follow-up to that. So I really hope that with the momentum now of the what happened last week, is that this would not be a one-off thing. This is my expectation. Thank you.
I'm Mohammad Ishfaq Ahmed. I'm from Pakistan, and I'm a member of the UN Tax Committee. Back home, I work for the tax administration.
Thank you, everyone. And now you all know each other. And I think we have the whole of the Global South represented, all regions, more or less. So really very happy. So with that, we are now going to segue into the first session. And I would like to call to the dais our chair, our honorary chair, Marlene Nembhat Parker. You can get your, please get your nameplates as well when you come. Can get your nameplate. Marlene Parker, my co-presenters, Emmanuel Easy from ATAF and Abiodun Adekboy from WATAF, Mona Barake from the EU Tax Observatory, Muhammad Ikhwanuddin from Indonesia, and Dr. Hazlina Hussain from Malaysia. Please come to the panel, please. And of course, Evelyn Moendo from Tax Justice Network Africa. Yeah, very good.
Okay, everyone. We're about to begin the first session. We had to do a little logistical changing around. This session should have really been shared by Mary Bain from ATAF. However, Mary is unable to be here, and so I have very big shoes to fill in terms of Mary's astuteness and her excellence, but I'm gonna try to do my best. I was supposed to be a panelist, and so I have been promoted. All right. So this morning's first discussion will surround pillar one, and in particular amount A. And you will notice that the title of this seminar is Don't Cede Your Taxing Rights by Signing a Blank Check. And so what we hope to have during this first session is some very broad discussions, but discussions that we hope will delve into the OECD solution, the two-pillar solution, particularly pillar one, which deals with the allocation of taxing rights by way of a multilateral convention and amount A in particular. The convention is a compromise proposal and is said to be almost completed. However, there are some lingering concerns. There have been concerns from day one from particularly developing countries about whether or not there will be any benefit, that notwithstanding the fact that it is an allocation of a new taxing right to market jurisdictions, whether or not countries would in fact see a benefit by way of revenue. The convention itself speaks about how the various countries and companies which will be in scope will carry out this allocation of taxing rights. Of course, the largest block of those countries is from the United States. And if you have been following the recent developments, you will know that the United States has now opened up the convention for public consultation. And there is a concern that the timeline resulting from that will be that the convention will be pushed back even further if it is to be signed at all. In that space also is, of course, the historic decision last week surrounding the resolution to go forward with the Intergovernmental Committee at the UN. And so that is the background against which we will be having our discussions today. So we will first start off with the launch of the report. Okay. Okay, so there will be preliminary findings, and that will that be a joint presentation by, okay. So there will be preliminary findings, and that will be a presentation that will be done by Abdul from the South Center, Tulani, Shongwe. I think Tulani may be joining us. Oh, Emmanuel will be here in respect for Tulani, and Abiodun Adegboye from WATAF. Okay, so that will be our first presentation on preliminary reports. That will be followed by tax revenue from Pillar 1 Amount A, country by country estimates, and that will be done by Mona Barake of the EU Tax Advisory. And Monarch is also at the table, and she'll be followed by an overview and implications for developing countries, which will be a panel discussion. And we will have in that discussion, and forgive me regarding the pronunciation of your names, but we will have in that discussion panelists Nudin, transfer pricing senior analyst from the Directorate General of Taxes, Indonesia. A representative will be joining us online from the Central Board of Direct Taxes. My name is also here as a panelist, and so therefore I will take the opportunity to share our own concerns from a developing countries standpoint in that panel discussion. That will be followed by the implementation and administrative feasibility of Amount A for developing countries, and that will be done by Dr. Haslina Hussein from the Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia. And finally, why the two-pillar solution won't work for Africa and the Global South. And that discussion will be done by Evelyn Mwendo from the Tax Justice Network Africa. Okay, so I now hand over to Abdul as well as Emmanuel and Abiandon for your presentation.
Thank you, Marlene. So we would sort of begin this session by bringing some numbers to the discussion. And this is a joint study by the African Tax Administration Forum, the West African Tax Administration Forum, and the South Center for our member states and the member states of the African Union. And the basic idea is to look at how much money will our countries get out of Amount A and how much will they get from digital service taxes. That's the crux of the study, and that's the data we're going to now show you. So this study was done by two scholars from NERA Economic Consulting. They got the data, Dr. Starkov and Jin. And these are the world's first country-level estimates for digital service taxes for all African Union countries, all ATAF countries, all WATAF countries, and all South Center countries. These are also the world's first country-level estimates for the revised version of the Amount A MLC. And I'm happy to share that the South Center, in partnership with the Coalition for Dialogue on Africa, had also come out with the world's first country-level estimates on Amount A in June 2022. So this data covers a total of 85 countries, which I've mentioned. Now, this data, apart from being preliminary, is also conservative because the revenues from Amount A, which we are going to show you, are most likely going to be much less. And this is because of certain modeling difficulties, in particular for this really technical thing called the marketing and distribution safe harbor and withholding taxes. And that is very, very difficult to do because that is data which only the companies have or which only certain tax administration may have. And Amount A is 800 pages long. The convention is 200 pages, but the commentary is another 600 pages, and it is highly, highly complex. And capturing all of those complexities into a model is really not very practical. So these are also conservative estimates, and they are certainly going to be much less for Amount A. So you can look at this as sort of like an upper limit as what Amount A is likely to give. In our study, the revenues from digital service taxes are also going to be more for sure, because we used a revenue threshold of 750 million euros to look at the companies in scope, because then you could have sort of a very, very large number of companies. So to keep the study manageable, we went with the revenue threshold of 750 million euros. But if you remove that, you are going to have more companies, more transactions in scope, more money. So Amount A is going to, in practice, will be less than what we are showing you, and digital service taxes will be more than what we are showing you. That's the basic takeaway from this study. In our presentation, we are broadly going to cover first, who will redistribute Amount A? Because Amount A is a reallocation of taxing rights, meaning one country says, I will not tax this, and I will let somebody else tax it. So it's a reallocation of taxing rights. So somebody has to give up the taxing rights. Somebody has to say, this will not go into my pocket. So which are those countries? because that is absolutely important. And similarly, which are the countries who will redistribute digital service taxes? Because again, somebody is going to have to pay the bill. So who are these countries? We are going to show you that. And we are going to show you country level revenue estimates for the Global South regions, which are covered between the combined membership of the South Center and the African Union and the African Tax Administration Forum and the West African Tax Administration Forum. So let's start with who will pay the bill. Which are the countries who are supposed to redistribute amount A? This is data for 2022. And we see the spotlight goes to the United States, which has 50 companies in scope out of 100 companies. So half of the companies who are going to pay amount A come from the US. Okay. So the lion's share is going to come from the US. The second data you need to pay attention to is this RRP. Now, RRP stands for reallocable residual profit. Basically, how much of the profit is going to be redistributed by these companies. Okay, so these 50 companies of the US will reallocate around $100 billion, billion euros. Okay, these 50 American companies are going to reallocate around 100 billion euros, which counts for 63% of the total. Okay, so this is the data. How many companies are in scope? What are their total sales in 2022? What is their profit before tax? What is the reallocable profit which they will give to the developing countries? What is their average profit margin? And what is this as a proportion of the total? Okay, but the key numbers you need to pay attention to are the number of companies in scope and the reallocable profit. Okay, so we see the key countries here are the US, China, number 2, including Taiwan, Germany, Denmark, France, Switzerland, UK, South Korea, Netherlands, Ireland, and so on. But just look at this proportion. Like this again is very important. The number of the total reallocable profit. 63% of the money is coming from one country, the US, and then the bulk of it is like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So these are not that significant really. But these are the significant numbers you need to pay attention to. So the main countries you need to look at who have to sign and ratify amount A are US, China, Germany, Denmark, France, Switzerland. These are the main countries that matter. If they don't ratify amount A, there is not much money that is going to come. And again, if China, Germany, Denmark, France, Switzerland, etc., if all of them ratify, but the US doesn't ratify, that means 63% of the money is not coming. Okay, so this is the first data point. Who is going to redistribute amount A? So this is our first recommendation to developing countries, that these are the countries that have to redistribute amount A. It can never go into force without the US, even if the rest of the world signs, because you have the so-called 30-60 rule, under which for amount A convention to go into effect, 30 countries accounting for 60% of the in-scope companies have to sign and ratify. Okay, that's called the 30-60 rule. And you see, mathematically, if you remove the US from the equation and you add all of this up, it doesn't add up to 60%. So, so amount A cannot go into force if the US doesn't sign and ratify. And as Marlene mentioned, the US, they indicated that they use the delaying tactic of the public consultation, and they'll keep delaying it as much as they can. So our first recommendation to all of our countries, all of our member states, is to wait, especially until all of these countries, especially the US, ratify before considering signing, if at all. This is our first recommendation. Now, we are going to go to digital service taxes. But first, what are digital services? We use this term a lot. So let's look at how automated digital services are defined according to the UN, according to Article 12B of the UN Model Tax Convention. So automated digital services are basically defined as services which require minimal human involvement and are delivered online. These are the two main factors: minimal human involvement and are delivered online. And these are some of the examples given in Article 12B, paragraph 6. Online advertising, By the way, online advertising is the main source of revenue for most of the tech giants, Google and Amazon and so on. Most of their money comes from online advertising. Supply of user data, search engines like Google, intermediation platform like Amazon, social media like Facebook, digital content, online gaming, and so on. So these are your main automated digital services according to Article 12B, paragraph 6. So that is what we have taken in this study. When we talk about digital services, this is what we mean. But we also have broadened the scope. So we also looked at a broader set of what we call hybrid automated digital services. So you have electronic shopping and mail order, software publishing, cable and other subscription programming, and so on. And these are taken from what we call the NACIS code. And all of these details are in the paper, which once it's finalized and launched, you can have a look. But we have given estimates both for a narrow set of services, which is just the services in Article 12B, just these few services, and a broad set of services, which includes hybrid services, because countries can then decide how they want to frame their digital service tax. In one of our tax treaty training programs, one of the trainers had a very good line: when in doubt, tax base is greater than tax rate. So it's important to have a broad base than to have a very narrow base and have a high rate on that. So tax base is more important than tax rate. Now, if we look at if we define digital services in this way, and we use two thresholds of 750 million euros and positive pre-tax income, then how many companies globally come in scope? With these two filters, we see that if we look at just ADS, the narrow set of companies in Article 12P, we see 81 come in scope totally, 69 public and 12 private. And if you look at a broad scope of automated digital services, we see 117 come into scope. So a maximum total is around 200 companies come into scope if we apply the 750 million euro threshold with positive pre-tax income. And again, these companies are in these sectors, which we have already told you about, but here is some data on their sales, just to give you a sense of how much money we're talking about. So we see that in online intermediation platforms, 18 companies in total, hybrid and pure ADS, had total sales of $688 billion. So that is what this data is about. In software, we saw 42 companies in scope, and they had around $500 billion, 428 billion in total sales, and so on. So these are the numbers which we're talking about with these companies. So our second recommendation to developing countries is that digital service taxes are better with a broad scope, including hybrid ADS, increases the number of companies covered and leads to a better revenue yield. And we'll see that now in the numbers. And building up the suspense, let's begin with Asia. So we'll start with countries from Southeast Asia. So this is data for our member states. So it's not all countries, it's South Center member states. So for Southeast Asia and South Center member states, we have data here. So here you see data for amount A, digital service taxes with a narrow scope of only ADS, digital service taxes with a broad scope and with a 3% rate. And then again, a narrow scope, if we say ADS only, it's a narrow scope. So a narrow scope, a broad scope, and a 5% rate. Now let's look at the numbers. We can see that amount A for Vietnam is sort of 193 million euros, which is more than a DST with a narrow scope and a 3% rate. But if we look at a broader scope, it's still amount A is better. But we see that only if it's a 5% rate and a broad scope, then we see amount A is higher. But then if we start looking at other countries, the picture begins to change. We look at Philippines. We look at Indonesia. We look at Malaysia. We look at Cambodia. For Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia, all of them seem to do much better with the DST, even if it's a narrow scope and a low rate. For Cambodia, of course, the picture is a bit different, but we'll see that for the majority of countries under the study, there are very few cases where amount A provides a better revenue yield than a DST than a DST. In most cases, a DST does provide a much better yield, and we have seen no cases where a DST provides a higher yield, where amount A trumps a DST even with a 5% rate. So this is data for Southeast Asia. This is data for our East Asian member states, which are China and North Korea. And for China, again, we see that amount is basically 3 billion euros, more or less. And DST just begins to exponentially increase. I mean, with a narrow scope, it's 4 billion. With a broad scope, it's 6 billion with a 3% rate. And then if we go with a 5% rate, the collection more than doubles. I mean, for China with a 5% rate, it can, and a broad scope, it can get basically 10 billion versus 3 billion from amount A. So we can see really a very big range. Then we go to our West Asian member states, which are Iran, Iraq, Jordan, and Palestine. And again, we begin to see the same pattern emerging, which is that once we start contrasting it with the DST, even with a very narrow scope and a low rate, usually it's much higher. And if we compare the extremes, it's more than double. It's more than double at minimum. I mean, for Iran, it's 254 from amount A versus 672 at a maximum from a 5% DST. For Iraq, it's orders of magnitude 36 million versus 238 million, and so on. Our South Asian member states are India, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. And again, we see we see a similar story, but not that clear. We see, so India clearly benefits from a DST no matter what. Pakistan benefits from amount A only if it's a 3% rate and a narrow scope, but in every other modeling, it benefits much more from a DST. And by the way, Pakistan had the world's highest rate of a DST at 10%. So they really used their policy space as much as they could, which is something all developing countries should be thinking about. Sri Lanka, again, like Pakistan, benefit from amount A, but only under one modeling of DST. From every other modeling, it tends to gain much more. So we would now go to our next recommendation for developing countries, which is that if Canada, which is a US ally, a G7 country, and a founding member of the OECD and the G20 is going ahead with their plan, then all of our countries should be thinking about introducing a digital service tax as soon as possible while this negotiation goes on. Then we'll go to our member states from Latin America and the Caribbean, starting with our Caribbean members. I'll start with Jamaica because Marlene is here. So Jamaica seems to benefit from amount A under every scenario except the maximum, which is 5% with the broad scope. In every other model, they benefit from amount A. And we see sort of like a similar story for the other Caribbean countries as well. Cuba, again, seems to benefit from amount A, except with the highest range of a DST. And the same is true for the Dominican Republic. So it seems the Caribbean as a region might actually benefit from amount A more than a DST. But that also seems to hold true to our Central American member states, which are Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama, where by and large, they seem to benefit from amount A. Like Nicaragua, for example, benefits from amount A no matter what. But Honduras and Panama benefit from a DST only if it's 5% with a broad scope. Now coming to our South American member states, which you can see their names on the screen, we again see that here a DST seems to be better by and large. So we see that for most countries, amount A and a DST are sort of comparable if we contrast them with a narrow scope of a DST. But the moment we start broadening the scope and increasing the rate, a DST seems to hold much more benefits for these countries. In some cases, being almost triple, like Brazil can get, which is going to be the next G20 presidency, can get 632 from amount A. But if we go with a 3% DST on a broad scope, it doubles almost to 1 billion euros. And if we increase the rate to 5%, it again increases almost 3 times to 1.8 billion euros. So we can see like a lot of variation here, but the broad pattern for South America seems to be that way. Now, if I just conclude with, South Center also has 25 African countries, but those will be presented by my colleagues. But just to give you the overall pictures, the 55 member states of the South Center as a whole, from amount A, they would get 6.9 billion euros in 2022. And these are the numbers they can get from a DST with a 3% rate. So, so this 7.7 billion is basically your 3% and a narrow scope, and this is with a broad scope. And this is 5% with a narrow scope and 5% with a broad scope. So we can see that they can stand to benefit more than 3 times from a DST with a 5% rate and a broad scope overall. Now with that, I'll hand it over to my colleagues, Abiodun and Emmanuel. Abiodun, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Abdul has actually spoken about the broad findings of this paper. But we'd like to look at the cases of the countries in West Africa. WATAF has 15 member countries, and these countries are also members of ECOWAS. And you can look at them, the ones in blue, these are small economies, relatively speaking. And it's important for us to know how taxes are performed and the operations. How do we mobilize revenue from the digital taxes? It's important because the economies are there. It has a good population. Now, regarding the population, about 40% of the population of the African continent actually fall within the West Africa. And that's a big market for any digital services or any form of digital activity that at present is taking place. But unfortunately, it's just one among these 15 countries that has one company headquartered in West Africa, and that's Senegal. We understand within the ECOWAS sub-region, if one country is doing well, say Nigeria, because of the regional integration that exists there, there is a tendency that economies can move. The prosperity of Nigeria can actually filter into the rest of the sub-region. That's the situation. But we see regarding digital tax services, it's really, the current estimate, it's not really something we can actually celebrate. So Senegal is the only country that has one ADS, and the loose definition of digital service is also critical. We can only stay with the hybrid ADS. That's why we can have a company headquartered that we can actually guess that some revenue can be mobilized. And from the study, a total of 2 billion euros possibly can be estimated, can be realized if properly managed. And I want to also mention one or two things. Ability to track the activities will be key because it's a loose definition, it's a broad definition, as earlier presented. All activities that are associated with digital services are included in the ADS. So if it's not properly tracked and documented, we may not really get this from this actual amount of estimates reported. Now, this is a broad picture from the West Africa as a sub-region. If you go by amount A, and I also want to mention the estimates being presented are subject to a number of assumptions and limitations. Amount A will give 232 euros. But if you look at the DST, the narrow definition, the 3% will have broadly for the entire sub-region 183 versus 558 euros in millions. And that also goes for the 5%, the broad definition. But we will be particular about each of the countries. How did they actually perform? So please, I want us to pay keen attention to the colors at the background. If you look at the amount A, say that's the baseline for the purpose of this presentation, and that's what we have been presented to the whole world. If you place that beside the DST, and I want to mention, from the results we have seen, West Africa will not be interested in the narrow definition. It doesn't work at all as found in the estimates. But for the purpose of, since we have the results, you can just follow it. But look at the hybrid definition, the 3%. For Benin, that's the Benin Republic, we have 8 euros in millions versus 18.6. That's a possibility. And that follows consistently if you go by the hybrid definition of the digital service. That also goes for some of the countries like Burkina Faso. You see an improvement between the two, that the hybrid 12.4 euro in millions is also a gain for them, and for the hybrid definition, 20.7. However, Cabo Verde, by economic size, that's the smallest country within the sub-region. Amount A presents a kind of outlook that looks interesting for them. And that actually raises a concern. Is it because the Cabo Verde is a small island? Is it because of the economic activities that are actually going on there? And these are some of the questions that we still try to probe further. But we can see a picture here. Amount A seems the best option. At best, the 5% hybrid ADS matches the amount of amount A. It's not bigger, they are just running about 0.2 euro in millions for that economy, for the two measures, whether amount A versus the DST. But I've mentioned, is it because of the nature of the economy? It's a small island in West Africa sub-region. And the Gambia also, if you look at it, seems the ADS, narrow definition, 3% is not bringing anything to the table from these estimates. 0 millions in Europe, million. And that also goes 45%, except the hybrid definition at 5%. That's why the Gambia can actually be expecting. They can only expect, it's an estimate, 0.2. And it's also a small country, and we understand the Gambia is a country that is also covered by Senegal. We don't know, is it because of the nature of the economy there that is affecting this picture we are seeing? So what are we also interested in seeing what's happening in these countries, and that will actually help them to understand. So it will help what is actually given to them in terms of technical services and capacity building for members of these countries. But every other country, as shown in this slide, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, who advise that they go by the DST, either by the narrow definition or by the broad definition. This goes for Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, even Niger and Nigeria. By all standards, given all the assumptions and the limitations that have been taken care of in the study, DSTs either measures as 3% or 5%, and I've mentioned broadly for the sub-region is the hybrid definition that actually works for the sub-region. Well, that's when we can have Senegal as a country included or having one of the countries. So Nigeria will gain so much going by this estimate, can have almost more than 250% from amount A will be gained. That's 493 versus 129 if you go by the hybrid ADS. And this looks good for the country. And I've mentioned these countries are highly integrated. Whatever goes on in Nigeria actually rubs on other countries within the sub-region. Senegal, I earlier showed that Senegal will have one country if we use the hybrid definition. But if we look at this definition, there are questions that are also begging for answers. 12.2 may be realized from amount A, but for the narrow definition, if you check the previous slides, I've shown the third one, we mentioned there is no country that will be found in any of the countries in the sub-region except in Senegal. So ADS narrow definition doesn't work for this country. So if you go by the broad definition, 13.9 million euros may actually be mobilized in Senegal, and that actually places amount A far below it. And that's seems the way to go for the country. Sierra Leone looks fine, and Togo will have like 8 million euro if everything that is expected to be done is actually put in place. That's the outlook for the West Africa. So we'd like to ask that we also see the estimate for the rest of Africa from Emmanuel. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. The good thing about talking last is that the foundation have been laid for you. Thank you for your presentations. Well, I'm to talk of the rest of Africa, and I will start with very key preliminary statement. One, the research output which you're seeing is preliminary findings. And like my colleagues pointed out, there are some critical assumptions which, if otherwise, could impact the outcome. One of it is the scoping of the companies in scope of the research at 750 million euro sales. I know for sure that most countries that have implemented DSTs, they do not have such threshold. The threshold is quite broader, much more less than the 750 million. So that's a significant. Then secondly, Africa is a continent of 1.4 billion people by recent estimates. That population is expected to grow to closer to 2 billion by the year 2030. Africa, if you look at the companies in scope of Amount A, has no representation. And what is the crux of the matter? The crux of the matter is that our world is digitizing. 10 years ago, maybe the top 10 companies in the world are brick and mortar enterprises, companies that if they're in your countries, you can see the activities, you can tax them. But right now, 7 out of the top 10 global entities are digital enterprises. The rules to tax them remained the old rules that said, tax them when you see them. It is Article 5 of your different treaties, permanent establishment. And we are saying, we are not represented by that rule. That rule does not represent our interests as a continent because we can't see them, we can't tax them. So both Amount A and DSTs, they aim to cure that mischief. That is to say, how do we tax them even when they are not present physically? Because we can see them making money from our economies. And that's the whole essence of this report. Someone has mentioned about SCP. SCP is not in scope of this current report, but I think it will be interesting for South Center and partners to also look at possible impact of SCP. Now, it is important to point out that SCP is slightly different from DST to the extent that SCP forms part and parcel of your corporate income, domestic corporate income tax. And by that, it comes under the treaty. Coming under the treaty means if you are a developing country and you have a broad network of tax treaties, you will not make money from SCP. Because Article 5, which is again permanent establishment, will always prevail over whatever rules you are putting that enables you to tax in a scope outside that Article 5. So that's important to note. Nigeria is implementing SCP. We have a very narrow network of tax treaties. My colleague here will talk about how much we are making from it maybe by tomorrow, but it will be important for you to pay attention to that. Now, going back to the result, you would have had a myth that says, as a percentage of amount derivable, as a percentage of your corporate income taxes, if you rate Amount A from developing countries, it is bigger than that of developed countries. I have seen research from OECD saying that. That's another myth which this report will also put to rest, because if you do it as a percentage of corporate income tax, we in Africa will be screaming that our corporate income tax is depleted by BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting. So naturally, we have small corporate income tax, and you are doing it as it's naturally exaggerate the figure than you would do if you put actual numbers to it. So this research puts actual numbers to what we could get estimatedly as compared to putting it as a percentage of our corporate income taxes. Now, for the rest of Africa, excluding West Africa, the trend is the same, much more like what my colleagues have presented. If you look at the slide, the orange represents what you could derive from amount A. The light blue and the deep blue represent what you could get from DST, narrowly scoped and broadly scoped. If you go to the light green and deep green, it talks to what you could get from DST, broadly scoped under a rate of 5%. The previous one is under a rate of 3%. Now, we start from Algeria. If you look at the preliminary findings for Algeria, then we get about 54.9 million. And to put the context, this is if they have applied either of these rules as of 2020, because the data that was used for the study is 2022 data. So if Algeria has implemented amount A as currently designed, the research estimates that they would have got 54.9 million euros in 2022. If they went for DST, the natural DST, the narrow DST, they would have got 55.8 million. So for Algeria, irrespective of whether it is broadly scoped or narrowly scoped, they would have made much more under a DST than amount A. And if you go down for broadly scoped DSTs, you have about 169.6, that's million euros, which is more than double what they would have got under amount A. And the story goes down all the way to Equatorial Guinea. In summary, for all countries in this slide, if they implemented a broad scoped amount A and put a rate of 5%, which is actually possible, they would gain much more than they would get under amount A. If they implemented a broad scope DST at 5%, they will gain much more, sometimes as much as 200 to 300% than what they would get under amount A. Now, the story continues and is practically the same for Eritrea, Switzerland, Ethiopia, Gabon, Kenya, Lesotho, Libya, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Morocco, and Mozambique. The same for countries in this slide as well. But it's important to note that in the rest of Africa, you have the highest taker going to South Africa, while the lowest goes to Sao Tome and Principe, who got zero almost throughout. But you also had Eritrea, you had Djibouti, you had Somalia, all getting very, very small amount from the process if they go for amount A, and then amount B. Now, giving a regional scope to the study, for Northern Africa, if they implemented either of these rules in 2022, they would have altogether got 235 million from amount A. If they went for narrow scope DST, they would have got 132 million euros, slightly less than what they would have got under amount A, but comparable anyway. If they went for the broad scope at 3%, they would have got 255 million. If they went for broad scoped DST, they would have got 220 million euros and 225 million euros respectively. Now, the same trend also carried out in the other region. For East Africa, I think East Africa has about 5, for Central, is it East? No, for Central Africa, amount A, they would have got 35 million. For narrow scoped DST, they would have, at 3%, they would have got about 21 million. If it's broad scoped, they would have got 54 million. If they have gone for broad scope at 5%, they would have got 89 million. Narrow scope, they would have got 35 million. And the same also goes for West Africa, which my colleague have taken. Now, for the whole countries within the scope of African Union, if they have implemented Amount A in 2022, what they would have got is 771 million euros. If they have gone for narrow scope at 3%, they would have got 638 million. If they have gone for broad scope at 3%, they would have got 1.4 billion euros. If they have gone for broad narrow scope at 5%, they would have got 1.06 billion euros. If they have gone for broad scope at 5%, they would have got 2.4 billion euros. Now, what's our recommendation from this research? Our recommendation is that despite scoping the study with 750 million euros, DSTs on MNEs with sales less than 750 million is recommended. So we recommend that if you choose to go for DSTs, do not say because our study started with entities that have sales of 750 million euros and start from there. That's not recommended. You could broadly scope your rules to include MNEs that have sales less than 750 million. And that's not just because it will yield higher revenue for you. It's also for other considerations like economic distortions. If you go from 750 millions, what happens? And you let those foreign entities that are less than 750 million not tax your jurisdiction. Remember, domestically, you have entities that are upcoming that will operate in the same market with those entities. They will be taxed. So invariably, you are putting your own domestic enterprises at a disadvantage from the get-go. So to avoid that, you have to broadly scope your rules. Then the second recommendation, the B part of the recommendation is that don't pick the amount that's being thrown as derivable under Amount A and run with it. It's not as easy as that. There are other associated costs. The cost of implementing Amount A is significantly higher than the cost of implementing DST. Like my colleague Abdul pointed out, Amount A, both the MLC, the Multilateral Convention, and the commentaries, they run into 800 pages. As part of your cost of implementation, you have to get your policy expert to understand that document, have to get your legislators to understand it in order for them to take legislative action on it. You have to train your tax officers to have a bite of it so they'll be able to administer it. If dispute results, you have to mobilize your officers, possibly to go to Paris to resolve those disputes. And that's where we put things in context. We go back to my slide, look at Eritrea. For Amount A, Eritrea will only be getting about 400,000 euros if they have implemented in 2022. Now, with 400,000 euros, you are now meant to send maybe a team of 3 experts from Eritrea to Paris, maybe several times over to go and resolve a dispute related to Amount A. By the time you finish that journey, you will be in negative. You will have nothing to go on with. So another point to be mentioned is also that DST is a rule you can wake up in the morning and implement. Call your legislators, call your policymakers, sit down, you set your time and implement it. You don't need to go talk to America or talk to anybody. It's something within your control. For Amount A, MLC, you've already had my friend Abdul point out that it's not something you can do on your own. Today, even if the rest of the world decide to sign the convention and ratify it, without United States, it can never go into force. Article 48 of the MLC is very clear on how it could go into force, and it's built around United States. Even if it goes into force, 63% of reallocable residual profits will not come. So where will you get the money? So, but DST is within your control, something you can do. Sometimes enforcement could be a problem. If enforcement is a problem to you, sign a multilateral convention on mutual administrative assistance, which will help you talk to other allied members, possibly from Global South, to help you resolve some issues. So what are our takeaways? Our takeaways we have repeated it several times over. We recommend if you are doing DSTs, you do it, you broad scope it, and then tax at least at the rate of 5%. Don't allow anyone to tell you otherwise, because this is within your right as a sovereign to set those rules.
Just add one point there. The Commissioner Generals of East Africa passed a resolution to introduce GSTs at 5% rate, which is one of the reasons why we chose the 5% for this study.
All right, thank you for that. So some regions are already taking action. Nothing stops you from doing that, just like Canada is doing anyway. Even with the lower rate of 3%, results are the same for most developing countries. Even if you can't do 5% and you do 3%, it's still moving forward. You can iterate and better the rules as you go. Countries are advised to consider initiating DST immediately and decide on amount A later. This is very important. You don't have to wait forever. I will tell you for free that the greatest beneficiaries of amount A will be United States. The rules are there. I'm not making it up. So if the person who will gain more revenue, so to say, in terms of incoming and other rules, even for pillar 2 rules, if you put the two together, the greatest beneficiary will be United States. So if this country that have all this in view could be dragging their feet to sign, there's no reason why you will rush to sign. You can't be the first to sign, and you cannot be asked to wait until this comes into play, because the truth is you don't know when it will come into play. That's another thing. Then DST must be kept outside of scope of tax treaties. This is what I mentioned when I was trying to contrast it with significant economic presence rules. So DSTs, if it operates outside the tax treaties, that's what you want. Because if it operates as part of your corporate income tax framework, and it is thereby subject to tax treaties, if you have network of tax treaties, you won't get anything. Even if you don't have network of tax treaties, but your tax treaties are cake, they allow for treaty shopping. The in-scope entities will shop their way into the partners and come to do business in your country through the countries with whom you have tax treaties with, and you will still not get anything. So we observe that to be key for countries like US, Germany, Denmark, France, Switzerland, and our dear brother China, yes, to ratify this MLC before some of us who are the receiving end of this process we think of signing. So in summary, this is the highlight. This is the highlight of our presentation. Some may ask you, how do you deal with double taxation relief if you decide to go for GST, broad or narrowly scoped? There are some things you could learn from the new UN Article 12B on gross method of treaty-based relief to double taxation. So, and that can be incorporated in bilateral tax treaties via negotiation. On that point, I bring our presentation today. Thank you very much for listening to us. We hope to get your input and refinements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdul, Abiandon, and Emmanuel, in giving us the perspectives of the South Center, WATAF, ATAF. And while we're still continuing on this discussion on the revenue impact, I will just turn now to Mona, as the EU tax observatory they too have their own perspective on revenue impact. So I'll turn to you.
Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. Very happy to be here today. So I'm Mona Barake, a postdoctoral researcher at the EU Tax Observatory, which is based at the Pratt School of Economics. So with my co-author, Elvin, we wanted to have an idea of this Pillar 1 rules that have been set by the OECD. We were interested in knowing how much each country in the world would get as a revenue. So I'm going to focus mainly in my presentation on how much each country would get from Pillar 1. As Abdul already said in his presentation, so Pillar 1 is doesn't only create revenue allocation, but also there's a part of it which is elimination. So at the end of the day, some countries might end up with positive reallocation profits, and some others might end up with negative revenues. So they will have to pay back part of the taxes that they already collected. And also another, before we start with, showing you the revenues and the results, another important an interesting thing about the formula that the OECD provided for the Pillar 1. And it's the cause, and it's the reason why there's not a lot of revenues that comes from Pillar 1, is that the reallocated profits are based on a formula that reallocates a percentage of a percentage. So it's you are basically reallocating the excess profits of multinationals, not their profits. So in DSTs, in the digital taxes, you reallocate the percentage of this DST is directly on the revenues of the multinational. But in Pillar 1, what you are taxing is just the excess profits of the multinational, which is like a tiny bit of their profits. And not only this, it's 25% of this excess profits. So that's why I said it's a percentage of a percentage. And then not only this, but some countries will have to eliminate as well based on where the multinationals have profitability. So the higher the profitability of a multinational in a country is, this country will be the one that will eliminate the revenues. So what we're gonna do, what we did in the study is first identify who are the multinationals that are gonna be in scope of Pillar 1. And what we did here, it's a bit different from the study in the South Center, because if I'm not mistaken, the threshold that you have taken is 750 million for the multinationals. And so it's a much bigger scope. And what we did in our study is that we focused on the threshold by the OECD, which is much higher. It's we only include the very, very large multinationals which have revenues above 20 billion euros.
We took the same threshold. 750 million was just for DSTs. Yes, for DSTs.
Okay. Okay, good. I thought you enlarged the other one as well. Okay. Yes, so we have the same identification. Yes, so we have this threshold of the largest and most profitable multinationals. Then after we identify them, we can reallocate these profits based on where the final user and consumer is. And we also quantify this elimination of double taxation to see how the net profits are gonna be at the end of the day. So first, who are the multinationals that are gonna be in scope? As also Abdul in his presentation showed, it's mainly multinationals that are American. So we find that there's 31 multinationals who are American as a total of 69. So in our study, there's only 69 multinationals that are under Pillar 1 that have revenues above 20 billion euros, and a profitability higher than 10%. So a big part is American. So of course, even if the US signs Pillar 1 but ends up not ratifying, it means that, there's a huge part of the revenues are not going to be able to be reallocated. Then we also find that China has a substantial number of covered groups. Some of these Chinese multinationals are governmentally owned, so we are not 100% sure if the total of the 13 multinationals are going to be in scope. It depends on also if the pure governmental multinationals are going to be in scope in Pillar 1 or no. But at least we can also see that China has a large share of multinationals. So both the US and China, if they don't sign, it's like Pillar 1 has very, very few revenues to reallocate. Then after the US and China, we can see that there's France with 5 multinationals, Switzerland was also 4, Japan, UK, Germany, South Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Ireland, Spain, and Canada. So only these countries so far with covered groups. And the total of profits that could be reallocated is around 100 billion, which is in line of what the OECD also finds. So this is the total of the profits that could be reallocated, not that are going to be collected at the end, but just this is the maximum floor, 100 billion for the whole world. What I'm going to show you here in this table are the revenues for the countries. So the top revenues for countries. So who are the countries that are going to benefit the most from Pillar 1? And naturally, we're going to find the US and China. Why? Because these countries have the largest multinationals, so a very big part of their allocation is going to go back to their home countries because they have large consumer base. They are also in the United States. They have a high GDP per capita, so the consumers are able to buy a lot. So this also increases the the scope of how much could be reallocated to where the consumers are. Then we have Germany, Japan, Korea. So most of the countries we can see they are high income countries, because usually the more you have consumers that are able to pay, and the more the country also is big and you have a big population, the more Pillar 1 will be functioning for you. Also, an interesting thing to see in this table is that if you look at the bottom, so you can see where it's written EU, OECD, tax havens, you can see that in the different columns, so the first column is reallocated profits, how much is going to be reallocated with the formula that the OECD provides. The second column is gross gains, so how much effectively the country is gonna have after it taxes this reallocated profits. Because remember, like after the profits are reallocated, the country needs to tax it and then collect it. So it's not the reallocated profits, it's not the total amount that's gonna arrive to the country. Then there's the elimination part, which is also going to be eliminated with respect to how much the level of taxation in the country is. And then we move we're up to the column loss. And at the end, net gain is going to be the difference between the gross gains and the loss for each country. So for the EU, for example, or if we take the OECD countries, we can see that in this column of gross gains, they're going to receive around 16 billion euros, but they're going to eliminate, so their loss is only 2.9 billion. But if we check tax havens, we can see that their gross gains are only 1 billion and their loss is 2 billion. And even if we look at the elimination before the loss, the elimination for tax havens is 61.9 billion, which is huge. So the loss would have been even much more bigger if the tax rates in tax havens were high. But since the tax rates are low, we have a small loss. But losses could have been much bigger if the tax rates are higher. And this is because of the design of Pillar 1, which, as I said, the more a country is profitable, the more actually a multinational is profitable in a country, the more this country will need to eliminate. Then this is a table for revenues for selected countries in Africa and Asia. So I'm going to show you later on a comparison of all African countries and Asian countries. But this is just it aligns a bit with the study from the South Center. So for example, we find that for Malaysia, the net gains are around 150, for Colombia 49, everything is in millions of euros. For Nigeria 48. If we go back to the highest revenues from countries, the US, for example, has 7 billion. China 3 billion, Germany almost 1 billion. So of course the revenues for Malaysia, Colombia, etc. are much smaller if we compare. Then if we want to look at all countries in Africa, except South Africa that I removed, because South Africa, we find that there's huge losses because they have to eliminate a lot. But for all the other countries, we could see that it's going to be a maximum of 40 million euros and a minimum of around minus 40 million. The top countries that are going to benefit are Nigeria, Egypt, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. So these are large economies. And then you have the countries which have losses, which have to eliminate. You have Guinea-Bissau, Central African Republic, Togo, Seychelles, Mauritius as well. But how do these revenues compare that for Africa? If we add, so this is the same graph, but before it was without the US and the European Union. So you could see how much these revenues are. They are very limited. It's true that, okay, some countries in Africa will get 40 million euros, but still it's very limited to how much, let's say, the US is gonna gain from Pillar 1 or the EU. And the only thing that is showing in Africa here is South Africa with huge losses at the very bottom. Then if we move to Asian countries, I removed here China because China has a lot of reallocated profits with around 3 billion euros of profits, of reallocated profits. So we end up with Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Malaysia, Turkey, and the Philippines and Indonesia as the countries that would benefit with around, let's say, 500 million of reallocated profits. But of course, there's also some countries in Asia that will have to eliminate and will end up with the negative amount of revenues, like Thailand, Singapore, North Korea, Qatar, and Tajikistan. Of course, here in this scenario, what I'm showing you is revenues if all countries in the world implement Pillar 1. In reality, with respect to the OECD rules, not all countries will implement Pillar 1. For example, North Korea and some other countries, you will not find them because the Pillar 1 is only for the IF member states that will have to implement it. But in our study, we were interested in several scenarios. And one of the scenarios is, what if all countries in the world implement Pillar 1, how the revenues would look like? So this is what I'm showing you. And then if you want to put these revenues again in terms of how much China and the EU and the US would gain, you can see that, of course, many countries in the middle will almost like their revenues would disappear. And you will end up only with having, okay, China, Korea, and Taiwan with Malaysia with some revenues. And then the others, it's very limited. So again, this is just like a recap table to show you how much developed, like how much revenues you would get with respect to the different country classifications, developed, developing countries, least developed. And in each category, you would have the tax havens as well in each category of developed, developing countries. And why I'm mentioning tax havens, because usually in this OECD Pillar 1 design, it is made in a way where tax havens and investment hubs would eliminate the most. So that's why they will end up in most of the cases with negative reallocated profits. But the interesting thing is that the G7 countries, which are only 7 countries in the world, they would end up with 11 billion euros of net gains. And you have developing countries, which are around 94 here in this table. They will end up with only 3.5 billion euros. So of course, a huge difference. And the least developed countries are gonna get almost nothing. So it's 31.5 in the column of net gains, which is almost a zero. This is just a representation of for the different scenarios that we have in our study. So as I mentioned before, the developed countries are going to benefit much more than the developing, and the least developed, it's very, very limited revenues. Now, how does this compare to the digital taxes that were mentioned in the study before by the South Center? We don't in the study do an estimation of a digital tax, but we just take, for example, France, their Ministry of Finance published some numbers on how much they gained from their digital tax. So all the numbers here are either revenues from DSTs that were collected or are expected to be collected, but they are not estimated by us. We are just comparing them with our Amount A estimates, and we can see that for most of the countries, the DST either provides something that is similar or a bit more. In some cases, a bit less. But remember here, the digital tax is not doesn't include the definition that is broad that the team before me was mentioning. So of course, if you broaden the digital tax, the DST, there are revenues that are expected that are much higher than these. And that shows us that revenues from DSTs could bring much more than Pillar 1. This is just like a graphical representation of the revenues if the OECD rules are applied as they are. So even we remove here, the deal is not passed to all countries in the world, only to the IF members. So countries that are in gray, so for example, in Africa and in Asia, are the countries that are not members of the IF group, so they get nothing. You have the dark blue are the countries that are going to benefit the most, and you can see it's the US and China. Then you have another shade of blue that is a bit lighter, and you could see that it's still countries in Europe. Okay, there's Brazil and Canada and Australia that are going to benefit. Then you move to the orange, which is, so yellow and orange are less revenues that are even less. And you can see that this is in the south part of the world. And then in red, the countries that would lose. Now, if you move to the implementation of the whole world, so even if all countries are included, you can see more orange because countries that are in the south and are developing countries are not going to gain much. And this was our study, so I'm gonna wrap up our main findings. So we find that about 64% of the covered MNEs, so the multinationals that are in scope, are headquartered either in the US or in China, and 14% only in the EU. The total gross gains from Pillar 1 are estimated to be 24 billion. So this is for the whole world. But after the elimination of double taxation, we will end up with only 15 billion for the whole world. And as we saw, they are mostly channeled to countries like the US, China, and the high income countries. The obligation to eliminate double taxation are primarily allocated to countries where cover groups have a high return on substance, so high profitability. And more than 60% of the total obligation to eliminate double taxation are allocated to tax haven countries. So these are the countries with very high profitability. And in absolute terms, the developed countries would gain around 77% of the net gains from Pillar 1, and developing countries only 22%, and least developed countries only 0.2%. In relative terms, of course, and this is what the OECD likes to say, that in percentage terms, the different countries have similar revenue gains because, in most developing countries, the governments are not able to raise a lot of tax revenues. So of course, even when you put a small revenue from Pillar 1 and you compare it with a small tax revenues that are collected by the government, the number is gonna be, as a percentage, a bit meaningful, but it doesn't mean that it is high revenues. And then, of course, the last point is that Pillar 1, countries that will sign Pillar 1 needs to suppress their digital taxes and cannot introduce them. But we should keep in mind that Pillar 1 doesn't necessarily bring more revenues than GSTs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mona. We are running a little behind time, but I think it's we'll all agree that it is critical as countries weigh this very complex issue of to sign or not to sign, whether it's going to be an MLC, a DST, is it 12B, that is the silver bullet, that the revenue impact analysis is critical to that decision making. And so as we, you the audience, put your questions together, we're going to move on to look at just what are the implications for developing countries. And our next, and so our panelist will be Ikhwanuddin, lead analyst, Directorate General of Taxes, Indonesia, and Dr. Sri Vasta Sera, Under Secretary Foreign Tax and Tax Research, Central Board of Direct Taxes from India, who is online. And so Mr. Ikhwanuddin, and my apologies for butchering your name, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Marlene, for the introduction. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone who are joining us virtually, wherever you are. Excellencies and esteemed colleagues and panelists. Thank you so much for having me in this conference today. I would like to first thank South Center and also Global Alliance for Tax Justice for arranging this very interesting and, if I may say, provocative conference. I mean, if you look at one of the title of the subtopics in this session, it is actually to sign or not to sign the MLC. Very interesting question. But I'm afraid that my presentation will not directly answer that question, Abdul, because it will need higher authority from my jurisdiction to make such a statement. And also my presentation will not be encapsulated in a statistical way as previously presented by the previous presenters, but we will look at more in a qualitative perspective, especially from the perspective of Indonesia. So just to give a little bit of context of how this digital economy issue has been really a critical topic for Indonesia, because Indonesia is one of the countries with the largest markets and also largest internet users in the world. So it goes in parallel with the potential. And this has been confirmed with a series of research and studies. And at least one of the examples that I can show in this presentation is the one conducted by Google, Temasek, and Bain and Company. So they conducted an annual research upon the digital economy in Southeast Asia. And according to their latest report, in 2023, the overall gross merchandise value of Indonesia's digital economy has increased by a staggering 925% if we compare the data with the GMV in 2015. And the projection continues rising. In 2025, it will be, the projection is increased by 33%. And in 2030, it will be projected to increase by 230%. And if we look at it in a more domestical perspective, because in Indonesia, we have enacted a electronic commerce VAT. So this e-commerce VAT covers the domestic consumption of goods and services purchased from a marketplace, either a local marketplace or foreign marketplace. And since it's first enacted in mid-2020, the contribution of this electronic commerce is also really significant. It has been increased by 1,985% as per September 2023. So what we would like to show you with this figure is that Indonesia puts a really high expectation of the global solution that we can use in order to fully capture this potential. And especially because in Indonesia, tax is our primary source of the state revenue. So the prudence, management, and planning of this overall digital economy is really important for Indonesia. Now, I would like to also take you to the domestic measures that have been undertaken by our government, apart from contributing to the international tax project, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In 2020, Indonesia introduced significant economic presence PE and also electronic transaction tax by law, number 2 of 2020. This is interesting because this law is actually a policy response to the COVID-19 pandemic. But the technical provision of this SAP and also ETT, electronic transaction tax, have not been enacted yet. So the enforcement is still suspended until now. Moreover, in 2021, the Constitutional Court of Indonesia unfortunately ruled that law number 2 of 2020 would only be effective insofar as the COVID-19 pandemic status is still in effect. And apparently in June 2023, the President of the Republic of Indonesia omitted the COVID-19 pandemic status. So it means the domestic measures that we have in order to with regards to this digital economy, significant economic presence, and also the electronic transaction tax will no longer be implemented because of this legal issue. So the only hope that we have at the moment is the one that we have with the international tax project, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And therefore, if we look at the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration when Indonesia holds the presidency of G20, the political statement was clear that we continue committing and supporting the swift implementation of both pillars. And I also understand that these statements also echoed in the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration, September 2023, that the G20 leaders still reaffirm their commitment to continue supporting finalization and implementation of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So it will be interesting to see how these political statements will interact with the latest development in the UN perspective. So if the question is, what is the position of Indonesian government? So I think this will represent how we view both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 at this moment. So now let's take a look at the potential implication of Amount A from our perspective in Indonesia. First of all, I think regarding the revenue implication, well, this is really interesting because our government up to now has not released any fixed figures of the potential revenue effect of Amount A to our economy. So seeing the presentation of Abdul and also Mona previously, it was really interesting because we can see clearly how, from the numbers perspective, how this Pillar 1 will affect the revenue or the economy of developing countries with a very clear numbers. So thank you so much for the research. And of course, implementing Amount A will affect our jurisdiction legally. In Indonesia, MLC should be ratified either by law or by presidential decree in order to be effective domestically. So this process will require some time, especially because next year we will have a presidential election. So if we are to ratify and adopt the Pillar 1's MLC into our domestic legislation, I'm afraid it will be affected by our presidential election next year. And also from the administrative perspective, because we know that there are at least 2 instruments that are being developed under Pillar 1 project. We developed the MLC tax, but we also currently developing the model rules that will be copied or adopted by countries who wish to implement Amount A in their country. Now, what we understand from the time frame is that the finalization of the model rules, it will be complemented or it will be finalized after the signing of the MLC. So if the MLC is signed in by the end of this year, 2024, and will enter into force in 2025, we will have 1 year gap. we will use this 1 year gap to finalize the model rules and also to prepare our jurisdiction to adopt the model rules. So I think this 1 year time frame will be really tight for developing countries, because on the one hand, we will need to wait for the complete model rules, but on the other hand, we will also need to take several measures in order to adopt the model rules in our domestic legislation. And also, if we look at from the system, because Indonesia already digitizing all of this taxation system, and we are currently reforming our core tax system, which is scheduled to deploy in 2024 or 2025. So this will also create another issue, because the administration of Amount A will use completely different platform. They will develop their own administrative procedure. So if we complete or if we conclude and deploy our system in 2024 or 2025, while at the same time Amount A will be implemented with its own administration, I believe this will also create another issue, because we will need to find how to incorporate the administration of Amount A with our already deployed new system by 2025. Beyond Amount A, because Pillar 1, the components of Pillar 1, there are 3 components of Pillar 1, Amount A, Amount B, and tax certainty. Both Amount A and tax certainty will be incorporated into the MLC, but Amount B will be supplemented into the OECD transfer pricing guidelines. So we have a little bit issue with regards to the tax certainty, because tax certainty constructed various new process and also bodies that we think will challenge the framework that are currently used by Indonesia in the context of dispute settlements and dispute preventions. So this is also another homework that we need to address in Indonesia, how to incorporate the tax certainty mechanism into our current tax dispute framework. And also, again, I think this is something that also covered by the presenter previously, because given the uncertainty of the revenue implications of amounts in our jurisdiction, I think the question of cost versus benefit issue would also be another thing that we need to address, because we don't know how this complex new mechanism will affect us, our government. So we need to mitigate the cost issue, and whether the cost will be able to cover the benefits as well. So these are at least the issues that we have from our perspective that developing countries like Indonesia will have to address in order to adopt or implement Amount A. Now, going forward, I think it is important for us to depart from this principle that the tax challenges raised by digital economy is a global issue, and global issues necessitate immediate global solutions. So it's really important to bring everyone to the table. But Indonesia also shares the same concern with regards to the potential non-critical mass of the signatory of the MLC, as previously presented by Abdul and also Mona. So again, if we are to develop, because the UN is currently developing its option under 12B articles, if we are to go into that direction, we need to make sure that everyone or every jurisdiction will also go into the same direction, because that's what we need in order to address these global issues. And finally, Indonesia welcomes the approval of the UN's draft resolution, promotion of inclusive and effective international cooperation on tax matters at the United Nations on 23rd November 2023. But I think one of the messages that was expressed by our delegates during the voting was it's important to not reinventing the wheel, because we need the solution immediately. So this is the message that we would like to express to this forum and also to all of our participants. And yeah, that is all my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mu, for raising some very interesting issues there about the urgency of finding a solution to taxing the digital economy and the issue of tax cooperation and what that will look like post November 23 of this year. All right, very quickly, we're going to move on to Dr. Sri Sera from India. Sir, you are online. We hope.
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd like to share my presentation screen, but it says that you cannot start sharing while the other participant is sharing. So I could be given permission to share my presentation and the video as well. The host has stopped it. Thank you. Okay. Is the presentation visible? Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I'm Dr. Srivat Sera. I'm an undersecretary in the Foreign Tax and Tax Research Division of CBDT. And I'm here to present on overview and implications of Amount A for developing countries. My previous speakers, especially the economic analysis presented by two different speakers, Abdul and his team, and Mona, they were quite interesting. And they also feed into the conceptual framework that I'll be presenting right now. So we know that the numbers don't lie, but the conceptual framework that I'll present will help us to understand why the numbers are like how they are, and why developing countries are not really gaining all that much from the proposed Amount A. So now for this, I'll start with a brief background of Amount A and all the compromises along the way that we did from the beginning point of the negotiations to where we are right now, and the important technical issues that are there in the MLC document right now. This is very important, like Abdul mentioned, that it's an 800-page sort of package with a 200-page MLC and a 600-page commentary. So and the devil, as they say, lies in the details. So I'll try to highlight some technical issues that have been taken. And in the end, I'll give a brief overview of a framework on how developing countries should think about Amount here. The views here in the presentation are personal and may not necessarily reflect that the views of India, but the Indian reservations and all are officially there in the MLC document for everyone to see. So, as always, we need a little bit of history to understand the implications of the proposed Amount A. We should start with our original objectives and see whether those original objectives are being met and to what extent. Now, the tax challenges of digitalization of the economy were one of the focus areas of the BEPS project. It was recognized that digitalization would exacerbate BEPS, and it went beyond that, the current mandate of the BEPS Project 1. And now with the mandate of how should taxing rights on income generated from cross-border activities in the digital age be allocated. Basically, it was felt that the existing rules, which are based on physical presence, are no longer valid. And now considering newer and ever-evolving digital models. So we needed to find a solution where a new taxing nexus could be created. To this end, there were many proposals on the table in the subsequent negotiations under the mandate of the inclusive framework. One of the proposals which was forwarded by the G24 and developing countries, which will be discussed later in this meeting, I think, is the one on significant economic presence, which will establish the nexus for taxation. And then the profit allocation could be done through simple and objective criteria through a fractional apportionment or a similar formula. There were other models on the table, like a user participation model, which bases its nexus on participation of users in a jurisdiction with a residual non-routine profit split and a marketing intangibles based nexus with a residual non-routine profit split as well. So because there was so much divergence between different countries on what is the best solution, the OECD Secretariat had suggested a compromise. They had termed it as a unified approach, unifying the key features of each different approach. And amount A basically stems from this original unified approach, which was made as a compromise solution for all the approaches that were on the table. So amount A has certain key building blocks, which, and I'm sure you're all aware, but a brief overview is required to understand why is it not leading to that much revenue in the first place. So we start off with the scope rules. Like it has been mentioned, it is limited to only the biggest and the most profitable M&Es, a 20 billion euro threshold on revenue and a 10% threshold on profitability. And there's also an exemption to extractives, regulated financial services, some autonomous digital businesses, as well as defense contracts. This scope, then the next building block is a nexus, which decides which countries will actually get anything out of amount A, which is based on the revenue sourced to a jurisdiction. So there are no physical presence requirements. So only the revenue which is sourced to the jurisdiction forms a nexus. There is there is a thing on revenue sourcing, which allocates revenue to the jurisdiction. It forms part of the allocation key, and it is based on location of the ultimate consumer. So there is a profit allocation key, an elimination module, which decides which jurisdiction will end up relieving, which was discussed by both Abdul and by Mona in their presentations. Now mentioning that the US, China and other certain tax havens will be the major eliminating jurisdictions. Now, amongst all these building blocks, there were two others which were introduced midway, which was the marketing distribution safe harbor and the withholding taxes. These were mentioned in the economic analysis as being very difficult to model. This is because the marketing distribution safe harbor decides when a jurisdiction already has adequate profits under the existing rules and will not get anything more. So basically, MDSH rules say that if you fall within the MDSH bracket, you have enough and you will not get anything more. Withholding taxes module, what it does is that it seeks to include the taxes withheld under tax treaties or under on a gross basis within the amount A scope. So it says that if you've taxed royalties which have arisen from your jurisdiction, which might not have attributed to a P or a profits allocated in your jurisdiction, that will still be part of amount A, and it will be treated as profits of your jurisdiction rather than those of the resident country. So these were introduced midway. There are also key features about the administrative aspect, as was mentioned, that it might lead to significant costs for smaller jurisdictions because there is a administrative concerns of filings, tax collection, a tax certainty framework, which will require the continued engagement in the multilateral framework, tax certainty framework for issues which might not be directly amount A, but will be related to amount A, but will influence the profits as well, allocation of profits as well, and which includes an element of mandatory or elective dispute resolution. And of course, amount A will lead to removal of existing DSTs, and you'll not be able to implement any unilateral measures, as they call it, in the future. So how did we start and how did we get here? And is there a cascading effect of the compromises that we made along the way? So like I mentioned, we started with from a developing country perspective, we started with a significant economic presence and fractional apportionment. Now for solving the digital problem. But the first compromise was adopting a unified approach based on key features, as I said, of different approaches. So we established a new nexus based on revenue sourced and profit allocation based on excess profits, which were the deemed residual profits, and a percentage on percentage, as was mentioned, 25% of these deemed residual profits to be reallocated. This was followed by a very high scope where we limited the approach to very few MNEs. If you remember that we started off with the 750 million revenue threshold, but along the way, due to various negotiations, the scope currently stands at 20 billion of revenue, and there are exclusions for regulated financial services, extractives, etc. And in the profit allocation, like I mentioned, MDSH and withholding taxes were introduced midway, which says that you already have enough, and which says that withholding taxes also show that you're taxing more than is your due. So there are implications of mixing the existing profits based with this new nexus. And and there was also an element of compromise on the elimination of double taxation. Basically, like Mona mentioned, this amount A approach is a reallocation of profits from highly profitable jurisdictions to jurisdictions where there is a huge market. And market here is termed not in terms of number of people, but in terms of the value. So developed countries have the largest GDPs in the world. They have the most disposable income, so their markets are the largest, despite them not having as many people. So they will be the biggest beneficiaries of amount A because it is being attributed to the markets. While elimination will be based on profitability. Now, there are two types of countries where profitability will be higher or above an arbitrary threshold. The first type of country is a tax haven where MNEs might have shifted their corporate profits to. But developing countries may also have higher profits because the profitability that we are measuring is a nominal profitability. Developing countries have higher inflation rates, higher cost of capital, higher interest rates, and so the real profitability might not be very high, but their profitability will be above that threshold of developed countries. So they might fall under the category of having elimination of the double taxation. This is possibly the reason why in Mona's figures, India had a small negative number, because you might end up eliminating the double taxes, and now this might affect other developing countries as well. So there were compromises in tax certainty as well, and we have a sort of a mandatory dispute resolution with a broad scope of issues related to amount A included in the approach. There are not all negatives though, there are some positives retained from the original, is that we have accepted that physical presence is not adequate in the digital age. So we have a new nexus that is purely based on revenue. And we have gone to the jurisdiction of the ultimate consumer and not any intermediate entity. So it prevents any sort of intermediate gaming. And the allocation is based on a formulary method rather than a qualitative method, which may lead to disputes and may be difficult to understand. However, the overall impact may not be very significant. Like the previous presentations have shown, that the figures that developing countries actually have to
Excuse me,
have.
Dr. Sarah.
Yes.
Are you hearing me? Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please, in another 2 to 3 minutes. We are
Sure, there's just
running
a couple of slides
early.
more.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So all existing studies are using broad assumptions and only indicate the magnitude of the expected revenue impact. And most studies are not able to account for marketing distribution safe harbor and the elimination of double taxes. And no study is actually accounted for withholding taxes. So the figures that have been shown are actually very conservative, because all these three things, withholding taxes, MDSH, and elimination liability, actually reduce the amount allocation to developing countries. And calculations based on depreciation and payroll are very difficult to do, because depreciation and payroll have been used as a denominator in most of the formulas used, and it is difficult to do because the payroll figures are not available at the consolidated group level for most US-based MNEs and have to be calculated or imputed somehow. So even these figures have to be taken with a pinch of salt and have to be assumed to be on the higher side, like Abdul really mentioned at the beginning of his presentation. So now since time is less, I'll just focus on the key sort of issues here in the framework. So developing countries need to actually think about how Amount A fits into their existing legal, constitutional, and treaty framework. How will they actually go about implementing Amount A, and what will be the capacity building and administrative requirements for their own country? They have to assess how much they will gain, and these studies are really helpful in the sense that they will give you that you're not really gaining that much, and like it was mentioned by the previous speaker, administrative implementation costs are quite heavy because you will have to have a continued engagement on a multilateral framework for the continued certainty framework as well as this. So countries relying on existing de minimis thresholds, because there are a lot of de minimis thresholds for developing countries so that they don't lose out unnecessarily, have to realize that these de minimis thresholds are mostly static. They're not dynamic, and as countries grow, most of them will cross the de minimis threshold, so they might actually lose the small gains that they would have initially made as well. So, I've just tried to cover a brief framework of how you should go about your technical decision making and how you should go about approaching whether you should go for Amount A or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on very quickly to Dr. Haslina Hussein, Head of Revenue Solicitor Director, Special Appeal Department, Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia, and she's going to be looking at the implementation and administrative feasibility of Amount A for developing countries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start off with this very interesting note that having heard the earlier presentations, it is without doubt that the Pillar 1 Amount A is a very complex issue. And we have to address this by having a common vision and mission towards the implementation of this very novel effort to address issues on digital economy as well as to circumvent any tax evasion by MNEs, especially in developing countries. So without further ado, let me first, my presentation will be focusing on three broad perspectives, which are tax certainty, legal framework, and jurisdictional sovereignty, which I think these are also common perspectives that the developing countries are looking into. The Malaysia position as of November 2023, before I start with this, it is also interesting to note from Abdul's and Mona's presentation that there would be a potential of revenue about 159 million euro, which Malaysia could get from this effort of implementation Pillar 1 on Amount A. But what have we, Malaysia, done for this towards the implementation of Amount A? As at November 2023, the text of the MLC is under review, and we have also been made known that most probably US is not going to sign the MLC. And most of the countries have their reservations and they need more time to review and evaluate the decision whether to sign MLC. Therefore, the signing ceremony of the MLC will be carried out later. And consequently, the extension of the DST freeze seems unfeasible. Unless further agreements are made, countries could introduce a DST or other unilateral measures as of 1st January 2024. And if Amount A fails, some countries such as the UK, Austria, France, Italy, Spain, India. So this is based on literature reviews that we have gone through. Then most likely these countries will take the measure of introducing unilateral measures such as having their own DSTs. Now, IRB will remain in discussion with the OECD Working Party to finalize Amount A, MLC, and monitor the important progress such as the finalization and agreement of the MLC document, The participation of the US to sign and rectify the MLC and other countries' practices, especially from developing countries in enacting or implementing the SD. And also, one interesting point that Dr. Srivatsa Sehra raised a moment ago regarding dispute resolution mechanism, which must also be in place in order to execute Amount A, is something that we must also consider. So Malaysia will continue to monitor international developments before any final decision is taken. Now, in the near future, Malaysia may consider having its own DST legislation by analyzing the extent of the application and the implication of Malaysia's existing domestic law. For the information of the speakers and also panelists, we have in fact Section 15 Capital A under our domestic law that is under the Malaysia Income Tax Act 1967. However, the application of this Section 15 Capital A has a very limited scope. Therefore, we have to really study this Section 15 Capital A in order to accommodate and also to create certainty in respect of the legal framework if we were to implement Pillar 1 Amount A or to introduce a new piece of legislation to address digital economy. Alternatively, broadening the application or proposing a new DST legislation in Malaysia if Amount A is not materialized. A comparative studies might also be taken soon between Section 15 Capital A and other best practices of other countries, such as the UK, India. If Amount A is not materialized, then Malaysia will have alternatives to tax digitalized businesses. Because I think this is something timely. Having heard Mona's presentation of the potential revenue that Malaysia would get if we were to address this issue on digital economy. So Malaysia may also engage with other international organizations such as the South Centre in evaluating whether our domestic law of Section 15 Capital A can be amended accordingly to suit the current situation of digital economy. And therefore, further amendment would be done to Section 15 Capital A or an onerous task also to introduce a new piece of legislation, the DST legislation. And before we could do that, it is also something that we have to consider the stakeholders, the taxpayers who will be impacted by this new piece of legislation. So this is the provision of Section 15 Capital A. If you have time to go to look into this provision, it has a very limited scope in respect of property and services. So therefore, to implement digital economy, a further study need to be done to look into this Section 15 Capital A. So I think that's about all. The rest of the slides are something which I'm sure most of you are familiar and you can go through it later. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Haslina. So, Evelyn, the Amount A seeks to give a new taxing right. Pillar 1 seeks to give a new taxing right to marketing jurisdictions. It's designed to bring equity into the tax system. We hear a lot of countries like Jamaica will benefit from Amount A. We found that particularly enlightening. Pillar 2 and Amount B will simplify the transfer pricing. This is what we have heard of the from the OECD. Pillar 2, the minimum tax designed to stem profit shifting and base erosion. But you say that the two-pillar solution won't work for Africa and the global south. Why is that?
Those are really good questions, Madam Chair, and I had shared my presentation. However, I think there's been a bit of an issue, but I can proceed. Yes, there it is. Thank you. So for the purpose of this presentation, I will admit that I stuck to Pillar 1 specifically, and I also limited my analysis specifically to the multilateral convention for the implementation on Amount A, and I pointed out specific issues which I think are of concern to us as developing countries. As has been mentioned several times, yes, this is a very lengthy document, and I only interacted with parts of it, so there is much more to be done. Could I please have the, thank you. So to begin, I will be very brief. Do not worry. I know I stand between you and the panel discussion as well as the lunch break. So I'll be very quick. The provisions which I shall be dealing with is the provisions that have to do with its entry into force, review and termination of the MLC, as well as discussing the governance framework that is being presented under the MLC. And then finally, the dealing with digital services taxes and then dispute resolution. So immediately, let me just get to the entry into force. There are two conditions which must be met in order for the MLC to come into force. And one of those is that 30 states must deposit their instruments of ratification. And the other one is that states or jurisdictions that collectively have 600 points must deposit their instruments of ratification. Now, in Annex I of the MLC, the breakdown of these jurisdictions and the number of points they each get is provided. So you can see there, the United States has 486, China has 94, and then Hong Kong, China has 88. So those are the three highest. And other jurisdictions, I know I left this out, but in Annex I, other jurisdictions are given 0. You have no points. So maybe just think, where do you fall? Where do you fall here? So what this means is that there are several scenarios that could take place. You could have all European countries sign, and their points would still amount to 229. So even if they all sign, nothing will happen. Legally, nothing will happen. You could have all African countries sign, and India, you know, I decided to have some mercy, so I put India there. And it would only be 15 points. And you could have the USA, China, and Hong Kong sign, and this would amount to 668. So you're clearly seeing who has, what I would say is higher bargaining power. And then I also tried to see what happens then if all other countries sign, except the USA. And it still amounts to 498. So no matter what you do, if the USA does not sign, this instrument will absolutely not come into force, legally speaking. And I also just want to emphasize that if you sign, it is inconsequential, at least for most African countries and developing countries. Legally, it's inconsequential. As long as the USA does not sign, nothing will come into fruition with regard to this instrument. And I do not presume to speak about American politics, but unless they have elections soon, I do not see this instrument coming into force anytime soon. So I'll leave it at that. And this has to do with entry into force. However, these points are not significant only when it comes to entry into force. These points are also significant for two other purposes, and that is number one, the termination of the multilateral convention, and the other one, which is of extreme significance to African countries, is when it comes to the review of the revenue threshold from 20 billion euros to 10 billion euros. So as you know, this review was supposed to take place 7 years after the entry into force of this particular convention, but it is not automatic. In order for it to happen, they first have to decide, or they have to agree, and this is the conference of parties, that this convention has been implemented successfully. That's a very interesting phrase, that this convention has been implemented successfully. And I don't want to get into it, but there's quite a list of provisions or quite a list of conditions which will determine if the convention has been implemented successfully. And if a simple majority of countries raises an objection and says no, that this convention has actually not been implemented successfully, the review from 20 billion euros to 10 billion will not happen. What is even worse is that if countries that have a collective points of 550 decide to raise an objection, then it will be determined that this convention was not implemented successfully, and the review from 20 billion euros to 10 billion euros will not happen. I hope we're clear on that point. In short, the countries which I had highlighted here, if either the US partners with China or another country, and the number of points that they bring collectively amount to 550, they've pretty much, in a way, almost vetoed that decision. So there's nothing that we'll be able to do about that. So just to be clear on that. Moving on to what I think is also another very significant provision with this convention is the elimination or the removal of digital services taxes and similar measures. Now, the Article 37 of this convention is very clear. Parties will not be allowed to collect revenue from Amount A if they have DSTs or similar measures. So even if you decide to implement, but you have a measure that looks like a digital service tax, you will be denied any money or any revenue that comes from Amount A. And what is a digital tax according to this? So we have what we call a tripartite rule, which you probably know of for most people in this room. So it's a tax which is defined through user or consumer location or other market-based criteria. And then if it's a tax that also primarily targets non-residents. And this is where the devil is in the details, so to speak. If your legal framework provides for a tax that de jure or de facto targets non-residents, then it is likely to be determined to be a digital tax or a similar measure. I hope we're on the same page on this. Because what happens is that if your legislative framework has features which include certain revenue thresholds and specific activities which will target non-residents, then it may be determined to be a digital tax. And I really want to emphasize, so some of the novel provisions that we're seeing, for instance, in Nigeria, could then possibly become digital taxes as per the interpretation of the MLC. I hope we're on the same page. Unless you can argue that genuinely the significant economic presence rules that you have introduced domestically are only for the purpose of addressing the artificial avoidance of permanent establishments in your country. But you'd have to argue for that, which brings me to the next point. There is what I like to call a tattletale provision that exists within the MLC. Any party of this particular convention can come forward and say, and can come forward and tattle on you as another party and say, this country has a digital tax, and therefore they are not supposed to collect revenue from Amount A. And once this happens, this is brought to the attention of the Conference of Parties, and then the Conference of Parties will interpret and will consider it and decide whether or not it's a digital tax. Of course, there are certain guiding provisions within the MLC, but the Conference of Parties will be the one to come up with that decision. If they cannot, then an advisory panel will be formulated, and the decision of the advisory panel will be final. So I hope you understand the things I'm not saying, but I am saying with regard to this. So it's very, very risky. And also with regard to the governance framework, as well as the decision-making and dispute resolution processes under the MLC, the Conference of Parties are the most powerful body according to this convention. And they have the powers to interpret any provisions of the MLC, and in most cases, whatever decisions that they make in terms of their interpretation will be final. And it should also be noted that all the decisions of the Conference of Parties must be adopted by consensus. So there'll be very little room for contrarian opinions with regard to the decisions of the Conference of Parties. And also another thing that I know has already been mentioned is with regard to dispute resolution. Dispute resolution will follow the mutual agreement procedure. However, if there is no resolution, then binding mandatory arbitration will be necessitated. And as you mentioned already, this is something that will increase the administrative costs of this particular, of Amount A generally. And also it is risky in the fact that there's absolutely no appeal mechanism once that decision is made. So concluding, if I have not already convinced you, I simply think it is not in the best interests of African countries nor developing countries to sign or ratify this instrument as it is right now. I think that if you do decide to do that, then there are some serious revisions that need to happen in particular sections of that MLC document. And I think the other thing that we need to remember is even as we discuss the technical issues, and we know we've had very good presentations on the statistical data. It's very important, and your countries have experienced this on the basis of joining other forums such as the WTO and the IMF. It's very important to also understand the processes of decision-making that are being provided under the MLC, and whether truly, especially for African countries and developing countries, you will be able to make decisions on an equal footing. And lastly, I honestly do not see the MLC coming into force anytime soon because of the USA. So I think the next step, honestly, should be us discussing what are the measures that we should take as individual countries and even as regions in order to ensure that we're still adequately taxing the digital economy. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Very much, Evelyn. Just in case you're wondering, we will start the breakout sessions in another 10 minutes. So we have 10 minutes of questions, and I think I will start. I'll claim privilege of the chair, and I'll ask some questions. And I'll just pick up on something that Evelyn just said, which is that will the MLC come into force? Given the situation now with it being open for public scrutiny and discussion in the US, and the US, as we are fully aware, is the critical of the critical mass. And so therefore there are some concerns there. And I just want to do a quick poll around this table. And you can just say yes or no. Do you think that the US will sign and ratify the MLC? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, Abion?
It's no.
Manuel?
I don't see the practicability.
Okay. Evelyn? Evelyn?
No.
Oh, no.
They might sign, but they will not ratify.
Dr. Maybe no. Okay, move.
My personal view, similar with Mona, they might be signed, but they will not ratify.
Okay, good. So if and how do you feel, colleagues? What are your views? Will we have the critical mass that we need for the MLC to go into force, or is this discussion around Amount A, has it now been dissolved into a purely academic exercise? Go ahead, Ash.
Marlene, I have a point a bit on the tangent. If the situation is that damn clear that there won't be critical numbers for the MLC to go live since US, then why it's being opened for signing by other smaller countries? Shouldn't it happen that first that there is a critical mass, and then it should be open to smaller nations?
Well, I think that is in fact what is required. The critical mass will have to sign and ratify, and then other countries may join. So I think that is in fact the approach that is being used. Yes, Dr. Abdallah.
No, for me, it has been with all these OECD-led processes, the other side, the US is above the law. So also now, the whole thing is, but for me, the first question is, how can you do all this propaganda in what? For a convention that is going to deal with 69 companies and going to apportion, I don't know, such a minimal amount of global tax profit. So in my case, the whole issue is the US has not signed the minimum standards. An OECD achievement, which is so. The whole purpose of it is it not really obstructing a constructive process anyway by all this propaganda of we are doing it, we are solving it, it's duplication and what. So it is more prevention of something else than bringing something to conclusion. So that is why the US is not going, they will not even sign.
Okay, all right. So the multilateral convention specifically speaks to amount A, and pillar 1 has 3 components, as you know. Okay, so there is amount B, and there is also the issue of tax certainty. And so I just want to ask the panelists, should pillar 1 be outrightly rejected if the MLC is not signed and ratified? Are there any benefits to any aspects of pillar 1 that developing countries can implement? Not that that may be an option, so we are speaking hypothetically. Yes, please go ahead.
Obviously, if pillar 1 amount A fails, what else do you have within the pillar 1 scope? You have amount B, simplification of arm's length principle to the application of and applying same to basic marketing and distribution activities. That is not a rule that comes in the scope of parties signing onto it and then implement. It's a rule that countries can implement on their own. It's more like a soft rule. Countries can adopt it if they wanted or not adopt it at all. So if pillar 1 amount A fails, there's nothing much about pillar 1 generally, because the other rule is a soft rule which countries can imbibe if it's included in transfer pricing guideline. You may decide to implement it or to stick with the old one you have. So that's what would be my response to that.
Okay. And so so countries have the option of implementing simplified transfer pricing rules by way of amount B, but the excitement, as Dr. Abdallah was saying, what is all this excitement about? It really was about whether or not you'd be allocated a taxing right, and so countries were looking towards revenue. And so therefore, if amount A does not come into force, MLC does not come into force, then what are the options that are open to developing countries in particular in dealing with the issue of taxation of the digital economy? We had a lot of discussion about DSTs. And so my more specific question is, what are the pros and the cons of DSTs?
The next session is devoted to DSTs.
Okay, and you want to give us a preview?
I'll save that.
You will.
I'll-
Oh,
okay.
okay, all right. All
Marlon,
right, so, what do you believe, and this is open to any of the panelists, what do you believe is the most pressing concern for developing countries at the moment as they look on at what is unfolding in the global tax landscape? What do you think is their most pressing concern?
Marlon, just want to add something to the previous questions. Pillar 1 has been developed in so many years. I mean, if we take back, we can go as far as 2012 since the initiation of BEPS Action 1. So given the amount of time and research that we spent in order to come to this position now that Pillar 1 will not be implemented, Amount A will not be implemented, it's a very disappointing condition, actually. But again, I agree with your question. We have to find something that we can immediately enact in order to capture the potential. Because again, from the perspective of developing countries, our economy has been, what can I say? The digital business has penetrated our economy without paying taxes from our jurisdiction. So if if Amount A fails, we need to find a solution. And from my perspective, I think the immediate solution that we can take domestically by each jurisdiction is by enacting digital tax. But again, by enacting digital tax, if every country enact their own digital service tax, then we actually make the situation worse, because this is actually the situation that we avoid by developing the two-pillar solution, because we want to eliminate the unilateral measures, because it will not be neutralized by our tax treaty. So again, creating or enacting digital tax as a response to the failure of Amount A, in my opinion, is not address the problems that we have. So I still believe that the solution has to be a global solution. So probably this is something that we can transfer to the question to maybe to the UN, because can they provide the solution with this dynamic that we have right now? So I think that's my response, Marlene.
Okay, you wanted to respond, Abdul, and in your response, is it that we are possibly looking then at a multilateral GST?
Yes, Marlene, I was just going to come to that. I think this is one of the discussions which is now beginning at the UN, that since many countries have introduced GSTs and they are unlikely to go away anytime soon, and Amount A is unlikely to come anytime soon, why not think of a multilateral regime to standardize GSTs? A multilateral agreement on the rate and scope. This would not involve a reallocation of taxing rights, which, as we've seen, is very, very difficult. It would just involve an agreement on countries on a more or less harmonized approach towards the DST. And of course, the counter to that is that taxes on revenues are the worst thing on earth. But this is something for us to think about. Look at a company like Amazon. All of its profits are just plowed back into capturing the market, pricing the products very low, acquiring the competitors. They have a profit margin of 5%, and their revenues 2020 or so were like $500 billion. These are companies which have created a very predatory business model whose profit margins are deliberately low. So is it really that illogical to think of revenue-based taxes targeted at the biggest tech companies? I think this is for us to think about seriously. When their entire business model is built on capturing the market and sort of like a predatory model, basically. I would say that revenue-based taxes are not that illogical on these kinds of big tech companies. So that would also give more justification for like a multilateral regime for DSTs, rather than this super complex solution, which A, will not be implemented, B, if it does, will not give much money.
Okay. Yes, Ash.
Yeah, just to, make a very, very short comment on what Moose said. Yes, DSTs are a blunt instrument, and the more of it is used, of course, it will bring more kind of anarchy. There has to be an international solution, but the states which are responsible to carve out a good, robust, sustainable international solution are not coming clean. If you ask me, the simple solution would have been a unitary taxation with formulary apportionment. And my question right here to you is that in one of your slides, you showed that in Indonesia, you came up with the SAPT only for non-DTA countries and digital transaction tax for treaty partner states. What was the reason? One, and the second, why did Supreme Court come in, and on what basis the law was struck down or it was held in abeyance? Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, I think it's important to re-emphasize that the technical provision of our law number 2 of 2020 has not determined. So the technical provision of both SAP and also digital transaction tax have not been completed. So if you ask what are the technical provision in order to implement both instruments, we don't have it at the moment. It was still in the process of development, but when the Constitutional Court ruled that this law will only be applicable insofar as the COVID-19 pandemic status is in effect, it gives a limitation as to how long will this law can be implemented, because the pandemic is over. So the situation is we no longer have the law that can produce this SAP and also digital service tax. The reason why the Constitutional Court ruled that this law can only be effective insofar as the pandemic is in effect, because the law itself is a policy response for the COVID pandemic. So the government supplemented both instruments in the law, because we consider that if these two instruments implemented, we can get potential revenue in order to fund whatever the policy that we should take in order to combat the effect of pandemic. So that's the situation.
Thank you very much, Mo. We have time for maybe 2, 3. Okay, so we will take 3 questions. Nixon, you go first, and then Iabo, and then Lorenzo. And then I have one actually final question.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Malin, again for connecting here. I want to have a response to a number of the questions that were raised earlier by the chair, whether US will ratify or not. I don't have a yes or a no, but what I know is that the US ratifying or not depends on the political environment. We know that certain regimes were not for this multilateral convention, other regimes are for it. But again, there's also the push by countries introducing unilateral measures that might also, catapult US to ensure they have signed. Remember, they have also signed bilateral agreements with India and those other countries in the EU. And they even agreed, I think, mid this year to extend what they call the period within which the DSTs in those other countries are supposed to operate. So I think that's a good push. And as has been advised before, the more the DST is being introduced, the more maybe the US will be pushed to act, whether to sign or not to sign, but something definitely will come out of it. I've not seen a mention of Article 40 in our presentation. I don't know what our take is with respect to Article 40, because that gives a good window for countries to introduce unilateral measures. Article 40, what we call the switch of rule, has given a window for certain unilateral measures to be preserved for entities that will not fall within the threshold or within the scope of Amount A. So that enables those countries to have a kind of DST and Amount A. How would you model that to see whether it's a better approach compared to a single model, either DST or that. Because again, we are also cognizant of the fact that US can always invoke their retaliatory trade practices. And sometimes they might come with more implications than even the tax that we are seeking to collect. So it's a host of things that I think we need to take into account. But for now, my suggestion will be, can countries take advantage of the Article 40? At least being a member of that committee without divulging much, I know Nigeria and Kenya are specifically exempt from we can maintain our DST even if Amount A comes to being for countries that are not within the scope of Amount A. But again, we are told that any other measure, if another country is going to introduce such a measure, then it has to be qualified. We are used to the qualification under the domestic minimum tax. It has to be qualified by the COP. So it's something that, it's a window that developing countries can pick, maybe with the OECD, and see whether, and I'm sure most developing countries don't have a wide treaty network. So they can pick that provision and their unilateral measures be qualified through that Article 40. Just as we picked the QDMTT and ran away with it as developing countries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to speak to two issues. One is on an earlier position about whether or not the US will sign. And the other one is, of course, how we go forward on all the contradictions, all the inconsistencies that are in this framework. So regarding the issue of whether US will sign or not, I'm just curious. Mine is more of a question that if it's so clear that based on the numbers, US may not sign, is unlikely to sign, the politics doesn't suggest that, then why the push for developing countries, for other members of the OECD, especially developing countries, to sign? That's what I have difficulties understanding. Quite a few of our members have been in positions where they have been arm twisted, as it were, to sign something that is going nowhere. So is there some blind spot that is not yet clear on this issue? And that, of course, goes into my second position, which speaks to the issue of the imbalance in the power arrangements in the whole framework. Last week, the UN did agree to go forward, a step forward on instituting a framework convention. And I would suggest that a lot of the issues raised here on areas that the Global South would like to see differently would eventually become part of that discussion, to the extent that there's a recognition that we are not going to reinvent the wheel. And the most likely scenario, in our view, is that some of these existing agreements would eventually become part of a framework convention on taxation. So these issues can be addressed, can be tabled, can be debated, can be voted upon and addressed. So forward-looking part of it, which I'll discuss in more detail when I speak tomorrow. Forward-looking part of it is how the Global South prepares to be very effective in the framework convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Lorenzo.
Thank you. So I have two very quick questions. The first one is for the first two speakers, like Mona, Abdul, Emmanuel, and Abidun. And I would like to understand, maybe you don't know the answer, but what are the main differences between your two studies? Because the results are quite different. So first, in your case, I think you have 100 multinationals in your sample, whereas I think Mona has 69. And also the revenue estimates for the countries are a bit different. In the case of Colombia, I think in one case it's like around 57, and in the other case it's like 150, which is quite a big difference. So I was wondering if you knew what the differences were in the methodology. And the second question, following up on what Yabu mentioned, is if you think, given the low probability of having the MLC ratified, do you see any value in taking some parts of Amount A to the UN discussion? And if yes, which parts I think would be valuable so that we don't, as the Indonesian representative mentioned, we don't reinvent the wheel? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'll just pose a final question. And it is, we started out with the impact analysis from these three gentlemen. And, you know, they acknowledge that there are limitations and that the estimates, for these estimates to be done. I know that there's a problem with getting data, particularly from developing countries. So what do you think could be done to lead to more accurate assessments in terms of getting data? So that is my final question, okay? So we start off with the issue of Article 40 as Nixon posed and the response to that. Anyone can take that question and keep your answers maybe to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Nixon. I'm particularly interested in responding to that. I read Article 40 of the MLC, but my understanding varies from what you've made out of it. My understanding of Article 40 primarily is that you will not apply any rule to tax any in-scope entity for the purposes that that rule does not meet specifically the description given as a unilateral measure. There are so many ways you can unpack that, but to put it summarily, there's no way I'm able to see in Article 40 that says you can apply measures to other entities that are not in scope. But it is one of the problems we have with Pillar 1 Amount A, because not only is it stopping you from applying unilateral measures on the in-scope entities, whether they're 69 or 100, but they're also stopping you from applying unilateral measures to thousands of other entities that are not in scope, but they are classified as digital enterprises. So that is a sticking point. And to that extent, maybe I will have a bilateral talk with Nixon to try and have a better understanding. But as far as we are concerned, the only thing you could do if you have a significant economic presence, which Nigeria have, and it is framed in such a way that it comes under your corporate income tax and it operates under the treaty. To that extent, it does not meet the description of unilateral measure. It may continue to exist side by side with you signing Amount A. But that instance only have happened with respect to Nigeria, SEP, and the measure that Kenya had put up. So that's my response to that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. All right, very quickly.
Just a quick one regarding the data utilized for our study. Actually, we depended on secondary data. The authors of the paper used secondary data. There are a set of data that actually were restricted. It's not publicly available. So to your question, if we had primary data to such a data set, we have a more accurate result, perhaps a more reliable result. Let me put it that way. Where will the primary data come from? Possibly from the tax administrations. And we can as well analyze such primary data independently. But as a researcher, I would think if we have the two available, we can analyze the two separately and then possibly merge the two. A kind of mixed method analysis may further provide evidence that we consider being more reliable. And to the question he asked, qualitatively, I think both studies have the same results qualitatively in the direction what Amount A we do. But we should not expect to have the same quantitative results in terms of the magnitude of the estimates, because the assumptions are actually different. And for the study presented by Mona, I think they experimented on the whole countries in the world. But for the one we presented, it was just a set of 85 countries. Thank you.
And just to add to that, another reason was that Mona's study was for 2020, ours was updated for 2022. And the profitability rates went up, so there was more profit to redistribute, so countries got more profit allocated as a result in our findings. That's sort of the main explains the difference between the two studies. And is there good stuff from Amounte we can take into the UN discussion? I would say there are. I would say there are three issues broadly. First is revenue sourcing rules. That's been a major technological breakthrough in Amounte, where they've come up with detailed sourcing rules from which a multinational which operates everywhere can say, okay, for finished goods, my money came from Indonesia. For components, it came from Malaysia. They've come up with very detailed rules for that, and that's very helpful. The second thing I would say is the formula for calculating the tax base. So there's been talk of unitary taxation forever, but Amounte has given now for the first time, how do you take a company globally and come up with one tax base which is then distributed across the world? And this starts from financial accounts, which is very helpful. So they've given the detailed technical methodology to start from financial accounting profit or loss and then translate that into a tax base. I would say this is the second thing. And the third one I would say is the tax certainty framework, which I know is very controversial. But today, if you're from Sri Lanka and Amazon takes you to court, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, like, I mean, a tiny tax administration versus a giant like Amazon, it's in trouble. But the tax certainty framework gives you a multilateral approach to prevent and resolve these disputes. And the current framing in Amounte is not very helpful because it has all kinds of problems. But the idea that you can have countries together auditing one company is a powerful idea, and I think that can be refined in the UN discussion.
Maybe just to add.
Thank you.
I think also the main part from which any study would differ from the other one is even if you take the same year, but the elimination of double taxation is really critical in determining the net revenues. Why? Because usually what happens is that for reallocating the profits, okay, you will just check the revenues of multinationals where they are. This is a bit straightforward because we know mostly, even if we don't have detailed data about where multinationals have their sales, but at the end of the day, we can imagine the big image, how it looks like. But the elimination of double taxation, if you don't include all the countries that, let's say if 50 countries sign, you really need to include all of them, because the countries will eliminate based on their ratings of profitability. So if you change the rating of countries, it will change a lot the net revenues of countries. And that's why we provided different scenarios in the case of all countries, in the case of the IF member countries, because if the OECD deal is now, as it is on the table, implemented, it will be in like the scenario of that includes only IF member countries, which means that the calculation of profitability is going to depend on only like a certain group of countries, and it will start from the highest one to the lowest one with the profitability. So this changes a lot the results. Yeah, and second, of course, there is no data that will tell you where each multinational's profits are. Unfortunately, what we used is that we used the AMNE data by the OECD, which is a publicly available database. And we used also the OECD country by country reporting database, which is also publicly available. So for example, for the only issue is that these databases are macro. So what they will show you is that, for example, if you take the American multinationals, it will show you only aggregated sales. So for example, how much profits all of the American multinationals have in France or will have in Indonesia, but not like a specific Apple or etc. So yeah, this is what I can say about the results.
Okay, and I think, yeah, but you also had a question about the power dynamics in the program you wanted.
Yes, though I don't think I'm in a position to really answer that because honestly, it beats logic why you would concentrate on the countries that do not have the the ultimate parent entities to sign the agreement and ratify it, rather than literally the country that breaks or makes the deal, and that is the USA. So perhaps maybe it's because historically the global south is more malleable in terms of such agreements. But indeed, I think also the other advantage that this whole process has shown us in terms of Pillar 1 and our attempts at multilateralism and finding solutions at a global level is the emphasis on creating spaces where we really do have an equal footing. Because as we can see from the Pillar 1 Amount A experience, certain countries may decide to, so to speak, sabotage a process for their own interests to the detriment of all of us, including the developed countries such as France and the rest, who had actually put a stop to their digital services taxes until we could come up with a multilateral solution. So that's something that I think we also should think about putting in the framework under the United Nations. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, sorry. Yes, very quickly, please.
It was actually
No,
okay.
I'm not seeing the name.
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay.
It's V. Prakash Patel from Nepal.
Okay.
I have a very small question. We are discussing that without consent of United States, OECD, MLC, and subsequently this amount A is not coming into effect, right? In this situation, we developing countries have no option other than DST. In this scenario, is there any chance that the developing countries will make an agreement or will make consensus or uniformity of DST among us or among them? I would like to know about this.
Okay, and finally.
No, my question has been answered.
Oh,
It was the one that Madam Yabo asked. I was just, when it wasn't answered, I was about to take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Abdul, you want to respond?
I would say this again ties into the idea Marlene suggested on a multilateral approach to digital service taxes. And one of the ideas of this UN resolution is to have a framework convention to put a governance structure in place and then deal with technical issues through protocols. So developing countries could consider pushing a multilateral approach to DST as a protocol to the framework convention, and that would give a solution at the multilateral level.
At the UN.
At the UN, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to thank you all very much. I want to thank the panelists for just your in-depth, comprehensive discussions on Amount A. The impact analysis is very critical to decision making by developing countries. And also, even while we consider the options that are available, such as DSTs, whether unilateral or multilateral, we I think reminds us that the taxing of the digital economy is a global concern, and it will require tax cooperation. And so the issue then that confronts us is how do we move forward with that tax cooperation? And very importantly, where do we move forward with that tax cooperation? So more for us to ponder, and thank you very much, audience, as well.
We'll now go into a breakout group session. My colleague will take us through the procedure for that.
Yeah. We have about 40 minutes to go for lunch, so we will devote about 30 minutes of discussion amongst ourselves. The original idea was to have round tables, but unfortunately we can't have them in this hall now. So I would request if you could, six experts could segregate amongst themselves and form, let's say, about 5 to 6 groups. The objective is to just have a discussion amongst yourselves about these two questions, and then one representative of each group, depending on the decision or discussion you had in that group discussion, then that representative will give a feedback as to what the opinion of the group was in respect of these two questions. These questions are very important for everyone to go back to their respective offices and have an overall perspective as to what the experts overall think as to what should happen to Amount A with regard to developing countries in particular. So I would request gentlemen and ladies to kindly form about 5 or 6 gentlemen and ladies to form a group and then have a discussion for about 20-25 minutes on each of these questions. And later on, one representative can just come up and give the solution to us. So lunch is at 1:30, so we can have this discussion for about 20-25 minutes. I will just request for the time being if you could shift and form a group, whichever way is convenient to you. Whichever way is convenient to you. Yeah, the seats are revolvable, so we can, yeah. Just turn the seat and look at the other side as well. Let the group be uniform, of a uniform size of about 5 and 6. So we have basically 4 groups: Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, and Group 4. The idea is just to have a healthy discussion and feedback. These issues are very important, and these issues basically summarize as to what we have been discussing. So you have about 20-25 minutes to discuss among yourself. Well, we have another 5 minutes to wrap up the discussions, then we will go to the opinions then group wise. मैंने बंद नहीं किया.
सोच रहा हूँ कि agenda में हमने लिखा है कि concluding remarks by panelists and chair reflecting on the breakout group discussion. सोच रहा हूँ कि उस time it seemed okay. Actually ये चेतन का idea था. To do it in the Indian G20 forum, लेकिन वो हुआ नहीं. लेकिन यहाँ पे ऐसा लग रहा है
दोबारा से assemble करना तो ठीक नहीं रहेगा.
ठीक नहीं रहेगा. सिर्फ अगर चेयर को बुलाए, सिर्फ मार्लिन को बुला के अगर मार्लिन वो summarize करें, she can manage, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I think so. Yeah, and let her party.
Okay.
And then I think it will be easier. किसी को तो
दोबारा कोई ना
Okay, so I'll ask Marlene to just come to the chair and then group by group.
Yeah.
Ask them to comment and then the end of the day.
Yeah. ये 120 हो गया.
So finally,
Large scale, it's not a small. Strategy ठीक है. तो बड़ा पैनल रखो तो सब तो आने लगते. एटलीस्ट फिर लिखने के लिए पहले मतलब 3-4 लोग तो आएंगे. अगर हम 3-4 से स्टार्ट करते तो ये अपने कुछ ऑनलाइन वो कैसे मॉडरेट करेंगे. डैनियल ने ऑनलाइन करना है. हाउ विल ही कंडक्ट
he was very adamant. He said I can't for whatever reason. He said he still want to moderate. तो एक तो पहले DST वाली सेशन को डेवलपमेंट ले रहे हैं, फिर रेसिपी वाली को वो करें. तो डैनियल का जो प्रोटोकॉल अच्छा थैंक यू नेक्स्ट. लेकिन ये पार्ट बाबा को दे गए. तो द ब्रेकआउट समरी कर रही है और record group. I know I was part of it.
नहीं अब होस्ट तो ऑर्गेनाइजर का ही है बट आई थिंक सर ये अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस all such discussions they threw good answers.
Actually, I like reading about the latest social science development. So there's one mathematician, उसका काम आपको याद होगा मैंने श्रीलंका में referred to as group intelligence. So his work was very interesting. Basically, he has this builds on his idea of wisdom of the crowd, saying that the crowd can give you a much smarter. The crowd is more intelligent than the individual. Actually, पहला हमने इंडिया में किया था. That itself was initiated by somebody else. My predecessor, Manuel Martin, he had started it. So then I saw that इंडिया में 2019 में आपको याद होगा शायद कि वहाँ पे लोग तो काफी मतलब घुल गए थे वहाँ. तो तब से लग रहा कि नहीं इसको जितना हो सके यूज करना चाहिए. लोगों को भी लगता है कि हाँ भाई मुझको भी बात करने का मौका है. ऐसा नहीं कि बस
सब तो पैनल में आने के लिए
Q&A में सब बोलेंगे भी लेकिन यहाँ पे हर किसी को बोलने का मौका मिलता है. और ये डिस्कशंस the political function क्योंकि we like this should developing countries respond अगर साइन नहीं करेंगे. So this also kind of forges those networks. खास करके ये टाइप की ऑडियंस को लगे.
सही बात है. मेन इन्फ्लुएंसर्स दिल्ली का
ये सब
गाले मारने में कुछ सवाल
ठीक है कल मार लें तो टाइम से काम करना Okay, so we are slowly going to wrap up the discussion, and the chair has christened all of you with all of your groups with names. So this is amount A. This group is UN Strong. That group is DSTs, and this group is developing countries. So please remember the names that have been bestowed upon you by the chair as she calls you to summarize your discussions.
I'm going to. Okay. Okay, everyone. So I think developing countries have a lot to say. So you're still deliberating, but I'm reminded that we have to go for lunch. So I'm just going to ask you to select one person to report. You can sit where you are on your deliberations, and I'm going to start with amount A.
Okay, thank you. Funny enough, Amount A is made up of Nigeria, Kenya, Jamaica, Colombia, and Pakistan. And because we are Amount A, we'll be looking at the positives of even this Amount A and consider also the negatives, because we cannot just say everything is negative about Amount A. Number one, Amount A has helped us developing country to know that there is a need to shift from the old rule of brick and mortar to accommodate digital and the peculiarities of base erosion in terms of digital economy. So that's the one positive. And then Amount A has also agreed that there should be allocation of tax to the market jurisdiction, which is another positive. And then he also believe that there should be a basis, there should be a formulary approach to that. And Amount A also believe that unilateral approach is not the best option, that there should be a multilateral approach to that. And the final positive for Amount A is that for developing countries, it's further help us to understand that, oh, there is a shift, there is a global shift in taxation, because the body of knowledge that have gone into Amount A is very enriching. It has woken up some countries that, oh, here's money for you to pick. And without this development, we might not even know that there is a basis to tax some activities that are not physically represented in our country. So those are the positive from Amount A. And the negative is that it's very, very complex in terms of volume, in terms of when you look at the quantum of the things to read, to understand. Also the methodology, percentage of percentage and percentage of percentage is also very, very difficult. And then when you look at the whole concept so far, how involved are developing countries in this Amount A? We are not well represented. Part of the participants in Amount A groups are due to lack of capacity, but nevertheless, the fact remains that the level of participation of developing country is not good enough to really represent the developing country. Then when you look at impact analysis, when you look at the data too, the data that has been used, how reliable are these data? How subjective are they? So those are the negative. Another negative is that if Amount A is signed, it somehow denies the developing country from expressing themselves, as a sovereign entity. Somebody from Pakistan used the word intrusive, that Amount A is very, very intrusive. So what are we supposed to do? Number one is not to sign. As a developing country, we should not sign. And then if we don't sign, should we look and watch? No. We should immediately adopt DST. In case of Nigeria, maybe we should continue to perfect our significant economic presence. And then while adopting the DST immediately, we should consider how we can plug into Article 12B, which is for treaty, and to demonstrate part of it, and to also renegotiate our treaty with our treaty partners to include the provision of Article 12. Then also, we should also begin to, as developing country, to identify the multinationals that are doing business or deriving income in our various countries and run our policies with them. You know, they are critical stakeholders too. Get the feelers from them before we finalize our policy on that. So that's what we have from Amount 8. How should developing countries respond if the key countries such as US do not sign? I think that has also been addressed in our response. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Developing countries are very well steering, and they're very strong. ATF is also on the steering group. So developing countries have their own in the negotiations. The issue is though that the in-depth discussions are taking place at various working parties. And that is where the developing countries simply do not have the resources to participate in the working parties, which is where the technical work actually takes place. So that just that one clarification. And thank you very much. My team, among you. And so now on we move to UN Strong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the mandate of the UN Strong to say a few things about the questions. The UN Strong is made up of Indonesia, Pakistan, Nepal, and Brazil, our next G20 president. So we considered the question, and for question number 1, we'll have similar sentiment like Amount A, because primarily we are excited that Amount A Pillar 1 confirms our fear of the need to have a tax nexus that is not just built on fiscal approach. And that's a confirmation right there, that need is there. When India started its own equalization levy some years back, nobody wanted to talk about it. But with the support and the cry from developing countries, it's become an issue for which a rule has been developed. Is that rule sufficient? And we don't think so. And I and my colleagues think it's not sufficient and therefore not sufficiently relevant to developing country 1 because of its scope. They observe that it has only about 100 or less entities. And they are also concerned that there are so many entities operating, especially in the digital space, that is in our economies and jurisdictions which are not captured. They're also worried that by the design of the rule, once you go in, you will be limited in your approaches to try to tax those other multitudes that are out of scope. So these are their concerns. They are concerned also about the complexities of the rule, because with complexities, you have issues around cost of compliance and also cost of administration. So for these reasons, they think that Amount A is only remotely relevant to them and us as developing countries. Then we move on to question number 2. Should developing countries respond how should developing countries respond if key countries do not sign Pillar 1 Amount A MLC? My group believes that the issues around taxation of digital economy is a multilateral problem, which ordinarily requires a multilateral solution. But they are also aware and they are very conscious that where multilateral solution has been made impracticable, unilateral solutions is imperative. How do they go about it? There are options that were mentioned, including the DSTs. We have DSTs being implemented as single individual countries. you have maybe possibility of regions or even broader than regions like Global South coming together to implement or trying to work things out at the UN. But we also acknowledge that that is a good approach. However, we know that as it is with every multilateral approach, it is not overnight issue. If we want to bond as regions or at the UN, it will still take some time. And within this time, our members are losing revenue, our members are not reaping from that process. So for that reason, my group agreed that as a stopgap measures, countries should adopt alternative measures to Amount A, which will include but not limited to DSTs. And while they do that, members should also continue to work at a better and more effective solution at a multilateral level. That's the conclusion of our deliberation. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Strong. Your mandate is well discharged and you deserve lunch. So we move now on to DSTs.
I've been given a very onerous task. One, I'm not even talking as an expert here. And secondly, listening to those who spoke before me, now I'm jittery. But I will just try as best as I can to summarize what we discussed in the group on question 1. And we strongly feel that this push for this taxation rules is to provide a common approach and to regularize rules and regulations around taxation. And it has also helped to create awareness, especially for us in the developing countries, and cure that aspect of unifying and coming up with a common approach. And it has also provided a platform to give taxing rights to various jurisdictions. And all of that we believe is advantageous for the relevance of the Amount A. But then the downsides to it, we argued that it would, it's a very complex mechanism for developing countries. It's complex as a whole, talk less of for developing countries. It would impact probably on the sovereignty of countries, developing countries, and also the dispute resolution mechanism seems to be unwieldy and complex. And generally it's a very complex mechanism that would take time. And we argued that we hope that going forward, well, that dovetails into question 2 as to how developing countries should respond. And we feel that just like the second group said, the group before us, that is a multilateral issue. And, we should keep negotiating to ensure that multilateralism is refocused to work for developing countries. And also, we feel that we could negotiate for the need to probably lower the threshold for qualifying countries so that we have a broader scope of companies and make sure during negotiation that the AU has a forefront for developing countries and should take the lead to ensure that, I'm sorry? Yes, well, the AU for developing countries should come as a block to ensure that our voice is heard. And of course, the UN should take the lead rather than OECD countries, which, just comprises the inclusive, or rather adopts the inclusive framework. It should be open to all UN countries, to have a unified voice on this. So basically negotiations should not stop. We should continue for in whatever ways it can help for developing countries. So, well, that's how we wrap it here.
Thank you very much, Daisy. And finally, developing countries.
We hadn't actually agreed on who was going to present, but I'll offer myself as I took the notes, if colleagues agree. Okay. So it was, I have to say at the outset, it was very hard to not kind of slide into a discussion about everything that was wrong with Amount A. But, and I think we also focused mostly about not necessarily very specifically Amount A, but the entire process around Amount A and the MLC. So what the members in our group found really important coming out of this process for developing countries is just this confirmation of the notion of needing to tax multinational corporations in ways that does not, or that no longer relies on physical presence. Also, through this process, there was a way introduced to access data to which developing countries usually have no access. So this useful transparency that was introduced through this discussion could also be useful to develop alternatives. The fact that it has also prioritized the issue and put it on the agenda is really a significant achievement. The introduction of the first multilateral dispute resolution mechanism where a small country no longer has to go up against a large country was found really important and useful as well. And also the basic fact that it did introduce even if highly flawed, a multilateral process for international tax cooperation, which can only be improved on. And then the acceptance that digital multinational corporations have to be taxed with, which is becoming increasingly more important with the increase in digital economies. That fact will most likely maintain high pressure on the US to take action. And considering everything stands or falls with the US around this Amount A, that fact is just really critical. And that came out of this process, of course, already. Going to question two. So how should developing countries respond? Just falling back on the unilateral measures imposing digital services taxes because US companies where most are based, will not like or will not appreciate having to deal with potentially hundreds of different tax regimes. And that in itself might put pressure on the US government to act some way, somehow. Continue developing a meaningful process at the UN. Also came out of the discussion, obviously. And then potentially for developing or global South countries, goes beyond developing. So for global South countries to, in the meantime, act collectively in some way, potentially by agreeing on a form of digital taxation that may look like digital services tax that introduces the unitary taxation with formulary apportionment, where all countries, participating countries, can agree on what their share should be. And then another issue that was also put on the table was the potential exploitation of Article 40 of the MLC, which we did agree needs to be discussed further later on, because we're not clear on the details of what that entailed exactly. And then potentially, there was a little bit of a disagreement, but potentially for developing countries to just sign, but never ratify the MLC, just as a diplomatic tactic to counter the arm twisting that is most likely going to happen. And I invite colleagues to add anything that I may have missed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So just a quick summary of the discussions. There seems to be general consensus that multinational enterprises need to be taxed in the digital space. I think we're all agreed on that. The question is how and what. And so While we recognize the positives of Amount A in us allocating a new taxing right and the attempts there to allocate that taxing right by way of revenues from these multinational enterprises, the solutions are complex. It may even impinge on sovereignty, and I think that certainly comes up in the issue of the tax certainty and the binding and mandatory solutions that will that attend that issue of sovereignty. And so we have that concerns. So what should we do? There seems to be an appetite for us to continue to push towards multilateral solution. That may come by way of unity among developing countries, not just in terms of voice and influence, but also in terms of technical solutions. Another concern with Amount A was the issue of how narrow the scope is of 100 companies, that there should be more companies that should fall within scope. The issue of access to data and transparency can also be useful in terms of prioritizing how we go about finding a solution to taxing these multilateral enterprises, as well as we should explore the correct interpretation of Article 40, since that seems to be some ambiguity there. And of course, there is the suggestion that perhaps to avoid any undue influence, developing countries may consider signing the MLC but not ratifying. Okay, and so thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Yes, Dr. Abu.
Actually, we had the slogan last year when we were campaigning against the two pillar solutions. It says, build your houses on your own pillars.
Okay. And on that note, we should now go for lunch. Thank you.
And with that, we now break for lunch. We will. It's on the first floor. We will take you. We'll take you upstairs. Yes, exactly. No, Sabah. Good. Dr. Ahmed, I got the slides.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And I'm sure usually after lunch, something happens. I hope it doesn't happen. So we're going to keep you awake because after lunch, the tendency is when the food is being digested, your system wants to shut down. But I can assure you this session will keep you active because we want to look at alternatives. We've been discussing right from the beginning of the program on the two-pillar solution. Mostly we'll be focusing on Amount A, which, like my friend was saying earlier on, has a lot of complexities. And during our group discussion, you also mentioned that it's quite intrusive in terms of the way it addresses the issue of sovereignty. Taxation is a sovereign issue, but then you now have the OECD coming up with a set of rules being pushed down our throats as developing countries, which you are being asked to adopt by all means. But certainly this conversation has changed. It has also helped us to change the narrative. And we have good stories to tell now, developing countries and have a voice now. And maybe they never intended that to happen, but in a way it has helped us. And the UN is showing more interest in terms of how the global tax rules and policies have been formulated. So our session is primarily to look at, we were asked to take a look at the two-pillar solution, look at Amount A, which I won't want to reinvent issues. We have so many things wrong with it, and majorly it does not benefit us. And the ultimate beneficiaries are actually the countries living in, the companies from, like you mentioned, the US, right? Yeah, they're the ones who benefit, and it's like keeping their money, making sure that they get their money back home safely. And one thing I also want us to have at the back of our minds so that we're not naive about these things. This is all economic. And when it comes to the issue of retaining profits, people are going to see it, this is the money coming back home. So we're going to take it like a war situation, although we are not shooting guns, but this is a kind of war of ideas. And with the response coming from developing countries in terms of seeking alternative solutions, which has led to the series of digital sales taxes that we are seeing, despite the subtle discouragement being given to us through also the provision within the Pillar 2 solution that once you sign up, you'll not be allowed to use the digital service taxes on those companies. But then, that's where we are now. The UN has come in, and it's going to take some time for the UN to have the proper system in place to be able to ensure that we have a level playing field. Right now, we want to explore. Countries have been going the way of unilateral solutions. Has it been a success story? What are the constraints? Because we now need to share experiences and able to learn from each other. How has it been? What have you done in your particular jurisdiction that may help other jurisdictions? That's the essence of this panel. And like my friend has helped me to introduce them. And so I will be calling on the first speaker, Mohammed Asfaq Ahmed. He's a member of the UN Tax Committee from Pakistan, and he's been part of the discussion all along. And we would like him to share the experience from this part of what has been done in your countries. What are the things we need to look out for? Has there been success stories that you wish development countries can share from? So you have the floor.
Chair, co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next 10, 12 minutes, I'll walk you through whatever has been assigned to this panel. That is digital taxation, alternatives, and Global South solidarity. But I would take a step back at this moment, and I would like you to have a look at and explore deeper into as to how developing countries got into this quagmire. And then we'll talk about how we can get out of this quagmire. All the international taxes related malaise or even international economic affairs malaise emanate from one expression, and that is international cooperation. International cooperation is basically a tool of international relations contrived somewhere around in the aftermath of World War II in 1950s. And it falls under the liberalist school of thought, as against the realist school of thought, which doesn't promote cooperation, which only focuses brute pursuance of economic interests. Now, states have their stated objectives, and states have their pursued objectives. And that is where actually the liberalism and realism do not compete as it's touted to us most times. They actually complement. States exercise realism, but tout and project and promote on the face liberalism. And that is our problem. Even at the UN Tax Committee where I work, we are given to have very nice kind of cooperative framework within which brute economic interests are being pursued. Just to give you one definition by Dr. Alder Carlson, he wrote a very famous book on East, West, and South cooperation. And just have a look at what he says. He says international cooperation is, as is well known, only the reverse positive side of conflict. And what in the parlance of politicians is called cooperation, in reality, quite often is nothing but a euphemism for new forms of power struggle, or the dominance of richer and more powerful nations over poorer and weaker. Thus, the study of economic cooperation through the facts which have been unearthed, has itself become a study of international economic power. What international cooperation, and to be precise, international tax cooperation has done to Global South is that it has actually semantically occupied Global South. A whole conceptual ecosystem straddling on concepts of law, accounting, development, and diplomacy has been created, which has kind of created a conceptual confine for the entire third world to think within that framework. We have almost, lost our capacity to graduate out of that conceptual framework and think on the alternatives. And that is where my this talk is connected. In fact, it's an amphitheater, but when you look at the global power relations, how developed countries actually control developing countries. Three main tools, and we are all aware of them: official development assistance, technical assistance, and capacity building. And under that garb, what's being pursued? There's a legal infrastructure through which both licit and illicit financial flows are facilitated. And this brings us to the conceptual caging. Would it have any kind of concrete impact? Yes, it did have. Let's go to the new initiative. There were so many scholars writing in the 1950s and 60s who were writing from the neoliberalist point of view. This one paper I just got hold of, it was written by a very famous professor, Professor Kelly, Patrick Kelly of US, and he wrote this paper. It was entitled Tax Treaties Between the United States and Developing Countries, the Need for a New Initiative. It was published in a very authentic and reputed journal, the American Journal of International Law, back in 1971. And what he says, Patrick Kelly, in that paper, and I would quote, the efforts of the United States to conclude a series of bilateral tax treaties with developing countries had reached a virtual stalemate. Of the 22 conventions for the avoidance of double taxation of income currently in force between the United States and other nations, only 2 treaties, Pakistan and Trinidad and Tobago, exist with members of the so-called Third World. And then he goes on that United States and other developed countries need a new initiative to convince developing countries into signing these kind of double taxation conventions. Simultaneously, if you look at the OECD literature churned out in the form of reports, that also repeatedly says that member countries should contact and convince other countries to sign DTCs. And what was the new initiative? Does it have anything to do with what we are discussing? Maybe UN's instrumentalization. Because around that very time, ECOSOC Resolution 1273 of 1967 is passed. Within few months, UN Secretary General convenes the ad hoc group of tax experts, which was supposed to be established under 1273, and that group gets formed. Now, if you had a look at that resolution, that makes an interesting read. The entire discussion was, competed on whether it should be a balanced group, means 50% from developed countries and 50% for developing countries, or there should be adequate representation from both groups. Eventually, Mr. Blau of the United States, he had to withdraw his insistence on balanced, and it was agreed that both systems would have adequate representation. Now, this is what exactly makes it a counter-majoritarian concept, counter-majoritarian forum, because on the one hand, 37, 38 members have 13, 14 representatives on the UN Tax Committee, and on the other hand, 150 odd countries have another 13, 14. So it's a complete mismatch. Lo and behold, things do not stop there. When the first meeting is convened of the first group in 1968, 18 members are there. Excuse me. 18 members are there. Out of those 18 members, 11 happen to be from developed countries and 7 from developing countries. The ad hoc group's agenda was tax treaties between developed and developing countries in the context of special economic relationship in order to facilitate trade and promote foreign investment in developing countries, protection of tax base, and domestic resource mobilization was never on the agenda. What does it lead to? UNization of the OECD model. 1968, ad hoc group of tax experts, first meeting. 11 out of 8 experts are from OECD countries. And this I quote from the first report of the ad hoc group in February 1968. And it says, notwithstanding the fact that the OECD Draft Model Convention had been elaborated by experts from countries on approximately equal level of economic development, and that it seemed in its current form less suited for treaties between developed and developing countries. The group accepted it as the best available framework for its discussion to be considered together with other documents circulated. This offered the most expeditious way in which the particular problems could be resolved. Only 2 members disagreed. 17 suggested taking OECD model as the boilerplate text, and it went through. Essentially, what was it? Developed country representatives meet and decide the OECD Model Text Convention is good for developing countries. This is IBFT's data, some very interesting data, and it gets connected with when UN jumps into the arena of international taxes. If you see, up until 1970s, there's not much that developing countries were interested in. In 1950s, up until 1950s, there were only 6 DTCs in all. In 1950s, 2 more are signed. In 1960s, 35 are signed. And in 1970s, when UN was already active here and there, 119 are signed. But there are actually three colors. Red represents between a developed and developing country. Then green represents between 2 developing countries, and the blue line represents between 2 developed countries, which is not relevant for us, at least for today's discussion. When you look at the red bars, you see as soon as UN enters the international taxes arena, developing countries blindly start signing double taxation conventions. From 119 in 70s, the number jumps to 209 in 80s, and then in 1990s, 417, in 2000, 408, and 2010s, 359. Between 2 developing countries, yes, there was a kind of herd effect. They were also signing, but the tendency to write a DTC, sign a DTC between a developed and developing country is much faster in the case of when there is one developed and one developing country. If you see, the tendency has started to come down of late, but the cumulative impact is highly disturbing. If you see, the cumulative effect of these treaties is telling on global south and strangulating their economies. This is just I brought in one slide from Pakistan. I was doing some work on Pakistan, and I was able to get this trend. On the one hand, the number of treaties that Pakistan signs keep going on. And on the other hand, apart from the GDP going up and down year after year, the overall economy is under stress. And if you look at many other developing countries, you would see a similar trend. We come to BEPS. the outcomes, we have been talking about the BAPS outcomes since morning, and we'll be talking about today and tomorrow again. I completely agree with Dr. Dr. Darej Alhamayu, if I pronounce correctly. If not, I apologize. But I completely agree with your analysis this morning, sir. That is something completely alien to us for a couple of very important reasons. It had no legitimacy of any sort. I am hugely skeptical how, to what extent the inclusive framework was inclusive, in fact. And this is one reason that in 2021, Pakistan, as a sovereign state, refused to sign and walk into the framework. You would be talking about numbers. That being said, the one reason which was not acceptable to us, we were very uncomfortable with, was we had to give our sovereign right to make our own tax laws, tax policy. We were not very comfortable as a state. We know it's complex. It has a limited scope. It's unfair. There's a lot of skepticism as to how MLI and STTR would be faring and how much revenue it would be bringing to. Options. There's so many options which could discuss, but to me, there are basically three options. Fourth one, of course, it's being discussed at the intergovernmental level, which is C on my slide. But you need to build the capacity of the UN Tax Committee. That is your best bet at the moment. What happens? They are your only formal, contact with the developed world, and they are completely, incapacitated. The way those members are selected, and then the way they are put there, they have no contact, they have no orientation of what's going on, how to look at the world, what is happening to them and other developing countries in overall context. They are unable to see and take a stronger position on that. I think if the Global South has anywhere to go from here, they need to invest and build capacity of the UN Tax Committee and make some investment into how those should be selected going forward. And that is where the role of tax justice champions kicks in. The moot point for me is that when a lot of good work has been done on the Amount A MLC, Abdul mentioned this morning, methodologies have been refined and formula factors have been worked out, and the ratios have been deliberated upon. It's good time that we graduate out of this ALP and separate entity system, and we opt for this formulary apportion method along with unitary taxation. This is the only method which can ensure that MNCs can be taxed once and only once. It will reduce litigation, and it will be most equitable system. And let me connect it to my first slides on conceptual caging. Nothing in the international system debars you, limits you from graduating to formulary apportionment. Since we are so much given to, so much conditioned to the international taxes system as it has been sold to us, that we have stopped thinking on any bigger alternatives. We keep playing with the small things here and there, but we do not think beyond the conceptual confines. Let me state that if you have Article 7.4 in your treaties, which is there in most of the treaties that you have signed, because it is available in a UN model, you have no problem. You can graduate to that level, and there's effort being done by certain global justice champions on that. I think a global South and South-South cooperation is the key. I would tend to agree with you going forward. And one thing which I would love to see is that going forward, if we could have an international conference of all global South tax administration and their heads. A representative body is needed, but why not one of the existing organizations can assume that responsibility? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Asfak Ahmed. And one interesting dimension that they brought into the discussion is the historical perspective on how this thing started with the UN in focus, how the focus shifted in terms of providing assistance to countries between developed and developing economy in terms of tax treaties, and which is in consonance with a saying, a popular saying, if you don't know where you are coming from, it will be difficult for you to know where you're going to. Thank you for giving us that background information. We had a past, and this is just a continuation of a future that will lead us to the level of equality we desire in terms of having access to tax revenue in our countries. And you ended on a very good note. You gave us a slide and option, Global South option. You gave us that we need to optimize on the UN Task Committee, give it more strength, focus on capacity building, and define role for international tax justice champions. Because we need all hands on deck. And then you also mentioned the need for us to transition from the arm's length principle to the formulary apportionment method, which will allow us, will bring equity, and which is a very good one. We should not be afraid to dispense the old and seek the new. And then in wrapping up, and so we can access leverage on the UN level, the platform provided in terms of intergovernmental negotiation, the power in numbers. And then you ended by telling us that we need to be more structured in our South-South cooperation. Can you please give him a round of applause for setting the stage? So we are moving to the next presentation, and it's Mr. Prakash Bordel. He's the Chief Tax Officer at Latest Taxpayer Office, Kathmandu, Nepal. I believe he's joining us online, right? Oh, so sorry, please. You have the floor.
Should I be here? Thank you, Sir Chair, and good afternoon, all the participants. First of all, I am very grateful to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to participate in this event and to express some of our experiences from Nepal to this event. Nepal has been implementing digital service tax since July 2022. So we don't have so long history and so significant experience regarding digital service tax. However, we are continuing our efforts towards this one. I would like to share our experience in two phases. One is pre-implementation phase. One is pre-implementation phase, and the second one is post-implementation phase. I mean, pre-implementation phase is about the policy formation phase. What are the current provisions of Nepal? First slide I would like to express this one. Nepal has been implementing value-added tax as an indirect tax for the past 25 years. And we have been implementing Income Tax Act. That was, I think, that was new Income Tax Act for last 20 years. What are the provisions regarding the non-resident person that is providing cross-border digital services to the Nepalese consumers, final consumers? In this case, we don't have such provisions in prevailing acts, our income tax acts and our value-added tax act. We don't have such provisions to bring them under the scope of taxation. That's why we need the new kind of tax. It might be DST, or it might be some kind of else tax. But if we come to the experience regarding why do we need the DST in Nepal, is mainly due to two reasons. We have discussed a lot during the policy formation phase. First of all, I would like to say that taxing any sector or taxing any company or taxing any taxpayer is not for the perspective, not only for the perspective of economic value. I think so, and my team, my participants, our participants, we at that time we also thought so. Because economic value, when we tax a sector or a company, even that might be a multinational company, first of all, that brings up the economic value. It's true. And the second thing, that when we possesses the taxing right, to a sector or to a company, then being a sovereign country, this is our state dignity to tax such companies or such taxpayers. In this way, we had concluded that we do need a kind of taxation to bring giant multinational companies that are providing cross-border digital services to the Nepal. And in this context, we have faced many oppositions and I mean many votes towards whether we should go implementing DST or not. Some of the participants in the meeting, I have already told you that we had conducted several kinds of discussions, several kinds of seminars, and several phases of discussions too. Some of the participants in the discussions, they opposed the digital service tax, mentioning their arguments that the OECD is going to formulate a multilateral measures to tax such digital economies. And if the provisions and if the system or say if the process of such multilateral measures is adopted by global nations or is adopted universally, in that case, Nepal should follow the international scenario. That's why we don't need any kind of DST right now. In the same time, the second opinion from the participants was that OECD multilateral convention is not going to be agreed by its own member countries. As we are discussing that US is not signing this MLC, at that time we discussed if suppose if all the member countries of the OECD agreed to sign the multilateral convention that is proposed by OECD, this will take more than 3 to 4 years. And for this period, what should we do? Do we leave our taxing rights over those giant multinational companies that are providing services to the Nepal, and Nepal is possessing taxing rights over them? So if the OECD multilateral measures come into effect, at that time we will think about OECD MLC. But right now, for the interim period, we should implement the digital service tax in Nepal. And the latter opinion got uniformity because there are some lack in laws regarding multinational companies to bring under the tax rate. First of all, we have business to business transactions in Nepal, and the business to business transaction has been covered or has been included in our domestic tax law. But if you go to the business to individual, I mean business to the direct consumer, final consumer transaction, at that case we were missing the taxing rights. Suppose a multinational company is providing a kind of service by digital means to the final consumer of Nepal. At that case, we don't have any tax deduction at source provision, neither the reverse VAT in VAT. That's why we were not able to collect the tax that Nepal possesses the taxing rights, but the company is providing the service to the final consumer. This was the first and the most important analysis of our discussion to implement the digital service tax at that time. Yes, as I have already told, lack of such arrangements in business to consumer transactions. Consumer is neither obliged to collect a reverse VAT nor collect TDS. Non-resident person located outside the country, state cannot proclaim their P depending upon prevailing laws. Yes, this is the second case. Suppose a multinational company is providing the service outside the Nepal to the Nepalese consumer, Nepalese final consumer. At that context, our prevailing tax law is unable to proclaim such multinational companies as the permanent establishment, or you can say virtual permanent establishment. That was our the second problem. This is the challenge to the principle of direct tax and our prevailing tax law. Our prevailing tax law, there is a provision that if the income source created in Nepal, if the income is created in Nepal, then that income is supposed to be taxed under Nepalese tax law. But this scenario, multinational company provides the service to the Nepalese consumer. The tax jurisdiction is of Nepal, but we were not able to collecting the tax. That was the second measure to conclude implementing GST in Nepal. Yes, I have already mentioned the discussion phase, and during the discussion phase, being a developing country, or we can say the least developed countries, we were scaring that whether this taxation will bring some kind of controversial facts with our donor countries, because Nepal is a poor country and dependent to the foreign aid. That's why we were discussing that whether this tax would bring up some kind of conflicts to our donor countries, or this tax would some in some limit, this tax how to say, I mean to say, we were aware that if we implemented the DST in Nepal, our international relation should not be go in wrong way. Our international trade should not be going wrong way. But still, considering these facts, we come to the decision, we concluded to implement the DST in Nepal, because I have already told you that because of two reasons. One is economic value, and the second is the right of a sovereign state, right of a sovereign country. Yeah. Then, therefore, we are new digital service tax, which is direct tax in nature, was introduced and has been being implemented since July 2023. They have been facilitated through online registration at tax returns. The taxpayers which are registered in our systems, we are facilitating them the online registration, and they can submit their tax returns through online. Scope and tax collection. If we talk about scope and tax collection, to the date, Nepal has collected around 1.5 million US$ within a year regarding digital service tax. And if the digital service tax, we divide digital service tax into a kind of direct tax and a kind of indirect tax. In this case, the VAT payment means we have incorporated, or we had amended our VAT tax act in such a way that being a non-resident person outside the Nepal, and if he or she provides the service to the Nepalese consumers, he is supposed to collect the VAT. He is supposed to collect the VAT and submit to the Nepal government. And in case of digital service is a direct tax, we did not amend it in the income tax act, because if we had set our mind to amend it through income tax act, the prevailing tax structure would be very ambiguous and very difficult. That's why we have introduced a new digital service tax through fiscal act. And till the date, we have 12 multinational companies that have been registered in our system. And thank you. This much is the part of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for Prakash for giving us an overview of what happened in Nepal, and I believe it's an ongoing consultation. And you gave us an idea of the various considerations you had at the back of your mind when we are. One of the key things was engagement with the public, with the private sector, and you were able to come to a decision that you needed to go the route of digital services taxes to make sure that to exercise in the exercise of your sovereign right to tax transactions within your countries. And you gave us several overview of the interplay of what you had to do, amendment to your law. And then you also showed us you showed us the part of the problem you encountered. For instance, you were talking about how there was provision for the business to business in your law, but then the business to consumer transaction was absent and allowed you to come up with a requisite legislation to address that. And then you gave us the figures of what you have collected. That's like 173 billion. Hmm?
1.2 million.
Okay, well.
1.2 million in euros and 1.5 million, around 1.4 million in American dollar.
Okay. So which is quite substantial and shows that there's room for improvement. And then you ended by telling us that 12 multinational companies are already. That means you were effective in getting them to support what you had in place, because I know other jurisdictions also had challenges convincing multinationals to key in. So thank you for sharing that experience, and you will be on standby for questions as we move forward. Now we're moving to my good friend Nixon Omondi Odondi from the Kenya Revenue Authority. Is going to share the Kenya experience. Oh, you don't want to sit here?
Sometimes if you're challenged, we are the typical Zacchaeus, huh? Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, a friend of mine from Kenya was telling me that if you bring in laws which you are not able to implement because of sanctions, you are akin to the thief who stole the village drum. You know the village drum? And when you steal the village drum, where do you play it? That is where some of the countries are actually putting us to. We bring in laws, then we are told you cannot implement such a law, while we have sovereignty with us. So I'll share very briefly on what Kenya has done with respect to, in Kenya we call it the digital economy, but I'm giving it a focus on digital service tax. So that is what we see in Kenya. In 2021, that is what is valued to have been traded in Kenya in terms of the digital economy. Those are crazy figures, eh? You know, 2 weeks ago, we have Blockchain Association of Kenya. That is an association that deals with the trading in cryptocurrencies. And you know, they were telling us that in the last 2 years, young people, because some of us old guards are very resistant to some of this technology, they traded close to $30 billion in cryptocurrency. I don't know whether countries are thinking about or thinking the way I'm thinking or the way Kenya has gone. Of course, we have an array of services in Kenya dealing with the digital economy, whether you're looking at the number of people making digital payments. In Kenya, we have the transformational M-Pesa. Pesa is money in Kiswahili. And we now have a mobile platform where you can buy goods, you can send money. Since I came here, I've been transacting at home. And I did carry any credit card or debit card with me. That is how transformative the mobile money platform has been in Kenya. So in 2019, that is how far our journey starts. In 2019, we introduced the two laws for VAT and income tax, having a nexus between digital services and taxation. So we amended our source of tax provision in the Income Tax Act to say that if somebody is offering services through a digital marketplace, then we deem you to have, sourced or derived the income from Kenya, and therefore you are chargeable. But we didn't actuate that provision until 2020, when we specifically brought in a law in the Income Tax Act that deals with digital service tax. So it's specifically just digital service tax. And then later in that year, we see a law or regulations on how to implement the digital service tax. Very simple tax under the simplified regime, chargeable at 1.5%. We always say that is the lowest in the world. I don't know if there's a lower rate of digital service tax, 1.5%. And since then, there's been a lot of amendments. Actually, we've amended the law every year since 2020. That means we are trying to keep pace with what is happening in the digital space and also in the global tax arena. You can see some of the nuances around Article 37 and 38 and 39 on what is a unilateral measure. Of course, in our law, we are very specific. We identify the user location based on those proxies. And it's very clear in the law. And then we've also provided exemptions because there's a very close link between digital service tax and withholding tax. I think next time we have such a forum, we should evaluate Article 12 a lot and 12A, how digital service tax, Article 12B interacts with withholding tax, the issues around royalties and technical services. So it's very important that you demarcate the line between those services so that there's no ambiguity. We've had cases where, because digital service tax is 1.5% and the other tax is 20%, taxpayers write and fix themselves under the digital service tax so that they pay 1.5%. And then those who are procuring their services in Kenya do not withhold at 20%. That is how interesting this can be. We also have taxation of certain telecommunication services, VSATs, fiber, cable TV, and all that. We deliberately also excluded them because they're already taxable before the entry into effect of a digital service tax. So even as you draft your law, as you look at the scope of services, you also need to scope out those services that already are within the normal income tax regime. This is the impact of, just a second. Okay, I went too fast. Okay, you can put the presentation mode, Abdul. Okay. Good. There we are. So with that simple presentation, that is the impact of what we've had in Kenya. And I like the Nepalese presentation. It means you are moving somewhere. When we started this journey, we used to have our commission, I think it's coming down there as what is key in successful implementation of DST. And you can see top management is there, top management involvement. Our former Commissioner General used to have a meeting with us every 3 days. I think that's the time I never slept for about 6 months. So we had meetings from June up to December. Then I think a few days to New Year, must have been 20-something of December. He asked us, how many have you registered? Because the tax was effective 1st of January, 2021, and we had none. After all the meetings, then on the 3rd of January of that year, I think 1st and 2nd was on a Monday, if I'm not wrong. On the 3rd of January, we had a meeting and we had only registered one taxpayer. After all the effort, you've done marketing, we wrote, I think, 2,000 emails to various providers with the sleepless nights. And he came into the meeting and asked us, Nixon, how many do you have? And we told him just one. Then he laughed and said, okay, at least it's a number. So Nepalese, I think, just take heart. The journey is a journey. It's not a point upon which you register all of them. So that's very positive. So you can see our figures, they're in Kenya shillings. You can divide by 150. If you divide by 150, you're going to get the equivalent in dollars of those amounts. And the figure is growing. I've already said key, you need a dedicated team. So to assist us implement this system, we have a team of young people, 21 in number. When you come to the office, you might think they're on YouTube. They are not on YouTube. They're actually sourcing for providers of these services. So they keep looking for those companies, writing emails to them, making phone calls, because our management has been generous. They have been given airtime. They can call the non-residents. We also get involved with the tax advisors. So sometimes we ask, for example, KPMG, PwC, EY, and all those entities. We are looking for this entity. Let's say if it is XCOP. We know XCOP? Okay, for the old guys, we still call it Twitter. So you have them, how do we get Twitter? And then they'll just tell you, oh, our head office in US audits, Twitter. So from there, you are able to reach through. So collaboration with those tax consultants is also very key. So people should not leave them out. And also we need systems. As I said, it is based on a simplified regime where the non-residents are able to access, they are able to learn how to use the system and comply. For tax administrations with manual systems, I think it might be a very hard tax to implement given the digitalization involved. Key issues that we are still dealing with, and number one, I don't think it's here, but enforcement. How do you enforce where somebody has not come forward to register? We have taxpayers we started engaging in 2020. To date, they don't respond to our mails. How do you deal with them? Okay. One key resource I've met in some countries like in Tanzania and South Africa. They have very close collaboration with the federal bank or the national bank so that they're able to get data which can assist us to identify the taxpayers and also confirm whether what they are paying is actually due. So we are also discussing on how to model our DST to collect more tax and also to align with other countries. Now that our rate is 1.5%, and a number of research, including what was presented in the morning, is that for you to meet amount A, your DST should be about 5 or more %. We saw that. So how do you start with a low rate and move to a higher rate so that taxpayers do not game your system? They don't come asking for lower rates while you should be collecting more. So we're actually discussing that. And also for the low time providers, we have people who provide as little as 1,000 Kenya shillings. That's almost $10. How do you weed them out of your system because of the cost of administration and things like that? So those are considerations that we are looking at. We are also always concentrating on VAT because this is a higher yielding tax. If I was to project the VAT figures, I think Nepal will take heart. Our figures are now in terms of hundreds of billions, which is a good move. So it's good to concentrate on VAT as well. Don't leave VAT and the DST. And then we have the multinational compression in terms of taxation. As we said in the morning, this is a tax that will require multinational cooperation. A single, handling it might not be very successful. Of course, we're also in the Amount A discussions, as we saw in the morning. And we tend to look at the non-residents. And most developing countries, we have our own people who are earning income in the digital space. I'm sure in all our countries, we have the social media influencers who are either advertising or they're monetizing their pages. How do we also ensure that they are also compliant in terms of their taxes? So we have certain measures in Kenya we've introduced, which we call digital monetization or content monetization. And then last but not least, I mentioned that there are people who are in Kenya. I think cryptocurrency has taken some very good grounds, and therefore it's part of the digital economy. How do you ensure that the citizens or residents who engage in digital asset transfers also load or carry their fair share of taxes? So these are all considerations that we need to take into account. I think with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I have to clap for you because you left me with 2 minutes. Yeah, I like the story there, and you're taking the step day after day. That's what I took away from. And you started by giving us a Kenyan parable. Abi, we were talking about if you fail to implement a law, you enact a law that you are not. I want to give you a Nigerian version of it, which says the thief that goes to steal the king's beagle, where will he play it? You can see Africa is one. Yeah. So thank you for giving us that proverb. And then you took us through the Kenya experience, the amendments you had to your Income Tax Act in 2019, and then which led to the enactment of the DST regulation in 2022. And like some of our countries now using Finance Act to amend tax law, you were always doing that. But I remember you had issues with civil society. I'm going to ask you that question later to share your experience with those. So you were trying to up the game in terms of covering up lacunas in the law. And I also took note of, you said you were particular about the effect on the low transactions to make sure that they are protected. And you also focused on multinational corporation. And you told us the rule of the game is multilateral cooperation to be able to get those guys in line. And then you mentioned a system you had in place which helped you, which is simple. You mentioned that it was simple, and then you took the companies through a session of training to be able to adapt to the new way of doing things. And then you mentioned one thing that struck me. You said management was committed, and I also want to assume that you had the whole of government supporting you, that you had that consistent support that we must do this, which is very essential to success. Thank you for sharing the KRA experience. We'll be asking you questions at the end, and I'm sure you'll give us some other interesting perspectives to what you're doing in KRA. Thank you very much. So we'll move to the last of the presentation. Is an online presentation by Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, who is the Joint Secretary, Foreign Tax and Tax Research Division, Central Board of Direct Taxes in India. I'm sure he's on standby. Doc, you have the floor, if you can hear us.
A very good afternoon from India with all the greetings. I hope I am audible.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so being the last speaker, I was wondering whether I should also go for a structured presentation or maybe have a more flexible approach. And I decided finally to have a more flexible approach, probably a little bit of storytelling maybe. I will, of course, be talking a little bit about the so-called digital service tax of India, which is, we call it titulization levy, and how much is the revenue collection from it. But let me begin by going a few years back. I had the privilege of being a part of the task force on digital economy in the Action 1 of BEPS project 2013 to 15. The Action 1 basically talked about 3 objectives. The first was updating the nexus, or if I may say so, taking care of the challenges in the nexus. The nexus, basically, what is meant here by the nexus is the problem of permanent establishment having been stuck with physical presence. So the first and foremost challenge of the task force in digital economy in the Action 1 was nexus problem. The second was data valuation, and the third was characterization. Now, as we progressed in this Action 1 of BEPS 1, so that time, initially it was a 1-year project. The report was to be finalized in 2014, but there was, of course, no consensus because of the strong resistance from a large number of countries, number of powerful countries, I would say. And because of that, initially the draft report said no consensus and we cannot do anything. But then some of the countries, including India, we put our foot down. We said, no, something needs to be done. Otherwise, we cannot accept this report. Because if we just say that nothing can be done and that we leave it, then there's no solution. That we cannot accept. So as a compromise, finally, the process was carried on for 1 more year. And during that 1 more year, what we saw is that a number of countries, which were initially very reluctant to speak out, gradually started speaking. And because of them, actually, what happened at the end is that 3 options were finalized. These options were finalized for the purpose of addressing the nexus problem. I must say that the data valuation was set aside, was not considered that important, and characterization was not even taken up. So the the nexus problem, the problem that arises because the permanent establishment is still based on physical presence, that problem was supposed to be solved by 3 possible options. The first was significant economic presence-based permanent establishment. The second was a final withholding tax, just like there is a final withholding tax on dividend, interest, royalty, and fee for technical services in some countries like India. Similarly, it was proposed that on digital services also there should be a final withholding tax. That was the second option. And the third option, because was initially known as excise tax and later on renamed as equalization levy. In the final compromise, it was decided that the countries who want to do it can actually implement any of the 3 options. So all the 3 options were given a recognized status by the international community at large, consisting of G20 and OECD countries. All of them accepted that the countries who wish to impose any one of them can actually do so. That is there in chapter 10. Chapter 10 and chapter 9 of the final report on Action 1, which was published in 2015, it is still there. And so after 3 options were finalized, the problem was the permanent establishment and final withholding tax cannot be implemented without amendment of treaties. Now, implementing all those treaties is not that easy. We know that. We know very well. And the only third option, which was the only option which can be implemented without changing the treaties, as per the guidance developed by the Action 1 report of BEPS 1 itself, was equalization levy, which is also nowadays known as digital service tax. But at that point of time in the report is mentioned as equalization levy. So after the report was finalized in 2015, we decided to look into it. The government of India was looking into it. There was a committee formed. We considered all options and basically relying upon whatever was stated by the Action 1 report, which was approved by the OECD and G20 countries. Then it was decided that we can go for equalization levy because it is one option that can be implemented without changing the treaties. The problem, as you know, as has also been brought out by many of the panelists right now, the problem was that how do you impose this tax? How do you make companies, the multinational enterprises, register and pay the tax more or less, if I may use the word, almost on their own kind of voluntarily. So this was the problem that we were facing. And we came up with a solution saying that, of course, we cannot impose it right now on the B2 services, B2C, the business to consumer services, because it's very difficult to impose a withholding tax mechanism. But what we decided is that we will impose a withholding tax on the business to business transactions which are relating to the digital services. So these digital services some guidelines was already there in the Action 1 report. We largely followed whatever guidelines was developed, and then we came out with our own report which says that let's implement equalization levy on a business to business basis with the help of withholding tax. So the withholding tax was imposed on those payments which are made by one business entity to another relating to the digital services. Initially, the report recommended 13 digital services on which such an equalization levy can be imposed. But when the government examined it, the government implemented the equalization levy. It was brought in through a Finance Act chapter. Now, being a Finance Act chapter means that it is not part of the income tax. But then what was decided was that we decided to do it only for one single digital service, and that was the internet advertising. So for the internet advertising, one equalization levy was levied in India by the Finance Act 2016 from 1st April 2016. And this was imposed when a payment of more than 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh Indian rupees was made. Now, 1 Indian rupee, roughly speaking, over the years, we can presume it to be around 80 rupees, $80. So by that, you can see that when a payment is to be made of more than 100,000 Indian rupees, or maybe 12.5 thousand, sorry, $1.25 then that has to be subjected to a withholding tax at the rate of 6%. So in very similar way, in which generally the payments of dividend, royalty, and interest are taxed when the payment is made to a non-resident enterprise or a non-resident taxpayer, the equalization levy was also levied by holding that a 6% tax will be imposed through withholding. So it is the person who is making the payment. And what we decided was that any resident of India making a payment to a non-resident or any permanent establishment of a non-resident enterprise, which is established in India and taxable in India, is making a payment, that will also have to deduct the equalization levy at the rate of 6%. So this is the background in which the equalization levy or the digital service tax in India is also known. Because it was only on internet advertising, colloquially, the newspapers particularly, they used to call it Google tax, because Google was the most important internet advertising revenue earner in India at that point of time. Of course, many others were there. It was not only Google, but Google was the biggest one. That is the reason why it was sometimes called Google tax. Now, our experience with it has been good. But before I go on to the experience, let me just share a few other strategies that we used. In Indian income tax, there is one particular section known as Section 40, which says that if a withholding tax was supposed to be deducted on a business payment and it has not been deducted, then that particular payment will not be allowed as a deduction for the computation of profits. So what we did is that we also relied on this provision of the Income Tax Act in India. And what was imposed in the Income Tax Act was that if any payment is made on which equalization levy was to be deducted but has not been deducted, then that payment will not be allowed as an expense. So in other words, profits will be computed without allowing that payment as an expense. So that was a big disincentive that we created against those who are supposed to deduct equalization levy and do not do so. So the initial first year, I'll come to a slide. I have only one slide and I'll just share it at the end. But before that, let me share that initially the collections were slow, they were small, and slowly they started picking up. In between what happened is that around 2019, when they were somewhat picking up, we also had COVID. So COVID also interfered in the collection process. And please remember that we are still having only one digital service covered under the equalization levy, and that is internet advertising. So all the other digital services on which the digital tax or the equalization levy can be imposed have still not been done. The reason why it was not being done is because after India imposed the equalization levy, there was a reconstitution of the task force in digital economy. And it started working with the purpose of finding multilateral solutions. Now, this is very interesting. Now, when we were into the BEPS Action 1, 2013 to 15, all the time we were saying that we have identified three options, but because there is no consensus, and we need to still continue, and we need to work more. And so what we would like is that after 2015, when the BEPS 1 is over, we need to continue and have more discussion. But then most of the countries, or largely I may say OECD was not ready. And what they said is that, no, nothing doing. So we will come back only in 2020 to see if something more needs to be done. It seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think the general idea was that it is very difficult to impose any kind of tax out of the three options, because two will require amendment of a treaty, and one, the equalization levy, will be very difficult to implement. And this was at the back of our mind when we were designing the equalization levy in India. So what we did is that we made a few things very clear. That first of all, it should be simple. Second, we will like to have no disputes, so zero disputes. And generally, this has been the case. We still do not have any tax litigation on equalization levy. The third part was that we will implement it only on business to business at this stage. That does not mean that we do not intend to go for the business to consumer, but maybe we'll wait and see how it goes. And the last part is that it was seamlessly implemented with very little interference from the tax department. So very little enforcement activities were undertaken to enforce it. Now, going forward, there was one change. In 2020, we also expanded the scope of equalization levy by imposing a 2% tax on the international e-commerce platforms. So all the international e-commerce platforms, they had to collect 2% tax out of whatever e-commerce they were facilitating, and they were supposed to pay it to the government of India. So this was a 2% tax. This tax also took up a little bit slowly, because initially there was a lot of confusion. The processes were not very clear. It was not very sure as to how the registration and all will be done. I think it is picking up, but because it was COVID time when it was introduced, the COVID had still not gone away. And after that also, this is one tax which is implemented, and it is contributing to the equalization levy, but unfortunately, I do not have the figures as to how much is the contribution from the 2% e-commerce platform tax and how much is the 6% tax on digital advertisements. But I'll be sharing my slides. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, I think you can.
Thank you. I'm just trying to. I think somebody else, yeah, the other slide which is being shared will have to be removed only then, because my message says that you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. I'm sorry I did not share my slide earlier. Maybe that is the reason. But can the screen share be removed?
Okay, not to worry. You've given us a very good story, and we want to say thank you for bringing on board the Indian experience. So on your behalf, we'll be sharing it with participants, and quite an interesting stuff. When you were wrapping up, you mentioned that the implementation was seamless. That's an interesting country to live in. Yeah, I would like to know, maybe if we have some time later, for you to tell us what was the magic wand that you used that the tax administration didn't even have to chase after people. And certainly would like to share that experience if we have the opportunity. And also you give us an overview of how you brought in the withholding tax and equalization levy, the interplay within those two taxes, and at the end, how you were able to bring in the 2% e-commerce intervention. Was it intervention payment, right? Okay, it was also an equalization. Okay, 2.2. Okay, okay. So thank you for sharing the experience, and it's a pity our time is we're fast running out of time, so I have to open the floor for questions before we'll have a break. Questions? Yeah.
A very quick one. I think, especially in Nixon's experience, the digital services tax has been criticized because of the fact that it's passed on to consumers. And I think that the companies really take advantage. They tell you we're increasing the amount that you're paying for this particular service because your country has introduced this particular tax. So how do you balance that? Especially considering that there's no threshold, at least in Kenya, for the digital service tax. It's just blanket. And at one point, yes, it was imposed on residents.
Okay, we'll take other questions. I think that is for you. So any other question? Okay.
My question is, thanks to all the panelists and you, Chair. I have a question for Ash, and I also have a question for Nico. Ash, in your presentation, I just as you were painting the background for us as to how we have come to be where we are, I wondered if you considered what the role of regional bodies could be in a new future for international tax. And for Nico, I wondered what in your in the development of your DST and the concern that you only had one registrant at the beginning, were there any stakeholder engagements ahead of the introduction of your DSTs? I actually have another question for you, Nico. I know that you recently joined the inclusive framework, and I just wondered what was the background, what was the impetus for that as well?
So you have the floor, please. You have the floor. His Excellency, you are welcome. We're taking questions for the last session. Thanks for coming around.
My first question was asked by Evelyn now, and just wanted to understand, Abdullah, you don't leave my question. In the inclusive framework, Kenya said no first, and then we were told there was a behind the door negotiation for it to withdraw. And now India continued having the digital service tax in its own variation, but it didn't apparently pose a problem for it in inclusive framework to agree to it. To agree to the inclusive framework when the political thing was agreed. So how are these things possible? One country withdraws and goes back to agree, and one country continues not applying it, but yet agrees to the draft.
So we'll take the last question, please. Hello, sir. Okay. It was good to hear Muhammad Ishfaq Ahmad on the historical context of the tax system. And he went on the centuries back way of colonization of tax system and the way it has come out of it. And I would also support some of his suggestions which he presented in the end of his lead off, particularly about an international conference on transition, and maybe one of our main body on tax justice, maybe global justice, should take that more in concrete form and see what is the possibility. And that will be really a great step forward if the outcome of this South-South cooperation could lead to another major event explaining the whole tax system and also what's happening here. For me, it was a new world opening up today. As I heard many different perspectives, which we are unable to hear in Pakistan and also in some of the Asian countries. So it was great to hear our friends here. Thank you.
Yeah. So we're going to get responses. We have 4:10 to wrap up. It's 4:10 now, but I will allow you in as brief as possible respond to the questions. I know you have most of the questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Marlene, your question on the role of regional bodies, that's of key import, of course, goes without saying. But unfortunately, the focus of the international community is little lopsided. There's a lot of focus on regional bodies in Africa and to some extent in South America. But there's no focus on Asia at all. Well, we do understand Asia has its own peculiarities and regional conflicts, but that should not debar the regional bodies coming up and working together for the betterment of the tax systems and eventually the people living in those countries. In the entire Asia, there's not a regional body of tax administrations. There are, here and there under other, political bodies. There are tax chapters. For instance, we have SARC, and under SARC there's a chapter, a small subsidiary organization of tax administrations, but it is not. It's as functional as SARC itself is. I hear Asian Development Bank has taken lead, and they have created a kind of a platform, but not tax administrations as such being represented there, but it's the Asian Development Bank. Once we fill that gap up in Asia, I think that's a very good idea that regional tax administrations should meet. They should have active role in capacity building and agenda setting, which is very, very important. And I would, connect back to my last slide. And again, UN Tax Committee, we have always been, suggesting to various tax justice, champion organizations and even UN Secretariat that it doesn't involve much of the finances. If you just invite all Global South state members of the tax committee a day before, so that they can have an agenda setting session, informal session amongst themselves, that would do a sea of change, I tell you. But that's not possible. Even the flight schedules are booked by UN's, American Express, and at times you land at midnight, and tomorrow you have to go. to the meeting and then immediately you leave. So there's no time. I think this is a very crucial area for us to think and address. On yes, Farooq Tariq's question, yes, Pakistan, we had our role in digital taxation. We experimented in 2018. We have jacked up we started off with 5%, then we jacked it up to 7.5, and now we are at 10%. It's doing decently, but to me, it's a very blunt instrument. We can't continue with it, but now we are gearing up to formulary apportionment, and soon, hopefully, we'll graduate to that level. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, thank you for the very good questions. So let me start with Eve's questions. One, I know DST was initially criticized, but given its international based tax, which was being implemented by the others, I think we have the impetus to move on. What I know the providers or suppliers have been passing on to consumers is VAT. In Kenya, they usually notify our consumers that given that Kenya Revenue Authority has instituted 16% VAT, we are going to increase price. DST should not lead to an increased price, but however, we all know we have a free economy. Providers of services are free to price the way they want, but the invoice should not include DST. We started by imposing DST on everyone. That was both residents and non-residents. Key was to understand the digital economy in Kenya. But again, after realizing that it was adding layers of cost of administration and cost of compliance to the tax, because residents were already paying their tax on their profits and also withholding taxes and other advances taxes, then it was deemed fair to, lift DST on residents. So DST currently is only on non-residents. On Malin's questions, together with what Eve had asked, and Daktari, that's how we call it in Kenya. That's a Kiswahili word for doctor. Basically, initially we did not join the consensus because we felt that Amount A was infringing into our sovereignty, going to do away with the DST, which was already operational. And this will be a caution to many countries. It is important to have top management involvement, and not just the management of the Revenue Authority, but also of the country. So many a time we had to make presentations to our president, highlighting why digital service tax is more important than Amount A. And because some of these organizations and countries are very powerful, you'll find they have already given the president a narrative. So you go there and the president tells you, you're barely collecting anything. Why don't you stop it and wait for the bigger, amount that is coming? So then you also need people who are grounded in the rules. So we will then take our president through what Amount A entails and what our digital service tax also entails. So initially we agreed that we are not going to join the consensus because we felt our DST was being, posed to be suspended. But again, after discussions, if you look at the Amount A, Annex A, you're able to see that Kenyan DST is not listed there. So that was part of behind the scenes, of course, discussions with the countries and OECD. And thank God, Emmanuel is here with the facilitation of ETAF. That's why we were able to discuss with the US specifically, the OECD, as to why the Kenyan DST does not meet the qualifications set out in Article 38 and 39. And that's why I was talking about Article 40. So what comes out is you need people who are well grounded in the principles, in the rules, because if you don't know what is in Amount A, a layman will not understand you, why you need to keep Amount A. Because some of the issues actually that was brought to our attention is that, there's usually the AGOA and these other benefits that donor countries make to our country. They tell the president, if you don't remove this DST, we are going to withdraw a certain aspect. And it's not easy. So it's also important to know what you're talking about, but you also engage the countries so that you have consensus going forward. So what we have now is our DST, which we are also seeking to revamp, as I think I mentioned, as we wait for Amount A. We were able to tell our president that if Amount A is signed, for example, in 2024, and is effective 2025, the first return will be filed in 2027. Payment will come in 2028. So you go with such a practical analogy. You tell them if we suspend DST today, today is 2023, we are going to get the first batch of Amount A 4 or 5 years later. So sometimes it's good to understand the nuances around these policies so that you can counter with why you have to continue with your unilateral measure. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. And painfully, we have to stop at this point. Prakash, I would have liked to ask you a question, but then time is not on our side. As we wrap up, I just want to leave us with some sound bites from the discussion. We've learned that it's not a one size fits all. He told us is a formulary apportionment. That's what they are trying out in their country. While other countries are turning to digital services taxes, whatever you do, just make sure you retain that tax revenue in your country and protect your sovereignty. And then we've also learned that as you go forward, you learn and you grow, and that is essential to build experience and expertise. Like he mentioned, talking to political office holders, they are only interested is what is in it for us. What can we collect? So if you don't have the facts and figures, you are likely to get run over by a moving train, which is something that happens most times. And then also, we have highlighted and will keep highlighting the fact the way to go is multilateral cooperation and collaboration. Together, we can get to a point that we say we have tax systems that are equitable, that are fair and transparent, that protects everyone, not only the countries getting revenue, taxpayers as well. So I've had a beautiful time with my panelists. Can you please give them a round of applause? And then finally, I will thank myself for being the chairman of that session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have with us the Ambassador of India, who will deliver an address in the context of India's presidency of the G20. I would invite His Excellency Ambassador Indramani Pandey to the stage. Okay, as you're comfortable.
Thank you very much for accommodating my request to give my statement before the tea break. I know tea breaks are very important. You had very fascinating discussion about taxation matters, very technical discussion. So my intervention will be more about G20 and Global South, much less about taxation matters for two reasons. One, that I don't understand taxation much. And second, I wanted to highlight to the audience here how India has focused on issues and priorities of Global South during its G20 presidency. But I would definitely highlight one or 2 points from our New Delhi declaration, which are related to taxation matters. The details are available, and those who would like to take a look can look at the declaration itself. So, Chair, distinguished delegates, a very good evening to you all. I thank South Center and Global Alliance for Tax Justice for inviting me to speak on South-South cooperation in international tax matters in the context of India's G20 presidency. I'm happy to note that the conference has brought together developing countries as well as civil society to discuss the implications and potential responses of the Global South to two significant developments: the multilateral convention of the OECD for taxation of digital economy, and negotiations in the UN General Assembly on promoting international tax cooperation. I commend South Center and Global Alliance for Tax Justice for their timely initiative on a very challenging topic. The theme of India's G20 presidency, as many of you would know, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, embodies India's commitment to the welfare of the entire humanity and affirms the value of all life on our planet. Human, animal, plant, and microorganisms, and their interconnectedness, interdependence, and shared future. You are also very well aware of India's G20 priorities, which were publicized by us, and India's focus on Global South. At the beginning of our presidency, we took the unprecedented step of convening in January 2023 a virtual summit of the countries from Global South. The summit enabled us to become aware of the shared concerns and priorities of the Global South, to mainstream them into all G20 deliberations, and to ensure that they are adequately addressed in the commitments and decisions of the G20. The New Delhi Declaration, which was adopted by consensus amongst G20 countries, unlike the Indonesian presidency, has taken a number of initiatives which will serve the interests of Global South, including the very important decision to admit the African Union as a member. So entire African continent will be represented now at G20 through African Union. Our Prime Minister convened a virtual G20 summit last week on 22nd November in order to discuss again what steps G20 needs to take and what have been significant initiatives during India's presidency. But before doing so, he convened second virtual summit of Global South on 17th November in order to apprise the countries of the South of the progress made during India's G20 presidency on the shared concerns and priorities. At the conclusion of the summit, Prime Minister highlighted the top 10 priorities for Global South identified by the participants by consensus. And I would like to take a couple of minutes to highlight them. Not that they relate to the topic of the conference, but they are important for the countries from Global South. So they are working for one future with the spirit of together for everyone's growth with everyone's trust. Climate action based on principles of equity, climate justice, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Third priority, clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition and food security for all. The fourth priority, consultative, demand-driven, and people-centric development financing that respects national sovereignty and avoids debt traps. Fifth, digital public infrastructure for public service delivery. Sixth, reform multilateralism, representative, inclusive, and consultative global governance structures. Seventh, women-led development. Eighth, integrating Global South into global value chains, mutual investments within Global South. Ninth, counter-terrorism cooperation, protecting cyberspace and preventing misuse of new technologies. And the last but the most important one, achievement of 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals. sorry, it's a throat infection. One of the objectives of India's G20 presidency has been to catalyze and drive all flagship priorities for international tax agenda for the year 2023 and beyond, with the objective to develop a globally fair, sustainable and modern international tax system appropriate for the needs of 21st century. So we had, I think it's information known to everyone, but we can reiterate. We had identified 3 priorities: monitoring the progress of the G20 OECD inclusive framework, the 2-pillar international tax package, tax and capacity building, and enhancing tax transparency. The New Delhi Leaders Declaration reaffirmed the commitment to continue cooperation towards a globally fair, sustainable, and modern international tax system, and reiterated the G20's commitment to swift implementation of the 2-pillar international tax package. You are aware of the other key decisions. They are listed in the declaration. Therefore, I will refrain from listing them here in interest of our time. But amongst other decisions, the declaration had recognized the need for coordinated efforts towards capacity building to implement effectively the 2-pillar international tax package, and had welcomed the plan for additional support and technical assistance for developing countries. So there was a focus on the capacity building and technical assistance for developing countries. The reform of the international tax system to make it fair, sustainable, and modern is a work in progress, as we all know. I would like to assure that India will continue to highlight the perspectives of Global South and support all the initiatives in this regard, including as a member of G20 Troika under Brazil's presidency. Let me mention here, which I have not included in my remarks, is that from Global South's perspective, in G20, we are lucky to have presidencies by 4 countries consecutively, which are from Global South, beginning with Indonesia, then India, now Brazil, and then it will be South Africa. So this is the opportunity that we have to make sure that G20 decisions and commitments are conducive to our interests. And that is why I wanted to highlight that how during our presidency, we made sure that we spoke to Global South, we understood their priorities and concern, and then we made them our highest priority on the top of our agenda, and our effort will continue in that direction. So as I had said, I would be speaking less on taxation matters, more on G20 and its focus on Global South under our presidency. Thank you so much for giving me this time. And our support for South Center is well known and will continue to support your initiatives in future. Thank you so much. I will have to leave now because I have to deliver another statement in IOM. So that is how we spent our days, going from room to room and delivering statements. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for gracing the conference with your erudite remarks and for your support to the developing world through the presidency of the G20. Thank you so much.
Please enjoy your tea break now. Thank you.
So we break now for a 10-minute tea break. Assistant Director, Tax Controller, and inaugural member of the Non-Resident Persons Tax Office, Nigeria, and Andrea Prieto Gonzalez, Advisor International Taxation from the Colombian Tax Administration, and Mr. Kuldeep Sharma from the South Center. We will be having the session chaired remotely by Mr. Daniel Teitelman, who is Director of the Economic Development Division in the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. I hope Daniel is here with us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Muchas gracias, Daniel. Sorry, we're starting a bit late. You know how these things can tend
Don't
to
worry.
be delayed.
Don't worry.
But very happy to have you with us. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to you to chair this session. To chair this session. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm really sorry I couldn't make it in person, which was my wish, but unfortunately, this time it wasn't possible. But thanks a lot for the opportunity to at least be remotely with you guys and participate in this very important event. I will be moderating this panel discussion 2B on digital taxations, alternatives, country experience, and Global South solidarity. And once again, I thank the South Center for this invitation. Global South today finds itself at the developing crossroads. Advance in economic growth and social well-being are under threat from the growing impacts of climate change, social exclusions, and the possibility of our countries to sustain dynamic and growth. At the same time, building resilience, trying to move towards more dynamic and inclusive economies in the Global South will require a large-scale investment efforts with the public sector playing a key role. And that's, I think, we think is a key issue that we have to put on the table. To face climate change issues, to be able to provide social inclusions and improve equality and income distribution will require very active fiscal policies. But however, our countries have little fiscal space and we are challenged with limited fiscal space, which constrain our fiscal policy capacity. Breaking this will require the resource, a huge resource mobilization efforts, especially through strengthening the tax stake. One of our key challenges in Latin America, and I think in the Global South, is how can we strengthen our tax stake. In this sense, just let me give you some numbers from Latin American and the Caribbean regions. For example, we have a very low average tax stake, around 21% of GDP in 21, compared with the 34% of the OECD countries. Growth in tax revenue has slowed significantly in the last years, and the tax gap between the region and developed countries, and that's something that goes for the South in general, has not significantly improved since 2008. The tax stake, at least in Latin America and the Caribbean, is really weakening by important level of tax evasions and tax avoidance and very generous beneficial tax treatments. Okay, what is being called tax expenditures. ECLAC, we have estimated here that at least in the region, tax evasion on average is around 61 point percentage of regional GDP, equivalent to 325 billions, which is a lot of money that is not being captured by our governments. And that's more or less equivalent to 20% of central government expenditures, okay? Which is more or less the tax preferential treatment is around 3.7% of GDP and around 20% of central government expenditure. Against this backdrop is that we have to do, and we have a policy challenge, is how to make more efficient, effective, and equitable our taxation and our tax base, and that's where digital taxation becomes a very important in the future to see how we can increase our tax intake. Accelerating the digitalization of the economy creates significant challenge for the taxation of the income derived from the provision of cross-border services and goods. Policymakers face the progressive erosion of domestic tax bases, unfair competitions between foreign and domestic service providers, and the expansion of the informal economy brought about by the growing of the gig economy. We have in many countries tried to incorporate and introduce digital transaction taxes on goods and services, but still a large proportion of our digital economy is largely untaxed. For these purposes is that our panel today will be discussing measures by which countries of the Global South can protect their tax bases and generate additional public revenues to support sustainable development, which we think is a key element since since fiscal policy will be playing a key role in the future to allow our countries to develop, to face climate change, and to move towards a more inclusive growth. Countries face today growing pressure to take steps to implement the measures outlined in the two-pillar solution to address the tax challenges arising from the digitalization of the economy as part of the inclusive framework for BEPS. Unfortunately, the two-pillar solution will not provide significant benefits for developing countries. Pillar 1, which basically deals with digital taxation, is limited in scope, covering a very small group of multinational enterprises and is driven by an exceptional complex set of rules. The tax revenue redistributed by the application of these rules may be very limited. Facing this context is what our countries can do to face these situations. What are some practical alternatives to the approach outlined in Pillar 1? And that's basically what we'll be discussing in this panel. An important option is expanding the nexus for source taxations by adopting a significant economic presence rule that applies to digital service. Some countries are trying to do that nowadays and trying to move unilateral to a significant economic presence in order to organize their tax structures. But unfortunately, these are individual efforts and should be addressed with a multilateral and a more collective perspective. And that's why we think that beyond Pillar 1 and to support a more multilateral actions towards to see how we can incorporate significant economic presence into the rules of taxation rules, is that we think that beyond Pillar 1 and other options to improve coordination between countries will be for countries in the Global South to work to incorporate Article 12b of the United Nations Model Tax Treaty into their bilateral treaties. Article 12 provides clear benefits to both parties and could generate significant revenues in developing countries. However, the digital economy is a global phenomenon and should ideally be addressed by multilateral solutions, not by unilateral bilateral treaties. In these regards, on November 22nd, the good news is that the Second Committee of the United Nations General Assembly approved a resolution tabled by Nigeria on behalf of the African Group that calls for the United Nations to take a larger role in international tax affairs based on a multilateral convention on international tax cooperations. Countries of the Global South, therefore, find themselves with a unique opportunity to shape international tax cooperation and influence the development of tax rules that benefit them. Thus, it is very important to strengthen the negotiation position of countries from the Global South to get more benefit from digital taxations. The policymaking landscape is challenging for the countries of the Global South. Asymmetries of power provide countries on the Global North with significant leverage to influence policy choices in developing economies. South-South cooperation in tax matters offers an opportunity for developing countries to influence policy debates and navigate competing digital taxation pressures. In Latin America and the Caribbean, for example, the recently inaugurated Regional Platform for Tax Cooperation, PTLAC, provides a mechanism through which member states can create regional positions on key cross-border tax issues. To talk about these issues, we are fortunate today to be joined by the distinguished panel of national authorities who will provide their insight on digital taxation's policy developments in their countries. To talk about significant economic presence, we have Oni Oluwole Olushola, who is Assistant Director of Tax and Tax Controller in the International Tax Department of the Federal Inland Revenue Service of Nigeria. We also count with the presence of Andrea Prieto Gonzalez, who is an advisor on international taxation at the National Tax Administration, DIAN, of Colombia, and also have the presence of Kuldeep Sharma, who is research consultant of the South Center, to talk about Article 12B of the UN Model Tax Convention. Thank you very much for the presence of these experts. So now I give the floor to Oni Oluwole Olushola for his intervention. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I'm through a screen and not in person there. Oni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a very great honor for me to be invited to share my experience on significant economic presence from Nigeria perspective. Okay. This is my long agenda for this short presentation. The background, the old, the new, the intricacies, the solution, the results, the challenges, and the future. So following the Nigeria economy is one of the biggest in Africa. In fact, it accounts for more than half of the GDP of the whole of West Africa. We have a population of 220 million. And in terms of internet penetration, we have 55% internet penetration. And in terms of internet growth, we have annual internet growth projection of about 4%. This makes Nigeria a very good market for digital entities. Now, the old. The old was the brick and mortar days when we have just 4 subsections of our law that takes care of the brick and mortar. And in those days, as at 2020, the biggest companies in the world are brick and mortar companies, 2010. And we were very okay. Everything was good until the new came. And what is the new? We enter into a new borderless world with new technology and evolving taxation in pursuit of effects without presence. So 10 years after 2010, as at 2020, the new thing that has happened to the world has changed the narratives of the biggest companies in the world using some parameters. We have Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, etc., as the biggest company in the world. And these intricacies of the new order has caused many issues in the tax world. And what is the integrate things about digital companies? They scale without mass. They rely on intangible assets, heavy reliance on data and user participation. And since then, the world has been looking for taxing solutions to these intricacies. I guess that is why most of us are here today. In the meantime, Nigeria has found solution. And what is the solution? Nigeria created a new nexus that will address all these intricacies. 2 sections, 2 subsections were added to section 4. Let me go back to section 4. Okay, sorry. Okay, so 2 new sections were added to these sections, fixed base, the brick and mortar nexus. 2 new sections were added to it. And those two nexus took care of the digital world. Okay, so the first section, the profit of non-resident company shall be deemed to be derived in Nigeria if the company provides digital goods or services where the company has significant economic presence in Nigeria. The second section is if the trade or business of a non-resident entity includes furnishing of technical, management, consultancy, professional services outside Nigeria to persons in Nigeria, to the extent that that service has significant economic presence in Nigeria, it will be subject to tax in Nigeria. If you look at the slides, at the footnote of the slides, the law says that the Honorable Minister of Finance of Nigeria will define what constitutes significant economic presence. So, what is significant economic presence? The Honorable Minister of Finance defines significant economic presence that as follows. A non-resident entity will be deemed to have significant economic presence in Nigeria under the following conditions. 1, on turnover basis. On turnover basis. 2, use of Nigerian domain name .ng or registration of websites address in Nigeria. The third condition is a company will have significant economic presence in Nigeria if it has purposeful and sustained interaction with persons in Nigeria by customizing its digital page or platform to target persons in Nigeria, including reflecting the prices of its product or services in Nigerian currency, or providing option for billing or payment in Nigerian currency. So, all the non-resident entities are required to file their annual returns in Nigeria, except those that are furnishing digital, technical, consultancy, management, and professional services. So let's look at the turnover. You know, I said there are some conditions. The first condition is turnover. So the turnover is for a company to have significant economic presence in Nigeria is 25 million naira. When you convert it to dollar in our exchange rate today is about 30,000 US dollar or thereabout. And the reason we use 25 million is because our local companies, the baseline for them to register and then comply with company income tax is 25 million. So we wanted to achieve fairness and equity. We don't want to subject non-resident to a condition that is different from the resident. So the next slide will be showing some of the conditions that is defined in the SEP order. The first one is streaming and downloading of services of digital content, including but not limited to movies, video, music, application, games, ebooks, etc. to any person in Nigeria. One of the companies involved is Netflix. Another condition is transmission of data collected about Nigerian users, which have been generated from users' activities on a digital interface, including websites or mobile application. Example of that is Facebook. Another condition is provision of some goods and services through digital platform. And what comes to mind is Amazon. Another condition is provision of intermediation service through digital platform, websites, or other online application that links suppliers and customers in Nigeria. What comes to mind is Match Group. Match Group is a company that links guys to men and all whatnot. Another company that comes to mind in this respect is Uber. Uber would link somebody who wants to move from a place to another person who wants to transport him to another place. We've talked about this order, so I'll skip it. So the uniqueness of our significant economic presence. The good thing about our SEP is that it is not considered as a unilateral measure like DST because it's under our income tax law, using turnover threshold and other parameters to create income tax nexus. However, assuming today Pillar 1 and the Amount A is endorsed and the signs, everything about it is okay, any entity that is within the scope of Pillar 1 will not be obligated to comply with our SEP. Also, our significant economic presence does not affect companies from countries with whom we have treaty. Another thing that is unique about our SEP is that the cost of implementation is not so prohibitive. It's very, very low. So we go to the result. When you look at the screen, the figures of revenue represents the revenue filed by digital companies. In the first year, 2020, you can see the figure in dollars. We have marginal increase in 2021, maybe because of COVID, but in 2022, we had a very, very astronomical increase. But when you look at the tax that we collect from it, it's not very, very impressive. The tax yield is 1.81, and then it's reduced to 0.89 when you look at tax divided by revenue. And then it's further reduced in 2022 to 0.8. And when you look at the number of companies too, 21 added, just within a year, we added 3. And then the next year we added 4 to give 28. So because of internet growth and internet penetration, revenue from registered digital companies is on the ascendancy. However, the tax yield is painfully on the decrease instead of at least being constant. Moreover, you can see that the tax net is not very, very impressive. So we'll be talking about the challenges, and the challenges we address why we have these figures. This is just showing the graphical of the table. So the challenges, like every maiden undertaking, when you are drafting any law, you might not see all the possible outcomes and reaction during the drafting stage. And that one happened to Nigeria. Particularly, we were thinking that because this is not the first time we are subjecting non-residents to tax in Nigeria, we were thinking that the PE, the basis of attribution of entities with PE in Nigeria will just be the same for significant economic presence. So we did not factor into SEP the attribution rules. So that was one of the things that was exploited. For companies that are having permanent establishment, brick and mortar, that are non-residents, we have Section 30, which give us 6% of their turnover as tax. So we were thinking that the SEP order automatically, they will just move into it and then start complying. So at the drafting of the order, it was assumed that that would be the case. But when they started filing, you notice that the tax yield in 2020 was higher than 2021. It's because some of them filed at 6%. Then later, maybe they went back to their drawing board that how can we be filing at 6% when some companies or countries are using DST at 3%, like Kenya at 1.something%. So the next year when they were filing, they pack in a lot of notional costs, and then their tax base, their taxable profits reduced, and then the tax rate became very, very, very low. So one of the first things we did when we noticed that was to amend our Section 30 to include significant economic presence companies, companies within significant economic presence, we now make them to be subject to tax at 6%, but it has not yielded a positive results. Also, from the result, you will see that the tax net has not expanded because CEP is not binding on entities from treaty countries. We have treaty with about 16 countries. And most of these entities from non-treaty countries came to Nigeria through their countries with whom we have treaty. You know, digital is mainly America. And most of the American companies, they incorporate in Netherlands too, Belgium and the rest. And we have treaty with Belgium, we have treaty with Netherlands. So instead of them coming as an American company to Nigeria, they came to Nigeria as a Netherlands company, you know, and because of that, they are not binded to comply with our CEP rule. And when you look at the treaty also, we have options of working against them, saying that, okay, this is treaty shopping. You know, it's not allowed for you to treaty shop. But another resistance we have is that, okay, how do we prove the substance around the principal purpose test? And although we are signatory to MLI, our National Assembly, which is our legislator, have not really signed it into law. Had it been they've signed into law, at least our tax net will have increased by at least 20 extra companies from treaty countries. Also, we have, if we want to renegotiate our treaty with them, it's also very, very difficult because it is not favorable to them. So we have difficulty to amend our treaty or renegotiate our treaty. Now, if you look at the screen, you see who, what, when, where, why, and how. And that is the characteristics of digital companies. We don't know them. We don't know what they are doing. We don't know when they come into our country. We don't know why they are in our country, the type of services they are rendering, and we don't know how much they are earning from our country. So in that respect, it's very, very difficult to enforce compliance. Also, the figures they give to us, how do we verify the authenticity of these results? Is it correct? Are they declaring? So we just trust them that, okay, as a big multinational, they will tell us the truth. One of the ways we try to mitigate our attribution rule is to go to our circular, FRS circular, to now say, okay, if you don't want to be assessed based on 6%, we can assess you using EBITDA. That is, we look at your global EBITDA, any before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, and then we use that percentage on your gross income from Nigeria. And then we also give them option that, okay, we look at your global profitability ratio or your segment profitability ratio and use it to benchmark the tax you should pay in Nigeria. The disadvantage of this, or the challenge with this also, is because our circular is not seen as a law that is binding on taxpayers. So until we domesticate this into our law, it might not be as effective. So what are we looking at in the future? Okay, before then, let me just give a live scenario. There was one of these big companies that filed, and then the tax rate was less than 1%. We invited them and their consultant came. And then they said that, okay, there's nothing that Nigeria is contributing to their revenue, that the function, there is something in transfer pricing called FAR, function, perform, asset, employ, risk, assume, that all this is outside Nigeria. So why would they be paying so much tax in Nigeria that they've allocated the chunk of the cost to erode the base? So our question is that, yes, the function, the asset, and the risk is outside your country. It's outside our country. But without our user participation, can you derive any income? And then we ask them also that, what is the basis for you to have a low tax yield in Nigeria? That when you look at economic circumstances in Nigeria, the pestle, what is it that is difficult in your operation in Nigeria that will make Nigeria to have a lower tax yield compared to other countries or compared to your global position. So that's one of the things that we have told them, and then we still hope that with further engagement, we will arrive at a very good basis of attribution. So what does the future portend? Number one, we want to, in 2024, we will look at having a clearer rule on profit attribution, so that from the beginning, they will know the percentage of their income that will be subject to income tax in Nigeria. Then we have a bill that is before our Nigerian legislator. We will have more push. We have a new government in Nigeria. We will work on them so that they can ratify it, so that the tax base will increase. All those people from treaty countries will come to tax net. For those that we have seen, okay, the Nigeria also implemented what is called significant, VAT on the digital services. And in our tax net, we have several digital companies in our VAT tax net, but most of them have not come into company income tax net. And then for those that are recalcitrant, we are looking at activating international cooperation mechanism with other foreign jurisdictions to enforce payment of taxes evaded in Nigeria. Also, no matter what a non-resident is doing in Nigeria, there is footprint. And what is the footprint? They have financial footprint. We want to collaborate next year with financial institutions and relevant government agency for data about the activities of digital entities, and then see how it can be enforced. I leave you with this summary. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Oni, where you just put the efforts and the challenges that the Nigerian government is been facing to implement the systemic economic participation, and thank you very much for the significant economic presence, and thank you very much for putting all the issues on the table in terms of what you've been facing to address on how to move towards the significant economic presence. Thank you very much. Now we will have Andrea Prieto Gonzalez from Colombia.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the introduction. While the slides are showing up. Okay, good. So I would like to express, of course, my gratitude to the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice for the invitation. It is a true honor to be part of this panel, and which, in my view, has a very fitting name for the current times, where we not only need cooperations, but also solidarity. So in that spirit, I will spend the next 10, 11 minutes sharing the Colombian experience on this topic and providing some reflections on the notion of significant economic presence. So let me start by diving into the background and the genesis for introducing SAP concept in Colombia. So the need for a concept like significant economic presence in domestic law, I think we all agree, is driven by two fundamental factors. First, our existing tax rules are no longer able in a digitalized world to capture profits from multinational groups in jurisdictions that play key roles in generating these profits. So we need a new nexus that goes beyond physical presence for the reallocation of taxing rights in a more equitable fashion. And second, there is a lack of a global solution to update those rules. So against this background, a couple of years ago, Colombia, and betting on multilateralism, became an active and a key actor in the negotiation process at the inclusive framework. And we have consistently worked in a constructive manner to find a consensus-based solution to this problem. And as a member of a steering group of the inclusive framework and member also of the task force on the digital economy, we have been participating from both policy and technical perspective to reach an international agreement. However, as we all know, the path to consensus has been challenging, and after many years of negotiations without reaching an agreement, in 2022, last year, Colombia government took a decisive step and chose to address the issue by introducing the concept of SAP as one could say interim measure. Regardless of this, however, I think it is important to highlight that beyond this new provision, Colombia remains committed to find a fair and a global solution. This is also the reason why, as you will see in a minute, we have tried to the extent possible not to disregard political agreements that have been adopted around the adoption of unilateral measures, and to try to respect the progress made so far. Before jumping into the SAP provision, it is important to acknowledge certain points regarding the implementation of SAP in Colombia. Firstly, the SAP was introduced 1 year ago, and it will only be applicable as from next year. So this means that we don't have experience in practice with respect to the operation of SAP. And also the regulatory framework is still under construction and many details are not yet available. But what we can emphasize regarding this transitional phase is that it has given us the opportunity to engage with the stakeholders and has allowed us for gradual implementation and transition, helping the tax administration and taxpayers to get ready for that. Secondly, and in line with what I have mentioned before regarding Colombia's commitment on the international level, we considered that it is important to keep the implementation of the rule in conformity with what have been agreed under the 2021 October statement, which was the agreement enforced by the time that the reform was drafted. So, and we have addressed this compatibility, try to first noting that this measure was not a DST, and also conditioning its application to a sunrise clause and a sunset clause. So the sunrise clause deferred the application of SAP until 2024, next year, because let's recall that under that statement, the 21 October one, we agree on the standstill of unilateral measures until the end of this year. And the sunset clause provides that SAP will no longer be applicable when an international agreement contradicting this provision comes into effect. And this was to ensure that any future international agreement on nexus and reallocation of taxing rights incompatible with SAP will prevail. And finally, a quick mention on the expectation of revenue collection. The tax administration has encountered several challenges in conducting forecasts because of the lack of data from MNEs operating from abroad. This is why our comment on this dimension are restricted as well, but we will make some observations around this at the end of the presentation. As to the provision itself, let's have a look to the main components. So the SAP provision in Colombia applies to non-residents engaged in selling goods or providing services to clients or users within the country. The definition of clients and users, which I believe it's very important and key for implementation, will be part of the regulatory framework. And to fall under the provision, a non-resident must first generate gross income equal to or exceeding an amount close to $350,000 from transactions involving the sale of goods to clients and/or users in the national territory, and maintain deliberate and systematic interaction in the Colombian market. Which can be verified either because the non-residents maintain interaction or conducting marketing activities with 300,000 or more users in the preceding year or the current year, all located, of course, in the national territory, or maintain or allowing the display of prices in Colombia's pesos, or allowing payment in Colombia's pesos. For the purpose of identifying digital services, we have included in the provision an illustrative list of services, very similar to what Oni has just explained. And I think I referred to his slide, which was more interactive than mine. But basically, it includes any services provided through a digital market designated for users located in the national territory. With respect to the applicable tax rate and the mechanism for collecting the tax, we have provided two options for the taxpayer to choose from. The first one, and I think it's the default rule, is a 10% withholding tax on total gross payments, or if the taxpayer prefers to file an income tax return, its income will be subject to a 3% tax rate on net basis. In order to make this rule compatible with other provisions of the Colombian tax code and harmonize the operation of the system, we have made other amendments. For instance, we amend the definition of source income to include the sale of goods and provision of services in the terms provided under SCP. We have also incorporated a switch-off provision for withholding taxes on payments when the taxpayer opts to file income tax return. And we have deactivated other formal obligations to SAP taxpayers, such as issuing electronic invoices. On revenue collection. So I think that here and everywhere, everyone wonders how much these type of measures allow us to collect. But a first comment to make here would be that regardless of the amount, the fact that these measures create a new taxing rights for our countries without depending on physical presence represents revenue that we didn't have before, which is quite positive. But there are complexities when it comes to obtaining data for modeling estimates and figures, precisely because the information that jurisdictions can access is from taxpayers that have physical presence. In the case of Colombia, we can say that we have the advantage of having access to information on non-residents providing digital services due to the application of VAT from 2017. Still, in any case, it remains a small and limited universe of information. So due to that, our current estimations are only minimal figures, but these were considered in any case as supporting evidence for the economic impact of SAP during the approval of the reform last year. A quick mention about the treatment of SAP under the MLC, and here perhaps I've referred to some comments made early today by Evelyn and Nixon on Article 40 and the compatibility of SAP under the MLC. So what can I say here is that the text of the MLC and its explanatory statement released in October 2023 by the IF provides and clarifies that measures as SAP are not digital services taxes or relevant similar measures as defined therein, and therefore are not subject to a withdrawal or a standstill commitment. However, it has been considered that there could be an overlap between amount A and SAP if applied to in-scope M&Es. So the conclusion is that a jurisdiction with SAP cannot apply it to entities that are part of an M&E subject to amount A, but they can keep or apply it with respect to other entities, which is not the case with DST. So this means that SAP and amount A can to some extent coexist, contrary to what happened with DSTs. Perhaps also as a concluding remarks, we strongly believe that a global solution to tackle these challenges would be the best outcome, as it was mentioned by Mu from Indonesia this morning. Because only under a common approach we can achieve coordination, ensure the elimination of double taxation, and avoid spillovers effects such as the increase in the cost of the economy. Because what we want to ensure is that these new taxes do not pass on to our taxpayers in the form, for example, of growth. However, the longer it takes for a global agreement, the more interim measures we will see, and this is a reality. And among these interim measures, SAP aligns with GE24 principles, and we also believe that it offers a promising alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for a very good presentation on how Colombia has been moving and trying to implement the significant economic presence framework since December 2022, and all the issues that you put on the table, like Oni's presentation before, shows all the task and challenges that there is to move ahead. And also very important, your conclusions that this should be addressed from a multilateral and a global coordination basis. And unfortunately, countries have to move individually towards the CEP until all the more global agreements are reached. Now I will offer the floor to Kuldeep Sharma from research from the South Center that will discuss about Article 12B of the UN Model Tax Convention. Kuldeep, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And a warm hello to all my co-panelists, all the participants physically present here, and all the participants who have joined us online. My colleagues on the dais have explained the SEP provisions, but they won't apply in case a treaty is there between the two countries involved. So what is the alternative? Alternative is obviously to have a treaty provision. And there are two alternatives before us. Either we have amount A under Pillar 1, or we have Article 12B under the UN model. Dr. Derje Alamayu in the pre-lunch session has very appropriately said that to build a house, one needs one's own pillar. Quite clearly, Pillar 1 is not our own pillar. So is Article 12B our pillar? I would tend to believe so. So if that being the case, why, since Article 12B has been in the UN model since 21, why is it that developing countries have not initiated, or maybe some would have, pardon me for my ignorance, they have not widespreadly started discussions on Article 12B? So this is the right time to have discussions on Article 12B. You are all experts, more learned than me, but it's time we go through the finer nuances of Article 12B again. And to remind ourselves that if amount A is failing, whether we can have Article 12B. So the prominent features of Article 12B are that they allow source-based taxation, which is obviously the need of the hour to tax the digital economy where there is no physical presence. The distinguishing feature between Article 12B and Amount A is that they share the entire, tax the entire share of profits, not only the residual profits. This gives more revenue to developing countries. Additional feature is that they are very administratively easier to implement. And this is what developing countries really need, rather than a complex instrument as Amount A. There are two features or ways in which Article 12B can be applied. One is the gross method, which is similar to the DSTs. And if the taxpayer chooses, then he can opt for the net method as well. Article 12B applies on automated digital services where there is minimal human intervention, and para 6 of Article 12B clearly defines the ADA services that are included therein, and they are online advertising services, supply of user data, so on and so forth. The gross method is applied under para 2 of Article 12B, and though it has been left up to the two negotiating countries to decide the rate of taxation, but the commentary advises that it should be reasonably provided at 3 to 4%. Unlike Amount A, Article 12B does not have any threshold, but at the same time, for easier administratability, the commentary also states that the two countries involved can keep a threshold as well while negotiating Article 12B in a particular tax treaty. Para 3 gives an option to tax the revenues arising from ADS on net basis and provides scenarios where segmental accounts are maintained or not maintained. So in a situation where the qualified profits are to be determined of a beneficial owner, 30% of the profitability ratio of the beneficial owner's ADS segment is taken into account, and that is multiplied with the gross annual revenue in the source state to determine the qualified profits that would be taxed on net basis under para 3. And if accounts are not maintained, then the overall profitability of the beneficial owner is taken into account. Whereas if the qualified profits of a beneficial owner belong to an M&E group and the segmental accounts are maintained, then in that case, 30% ratio remains constant throughout, and profitability ratio of the M&E group's ADS segment is taken into account. Whereas if the books of or the segmental accounts are not maintained, then in that case the M&A group's overall profitability is taken into account. Here care has been specifically provided in the UN model that higher of the two ratios are to apply. For example, if M&A group's profitability ratio is higher than the beneficial owner's profitability ratio, then the former will apply so as to prevent any instance of profit shifting within the group. The objective of para 3 on net basis taxation is twofold. First of all, if para 3 net basis taxation yields lower tax liability than para 2, then taxpayer has the option to opt for para 3. Or if the global business of the operator is in a loss situation, then in that case as well, it can opt for para 3 net basis of taxation. It also, the provisions also provide that if the segmental profitability ratio is not available, then in that case, para 3 will not apply and para 2, that is gross basis taxation, will necessarily apply. And in situations where, for instance, gross basis taxation has been done and ultimately the taxpayer wants to be taxed at net basis, then in that case, credit of gross based taxation will also be provided. So the gross annual revenue based on which the source state will tax will be the sum total of all the payments underlying from the ADS arising in the contracting state during the year. And that would, the qualified profits that would be derived at would then be taxed at the rate of whatever the corporate rate of tax is there in the source state. The situations of double or excessive taxation are avoided by applying Article 23, which is the which can either be the credit or the exemption method. Another distinguishing feature of Article 12B is that it does not apply any curbs on DSTs, much unlike Amount A. And Article 12B can also apply to individuals, but the commentary also provides that an alternative to this can also be agreed to by the two competent authorities during bilateral negotiations. And in situations where provisions of royalties and FTS directly apply, in those cases, Article 12B will not apply. And a state will be entitled to tax payments for ADS if the payment is being made from that particular state or by a non-resident with a PE or a fixed base in that state. Much criticism of Article 12B has come from the fact that it cannot be speedily implemented and it is to be negotiated bilaterally. But the UN Committee of Tax Experts is presently working on a multilateral instrument that will enable speedier implementation of Article 12B into the tax treaties. And it is now up to the developing countries to wholeheartedly support the endeavors of the UN Committee of Tax Experts and see that Article 12B is duly incorporated and implemented through the MSC. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation on Article 12B. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Putdeep, for an excellent presentation on the issues of Article 12B, and also for the key call that you made in terms that effort should be done to move Article 12B towards a multilateral agreement and a multilateral instrument, which we think is very, very important. So thank you very much. Well, now I open the floor to the people that would like to make a question, make a comment. Please feel free and welcome. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see hands here, so
Yeah,
please.
if it's okay, Daniel, I can help you out and just make it easier to hand over the questions to you. So we'll take a round of questions. So we have one by Nixon, Derege, and that's it. Okay, so first Nixon and then Derege.
Thank you. I think this question goes to Colombia and Nigeria. I wanted to check on the drafting of significant economic presence, because I see there are two limbs. There's the revenue aspect in terms of threshold, and then there's the issue of sustained business. Is it and? Okay, let me use this, or is it or? Because as taxmen, we know the nuances around the interpretation of those words. So must the taxpayer meet the revenue and the interaction, or either will then do for purposes of taxation? Thank you. And thanks for the great presentations.
My problem with 12B has been not the proposals in it, but the fact that it entails changing bilateral treaties, and there are over 3,000 bilateral treaties. So the practicality of it, and when the second party is not agreed, what do you do with that? That is one question. The second one is the UN Tax Convention, the OECD Model Convention. They all have based on these bilateral treaties networking. What will this MNC on 12B look like? Will it be now part of override bilateral treaties and become a guiding thing, or it will be also again another layer where it will be just a modification of thousands of multilateral treaties?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a question online from Sanjeev Sharma, which I'll read before the answers. Just to reconfirm whether I heard correctly, 3% tax on net income basis as against 10% withholding tax on gross payment in the case of Colombia, CEP. It seems like a big gap. That's the question for Colombia from Sanjeev Sharma. Thank you. Please go ahead, Abdul.
We also have a question from Marlene.
Thank you to the panel and to you, moderator. Thanks, Abdul. My question, I have two questions for Oni. One has to do with the ministerial power to issue an order on what constitutes SEP in your law. And I just wondered whether or not any of the non-resident, which multinational enterprises had expressed a concern regarding tax certainty, where the minister can change what constitutes an SEP. If there was any, if you had found that there was any conflict there. And also, you mentioned that one of the issues you're looking at is to activate international cooperation mechanisms with other jurisdictions to enforce payment of taxes evaded in Nigeria. I was wondering whether or not this included the available exchange of information mechanisms, or you were thinking of other mechanisms such as collection of taxes in your treaties or joint audits, or just wanted to know what were the range of mechanisms you've been contemplating. Thanks.
Okay, so I think we can go in this direction.
Okay, thank you, Nixon, for that question. It's or, it's not and, you know, it's if you are in one or you are in the other, you are included in the scope. It's or. Okay, and for Malin, the definition of significant economic presence is already engrafted into our corporate law. And then it's our corporate law that also empowers the Minister of Finance to define what is significant economic presence. So there won't be any resistance from anybody on that. Then on the international cooperation is basically on the exchange of information and any other ways that other countries can help us collect taxes that is due to Nigeria. But it's basically on the exchange of information.
No, I think I probably misunderstood then, because I know it's in your law what it's based on turnover, the significant economic presence, but I just wondered if it was anything other than turnover, where the minister can just say, well, it can be turnover and some other type of indication that there is significant economic presence, but you're saying that it is based on turnover.
It's not only on turnover. It's not turnover is one of it. In my presentation, I mentioned about 3 or 4 bases. When you have sustained interaction with Nigeria, if you don't even have that turnover, and then you display the prices of your goods in Naira, or you even have .ng as your website address, even if you don't have 25 million threshold, you are into significant economic presence net. You are within the scope. So the turnover is not the only basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he can add outside of those 4, he can add others.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
from time to time. For instance, now if we see all the loopholes in the, she can come up or he can come up and then reenact or amend and redefine what is significant economic presence. The law has granted the power to the Minister of Finance.
If I may, I had a question for Oni. The revenue estimates you gave 2 million and so on for SEP, which you showed the $2 million, I think more or less, or $1.7 million. The revenue data you showed for the SEP in Nigeria, was that only from the digital companies?
Yeah, it's only from exclusively from digital company, not from non-residents, not from the whole non-resident. It's only for the Facebook, Amazon, and the rest of this world. It's just for digital.
Okay, and is this data online? Is this publicly available?
No, okay. No, it's not.
Thank you, Abdullah, and thank you, Chair. Regarding the question of Nixon, in our case is and. So to fall under the provision, you have to comply with the revenue threshold and the systematic interaction in the with the market in the market. And the interaction in the market, you can comply either, so in this case is or, maintaining interaction by conducting activities with a certain number of users located in Colombia, or maintaining or allowing display of prices in Colombia's pesos. So there's, yeah, those two. And regarding the online question, the understanding is correct. And I think we want to promote that taxpayers choose to file income tax return. I think this is the simplest way to comply with SAP, with the payment of SAP in Colombia.
Yeah, and to add to Mr. Nixon's question, I mean, in India as well, in the SCP provisions, there is an or. So that's the case. And coming to Dr. Deje's question on implementation, actually that is the biggest challenge. And presently what the UN Tax Committee is doing is they are working on a fast track instrument, which will be a single instrument, and it will comprise of a single or a series of protocols, which will be taking effect through conclusion of memorandum of agreements between the various jurisdiction or countries involved. So then in that case, they need not sign a separate or enter into a separate bilateral agreement as such. Once they sign the FTI and that particular provision is opted by those countries, for example, Article 12B or Article 13 or whatever that is included in the protocols, then all those provisions are simultaneously implemented in all the treaties involved. So that will ensure faster implementation of Article 12.
To Sharma. I think the UN 12B is a very novel idea. However, countries need to be advised on the separation between 12 software royalties, 12A on the technical services, and the 12B. And then secondly, a treaty does not give you a taxing right. It actually curtails. So if there's intention of the UN to bring 12B into tax treaties, then I think the best idea is to ensure that all countries have also implemented in their domestic laws the DST provisions or provisions that are akin to 12B. So I think the UN will do us a great favor by giving us maybe country model rule. And so that if an MLC or a multilateral convention is coming in terms of a multilateral instrument to effect all the other existing treaties, then it will be seamless. So I think that has been my issue with 12B, and I hope that is the approach that the UN is going forward.
I couldn't agree with you more. And in fact, Article 12B already states that if a particular transaction is falling under the head royalty or FTS, then those articles will apply. In those situations, Article 12B will not apply. I've covered that part in my presentation as well. And as far as your second issue is concerned, regarding provision of domestic law, of course, I mean, domestic law is actually the starting point. If domestic law is not there, as my colleagues have explained, SCP provisions, it's a domestic law. So if domestic law is not in place, then there is no point in having Article 12B.
If I could just add one point, if I may have the indulgence of the chair. This is about building on Nixon's point on the implementation of Article 12B. And this also ties into what Oni has spoken about, the challenge of attributing profits under SEP. I mean, if you say that, okay, this company now has Nexus, even if they don't have physical presence, then how do you attribute profits? That's a real question. And what Oni was talking about in Nigeria, you have all these notional costs which have basically brought down the tax collected, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because they are not physically present, so you can't go and audit them and so on. The standard problems of having a net basis taxation in the digital economy. And Article 12B net method actually gives you a basis to arrive at net profits. So if that is brought into domestic law, and to my knowledge, no country has yet thought about bringing in domestic law provisions for Article 12B net method. So if you have that in your domestic law, then you basically, in a way, have solved the attribution problem. Because the net method is a solution, formulary solution to attribute profits. And then, all of our talk of unitary taxation and all becomes kind of, it becomes unnecessary because you have a formulary way to attribute profits of the multinational using their consolidated group profit margins and so on to the local jurisdiction. So that I think is a really brilliant idea. We have two UN tax committee members here. So bringing in model rules and DSTs and Article 12B net method, I think would be really the next logical step for the UN tax committee.
Well, I don't know if there is any more questions or reactions from the audience, because from the internet, that was the only question that it came. Well, first, yes, to thanks all the presentators and Abdul for his help and support. And thank you very much for a very interesting panel where we have seen that there is a lot to do, but basically there is a lot of political economy work ahead of us in terms of how we will bring all these issues and facilitate the implementation of the SEP or Article 12B from a multilateral perspective, which is finally the key issue that we want to push. So thank you very much for an excellent panel and an excellent questions. I'm really sorry I couldn't be in person there, but for the next time, hope we will be able to meet. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
So everyone, slight change in schedule. We are going to skip the breakout group discussion and we'll proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is a signing of a memorandum of understanding between the West African Tax Administration Forum and the South Center, after which we'll end for the day. There are some books outside, a publication by the South Center on best practices by developing countries in international taxation. Please feel free to pick up a copy. If you have a library, a tax library in your finance ministry or tax administration, please feel free to take a copy and give it to them so that it's in the library so everybody can access. And in case you haven't taken your money for dinner, the outstation participants, please go to the registration desk and make sure you have collected your per diem for dinner. So with that, we are now going to proceed to the signing of the ceremony. So I'm going to call onto the stage Mr. Babatunde Oladapo, Executive Secretary of the West African Tax Administration Forum, and Dr. Yufan Lee, who is a Senior Advisor from the South Center.
And it goes on automatically. Yeah. Hello, everyone. From the South Center, we are truly and really delighted to sign this MOU. For the past few years, the two institutions have had quite a number of very good and very impactful cooperative activities. And we hope with the signing of this MOU, the future will be brighter and there will be more fruitful and impactful cooperation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you've just witnessed something historical. We've been keeping it in our back pocket for a while, so we decided to put it on paper so that the next generation will see evidence of our cooperation. The South Center has been a very good partner to us at WATAF. Together, we've done some beautiful work in terms of building up understanding on the global tax room, and then also doing capacity building. So we can assure you, you'll see more of those collaboration, and we hope that way we'll be able to add our own contribution to making sure that we foster sustainable development through effective domestic revenue mobilization in our respective jurisdictions. Thank you for witnessing the signing ceremony.
And with that, we are at the end of day one. So see you all tomorrow. Enjoy your dinner, enjoy Geneva, and I hope you get some good rest.